Xavier coach Sean Miller has emerged as the target of Texas's basketball search. A deal is expected to be completed in the near future. The Longhorns informed Rodney Terry on Sunday that he would not return to lead the program. Now, during his time there, he guided the Longhorns to the NCAA tournament in each of his past 2 seasons, but he never advanced out of the first weekend in either year. It's kind of a bit ironic because Xavier defeated Texas in the first four on Wednesday, erasing a 13-point deficit to win 86-80. Xavier's head coach Sean Miller going to Texas. And there are 16 teams remaining in this year's NCAA tournament field, but Duke is peeking its head over the competition, and they're on a historic trajectory. But just how historic? We'll get this. Duke is the second team in the modern era to lead the regular season in scoring margin and to just crush through the first two NCAA tournament rounds with a point differential exceeding 65 points. Want to know the other team that also accomplished that? It was Duke back in 1999. However, maybe that means they're not going to win it all because in that tournament, they finished as runners-up to UConn. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and for once, Maryland won at the buzzer. They didn't lose at the buzzer. They won at the buzzer. And I got to say, B, I don't know today that I have a greater sense of relief that they did not get knocked out at the buzzer again, or happiness that they won and it's on to the Sweet 16.
I just want to know, what was the sickness you were going to have, because you say you were almost sick?
I definitely wasn't coming if they lost in the first round to Grand Canyon. But, Lamphill, much to your chagrin, they beat the snot out of Grand Canyon. And I am fighting something, for the record, but I'm playing hurt today. Because if I didn't come in today, you guys would give me so much grief. Dude, I'm just so happy that Maryland basketball gets to advance to the Sweet 16, and it's so on brand for Maryland basketball that, like, they're succeeding despite just chaos surrounding the program and this looming threat of the Villanova job. I kind of don't care. I'm resigned to all of that. I just want them to give Florida everything they got Thursday night.
Yep, they're going to have to.
Did you watch?
Just a little.
So that's a no. Did you watch the end?
Yeah.
That's what you needed to watch. Colorado State was great. They Colorado State played the game the 12 seed has to have to beat the 4. They shot out of this world. They made a ton of hustle plays, and they were better than Maryland for a lot of that game. There was a point in the second half where I thought Maryland had taken control and this thing had calmed down. And then sure enough, they didn't score like the last 2 minutes of the game. And dude, when Colorado State had good for Julian Reese to make those 2 free throws late, I was very impressed and happy for him. And then Colorado State gets the ball, and that kid Clifford that should have been ejected in the first half he makes a really nice pass to the dude on the outside, drills the 3. That kid had been killing them. Lake had been killing them all game. The amount of the I was just talking to Cakes in the
Mhm.
hallway. This kid, Bowen Bourne, he's like 5'8", white dude that looks like a 30-year-old accountant, came in and just dropped 10 points off the bench. He was able to get to the rim whenever he wanted. It was just everything went wrong in that game until the end, and I think your star players have to be stars in the biggest moment, and Queen won. Willard said, I asked who wanted the ball. He said, give me the bleeping ball. And I loved that he just went to the basket. So many of these guys just stand around and pull up from
dribble, shoot.
Right. And he went to the basket, which is the best part of his
that
game.
Gives you a double whammy. You could score or get fouled.
Totally.
You know?
A lot of Terps played well. Their whole starting five was in double figures. It's kind of how they work. But it was golly, they needed that. I think there was no madness, right?
Uh-huh.
There's no big upsets. There's no St. Peter's. There's no Fairleigh Dickinson. And if Maryland had lost, they'd be the one high seed, the one top 4 seed that loses.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be the conversation rather than now. Dude, when we get to one shining moment, and who knows, there's still a lot of basketball to be played. There's outside of that Derek Queen shot last night, there's 0 memorable moments from the first two rounds. Maybe we open the phone lines up for all the people that told us how much better the NCAA tournament is than the NFL playoffs. Because I had a dude at Tapped on Friday after the show when we were just hanging out. He's like, dog, you're wrong on that one. I was like, well, I feel pretty good about it right now.
He's crazy as hell. That's what that dude is.
A few things really bothered me from last night. And I try not to be a blame the refs guy. Like, I think in the Commanders' NFC title game loss to the Eagles, the refs weren't great, but they had 3 turnovers. I guess 4 at the end of that game. Like, Washington wasn't winning that game. Philly was outrageous, and the refs didn't change it.
Yep.
The refs yesterday changed this damn thing. Have you seen the elbow?
No, I heard you talking about it when you're walking in.
All right, I'm going to show it to you. We're going to get B-Mitch live reaction to this elbow. Here, I'll pull it up on my computer. It'll be better. This dude gets blasted. Dude, Brian, if this happened in the NFL, it would have been an ejection and like dude going to the medical tent. And it happened in college basketball and nobody cared. Here. You see it right here? All right, live reaction from B-Mitch on the elbow, Geronimo.
He completely threw an elbow.
Yo, completely threw an elbow.
But he tried to act like he didn't?
Bro, he wasn't even called for a foul.
The ref didn't see that at all.
Yo, and
did they go look at it?
No. They review everything. It takes a half hour for the last 3 minutes of a basketball game, and to review if a basketball goes off some dude's fingernail, and they didn't review that. And they have like a spotter.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like they have an alternate ref whose job is to be like, yo, fellas, you missed this one. Come over here. It was so egregious and outrageous. I mean, you can hear my voice. It's kind of shot. I was very legitimately pissed off by that. And then the announcers throughout that game, and I like Jalen Rose, and they were so one-sided towards wanting the upset. Like, I get that upsets are a big part of how you sell March Madness, and I get that this is all a giant TV show.
Uh-huh.
But, dude, there's 2 teams playing. And when they keep being like, oh, it's so crazy, Colorado State hasn't got whistled for any fouls. Yeah, because they're not calling anything on them. It was unbelievable, dude. The same guy.
I can't believe that Maryland guy shows he reacted to it and they don't go look at it.
He's then on the ground for a while, and eventually he gets up and is like, I don't know how Willard wasn't flipping out. I don't know how other teammates weren't flipping out. Like, it's almost like he had to get up and try to shove the guy for it to matter. But he was knocked woozy.
That's crazy.
That was just so egregious. It kind of impacted the whole game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were some calls in the second half. The same kid, and that I don't know anything about Clifford. outside of he's a really good basketball player.
Mhm.
I think he's a NBA player. I mean, he's got a long, lean body. He finished the game with 21 points, 7 boards, 6 assists, including
And one elbow.
and one giant elbow. And they kept talking about, oh, that's only his first foul. He had what should have been an offensive foul on a drive, and I'm going to show you this one too. They didn't call this. It was outrageous, and I'll ask the rest of the. You'll love this though. So Derek Queen had some banger lines after the game.
Mhm.
He was asked, where does the confidence come from to take that shot at the end? And I don't know if he took the question literally or just decided this was his answer. He's like, oh, I'm from Baltimore.
Hey, yo, JP, being someone who went to school with a lot of Baltimoreans, that was the most Baltimore answer ever. Dog, when I heard it, I felt like if you from the city of Baltimore, you feel the passion there. He really was. She goes, yeah, where does the confidence come from? I'm from Baltimore. That's where it comes from. That's how much passion, because they say when you walk around Baltimore, you got to be loud, proud in who you are so you can be heard.
Mm-hmm.
You felt it.
Yeah, I loved it. All right, then look at this foul. I tweeted this out. Watch him hook Gillespie.
He hooked, he throwing.
Yeah, that's an obvious offensive foul. No whistle. It was all night.
He was getting the NBA treatment right there.
Doug, it was unbelievable.
You get to throw an elbow and a hook and throw, and you don't get a foul.
And isn't the point of being in the Big Ten that the refs give you the favoritism over what conference is Colorado State in? The WAC?
Mountain West.
Mountain West. B-Hawk, as the basketball guy among us, what'd you think of the Terps win?
I love it. Someone's got to beat Florida.
So that is now.
That sounds like you hating right there, B.
Yeah, why are you hating?
I don't think Auburn matches up well with them at all.
Plenty for us to discuss looking ahead. I'm not done looking back yet. I think UConn gave Florida a hell of a run trying to muck it up. I don't think the Terps aren't that kind of team. Like if for Maryland to win, for Maryland to beat Florida, they basically need the same game Colorado State played against them. They got to make everything, including the outrageous stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They got to get every break, win every hustle point. B, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't in there yet. I was just in the background. I'm now in the stream for all those streaming. I just the vibes afterwards were so good, and everybody keeps asking about Willard. Is he going to take this Villanova job? I don't mean this rude, but if he's got to take it, he's got to take it. Okay, he's been here 3 years. Last year they were really bad.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna flip out. And if Nova wants to go all in, I suppose I can understand why he might want to go there, because he probably won't have to deal with the push and pull of trying to deal with football budgeting versus basketball budgeting. At Villanova, it's obviously basketball first.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think Willard right now, the reason he's been so public with so many things is he's got the leverage. He's got the juice to do it.
He has all of it right now.
So that's why you do it. You know what I mean? I don't know that will always work, but right now you've got it. He said the comments about the AD publicly because he clearly knew he was about to go to SMU, and I think he wanted to force the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Just all right, dude. Yeah, well, he's going to SMU, so we got to figure out who the next AD is. I've gotten a million texts about who it could be. One person explained to me that the college sports model is going to shift from one dude is the AD that does athletics, and then one dude is a CRO or Chief Revenue Officer.
Yeah.
So they kind of separate the money.
You got to have those these days.
Yeah, dude. Everything's changing, and you just hope they can stay kind of with the cutting edge. But I thought B, I think you're definitely going to like this. So Derek Queen, I was really happy and proud of Derek Queen last night because he's a freshman. He just it's remarkable. He's got a real baby face,
mm-hmm.
and then he's got braces. Like he just looks
like a kid.
If you just saw a picture of his face, you'd think he's 14,
mm-hmm.
and he happens to be 6'10", right, with incredible feet and handles. But he got asked last night, kind of what Coach Willard does to get this team together.
Mm-hmm. Willard's someone who basketball players listen to, and what has he meant to you guys in the short time he's been with you?
First, he did pay us the money, and then so we got to listen to him, and we all trust him because he's like a player coach, and then he want nothing but the best for us, and he just he coaches hard. He talked to us other than basketball. He's just always there and just want us to win.
First, he give us the money.
Yeah,
like that.
I thought you'd like that one, man. It was such an awesome night. The only thing that's pissing me off now is there are a lot of people out there
mm-hmm. that
you watch the Queen shot. To me, that was a pretty clean 2 steps.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to call that a travel, then you got to start calling travels on like 65% of moves to the basket. Did that look at all like a travel to you?
No. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think 3 steps is legal now because everybody does it. They do a shuffle and then they take a little extra step every time. I don't understand why people still talking about stuff like that, like as if it's something that is so egregious. It's not.
That didn't look like a travel to me live, and there are plenty of times watching that game last night. The first half was awful, B. They were awful. I mean, they were down like 16 at one point. They went into halftime down 7. And in the first half, I was not impressed with the hustle or physicality of some of the Maryland players.
Mm-hmm.
And I was screaming at my television. And I was screaming some words that little girls don't often hear. And Shelby got like legit upset with me. And so I tried to dial it back a little bit. She's a very
so you were losing it.
She's a very devout Catholic, and taking the Lord's name in vain is a problem. But dude, what was so bizarre is in the second half, Maryland came storming back. At various points, I felt pretty calm. And then at the end, I'm just like completely on edge. And CSU, the kid, hits that shot to go up 1. And I just like, I kind of felt it coming. Honestly, because Maryland, Reese hits 2 free throws to go up 2. And I'm like, all right, like this, they're going to shoot a 3. Like there's no way they're tying this up. It's either going down or it's not. And they hit that, and I just sunk into my chair. I just sunk. And I was like a human centipede.
Oh,
like and then when Queen hit the shot, I didn't even yell. I just like jumped up and stood there in amazement. And it was very, very awesome. It was really, really, really cool. And I'm really happy it happened. Happy for those kids. I mean, the joy they had. And so I did a hit. So AMAC that works here, right? I guess also does like Big Ten radio for Sirius.
Really?
So he asked me to come on this morning. I think he presented me as a reporter, and I just was like, yeah, I'm a fan, dog. But whatever. It was a good interview, I think. I hope. They were kind of asking about what happens next for this Terps team. Like, what are they? How many of these guys are coming back? Blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know that anybody knows on any team across the country.
True.
With the portal, dude, everything is year to year, and right now, I think it's probably a 70% chance Willard is sticking around. But maybe he's gone. Like, we don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to enjoy right now. I know a lot of folks want to talk about this. I'm getting a million responses here. Terps are going to the Sweet 16. Thank freaking God. I could not have handled them losing that way again. Should the kid have been ejected? How bad were the refs? Oh, my mother-in-law called me last night after the game. I have to get this. Joyce is very upset. Charles Barkley does not know Derek Queen's name. He kept calling him Derek McQueen, and it drove my mother-in-law crazy. So, Joyce, I got that on the record. We're going to open these phone lines up. We got Justin Williams talking NCAA tournament at 11. Barry Svrluga joins us at noon. 800-636-1067. Let's go.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are your brackets busted? New customers at FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots like last night to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. There's Tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, and so much more. Maryland looks to be hot. If you keep watching, then Maryland may keep going. If they get to the Elite Eight, JP won't have a voice. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Iowa has agreed to hire Drake's Ben McCollum as their next men's basketball coach. McCollum just finished his first season at Drake, leading the Bulldogs to a 31-4 record and the program's very first appearance in the NCAA tournament round of 32 since 1971. Speaking of the tournament, the SEC set an NCAA tournament record with 7 teams punching their tickets to this year's Sweet 16. It is just the second time in tournament history the Sweet 16 is comprised of 6 or more teams from the same conference. So you've got Ole Miss, Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Florida all Sweet 16 bound. But you know who else is Sweet 16 bound? The Terps. Just had to mention it. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Massive Terps win. It's the biggest story in sports in the country because it's the only buzzer beater from the first weekend. I want to know what you think about the elbow. Did Queen travel? Our guy Zeke is in Southeast. We got to meet Zeke last week at TAP. What's up, man? How are you, Zeke? What'd you think of the Turtles?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah. Hey, I tell you, man, that TAP experience was awesome. I think you guys ought to do the NBA final and the NHL final at TAP, and we're all gonna have a great time. Okay. Hey, and also JP, you know I'm a Terp fan, man. So listen, let me give you a point. Man, that first half, I was screaming, using words like you said that I didn't want to use. But when you have to go into a private place like the corner of the basement and let it all out, you know. But at the end, we came out with the victory. That's all that matters, man. The elbow don't matter, which was terrible. You know, but all that matters, we got that victory, man. We're going to the Sweet 16, man. I'm just so excited.
Damn right. All right, thank you, Zeke. Appreciate you, bud.
All right.
That's our guy, Zeke. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You know, elsewhere in the NCAA tournament, I think there's a lot to unpack. But, dude, this haters like this dude, the pinnacle. He tweeted me, I don't know how you can stomach watching the Terps. All they got is Queen. They play zero defense. The guard play is horrific. All the guards do is run up the court and jack up bad shots. The coaching is terrible. It's Queen versus everybody. They're
in
a heart
the
attack.
Sweet 16. They're doing something right.
I think they're 29-8 on the season.
Yeah, they're doing something right.
Most of their
he's not looking at the game. He just don't want to give him any credit.
Scaren's Terrence. I appreciate this. He said, congrats on the second weekend. I humbly accept I was wrong and was pulling for your Turtles. We had a soda bet. He didn't think Maryland could get this far. All right, so now I had previously said I just want them to get to the Sweet 16, right? I've amended that policy. I just don't want a blowout. Because Turgeon got to one Sweet 16 and they got smoked by Kansas. I just want a nice competitive game. B-Hawk, what's the line in this thing? I'm sure it's out.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'm going to guess it's like 8.5.
I got it. It sent to me. Okay, I got it. All right. Maryland versus Florida. Like Brian said, 8.5. What do you think, B? Florida's good.
I would say Florida favored by 7.
6.5.
Closer than Brian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. And that may have moved some, too, because this was emailed to me last night. But I think
Brian tried to get somebody else to knock Florida out because he don't want to see him.
Clearly. Dude, so Florida-UConn yesterday was a really good game, and Danny Hurley's a hell of a coach. But when Florida, it was tight. I thought there was a real chance UConn might win. In my head, I'm like, man, it might be legitimate that Maryland's better facing Florida than UConn. And then the last 2 minutes of that game, Florida showed up. And what's the kid's name that could shoot? You know how Dan Marino's famous for his quick release, B?
Mm-hmm.
They got a kid that has a Dan Marino quick release from 3. What's his name? White Brian. Clifford? This dude is dangerous. Today we're celebrating last night. Eventually we're going to scout Florida. Give me that kid's name, though, because he's good. But listen to this, B. Maryland, Florida, the total is 155.5.
That's the total?
That's pretty damn high for a college hoops game. You know what the highest of the weekend is?
What?
BYU versus Alabama at 175. That's nuts.
That's going up and down the court, baby.
Hank is in Brandywine. What's up, Hank? What'd you think of that Terp game?
Hey, buddy. Hey, besides the missed elbow and all the other missed calls, how about when they let all the time run off the clock when they were cleaning up under the basket instead of stopping the clock?
Yo.
Maryland lost like 15 seconds.
Dude, it was the end of the first half, and the ball's just Colorado State. So I was just talking about this. Great call, Hank. I appreciate you, man. End of the first half.
Right,
legitimately, the clock just goes for like 12 seconds. Jeff, Jeff's doing phones. It was so ridiculous, man. And
the kid's name is Clayton.
Yeah. He's good, man.
He was 5 away from 3-point range.
Dog. And he can catch a pass and shoot so fast. He's like Mighty Matt. Like, it's just the speed in which he can move is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Maryland team last night, it was just, I don't know that you would describe anybody was great, but enough of them did enough. I was just talking to Valdez in the other little studio, and basically, the way he described it was perfect. Is Colorado State played this like kind of low-key, dirty Eastern European basketball, where they're like kind of always stepping on your foot and trying to push you over, and like get a little bump into you before the free throw is out. You know what I mean? Like, it was just.
A lot of coaches teach that type of stuff.
Dude, I'm not mad at them.
If you just step on somebody's toe, they're not calling the foul.
Right.
But
especially if it's when you're going up for a rebound.
If I step on your toe and I piss you off, you eventually do something stupid. Maryland kept it cool.
They never did it. Yeah. G, what up, man? What'd you think of the Terps?
Maryland. Hello?
G, you're up, bud. You there?
Hey, look, tell all them haters, don't worry about it. Maryland in the Sweet 16. We doing it. We in the Sweet 16. You tell all them people, how many calls they think they'll miss in the NC tournament? It's called the Madness. They gonna miss some calls. So tell all them, don't cry, wipe their eyes, and tell them, watch Maryland move on. Peace and love, baby.
All right, brother.
I like that call, G.
Who's that, Rev G?
Yo, where is Rev T? We haven't heard from him in forever. Andrew is in Arlington. Drew, what'd you think of the Terps, man?
Hey, I'm coming at you guys from a little bit of a different angle. I'm a Duke fan, but it made me happy to see the Terps get the dub last night. I missed that rivalry. It's something that I grew up watching, so I was happy for my Terps. A lot of my buddies are Terps fans. And, that's the travel call. I think, you're forcing the ref in a tough position there ultimately. And what a shot at the end of the day. I had very few I didn't think that was going to drop, but hell of a shot by Queen.
Hell of a shot by Queen. You can tell we're living in a new phase of life when Duke fans are happy for Maryland fans for winning.
Yeah, they're bad against you. Wait till the weekend play you.
Since we're cooking this year, but yeah, I would love to see a Maryland Duke final ultimately.
Well, dog, I'm pretty sure you would have seen Maryland Duke Sweet 16 game if Coach K didn't call the committee and switch Maryland to the West bracket and Arizona to the East bracket.
Yeah, I was surprised to see you guys out there. They hooked Duke up in Raleigh, so yeah, there's always something going on behind the scenes.
If this was, listen, I'm very excited to play Florida. San Francisco is going to rock. You know my buddy Rudy? You met my buddy Rudy? Rudy's crazy ass was in Seattle for those games.
Wow.
I am confident he's going to San Fran for those games.
Make it out there, dog.
The thought has crossed my mind. Do you remember previously I was like, nah, man, I'm not going. The thought has crossed my mind.
Uh-huh.
My wife, Lauren, asked me last night, are you going to go?
Probably your wife actually that you just got to go, dog. If you didn't say yes, then you messed up.
I leave for owners meetings on Sunday. I don't know, man. My kids like having me around. I don't know. Like if I watch the game with my daughter.
Yourself out of it, dog.
I don't know. I'm not ruling it out. I haven't. Should we check real quick what a flight costs? Google Flights. Andrew, thank you, bud. I didn't realize you're still there. San Francisco. All right.
Let's see. You on kayak?
When would I go, B? Go. I guess
When's
I got
the
to go.
game?
Game is Thursday night, 7:30.
So you probably have to go Thursday.
All right. Just 2 nights. Maybe I'll stay with Willie. Are he moved?
Willie is
Has he
already
moved
gone,
yet?
bro. Willie is in Louisiana now on his way to. He's done. He's not there anymore.
All right. Non-stops only. We're not stopping. This train don't stop. All right. That's actually quite affordable. $350 on United. Get some points. All right. Might have to examine this further. It's just such a long flight, dude. It's weird. Maryland fans and Duke fans coexisting. Cats and dogs. Nolan is in Annapolis. What's up, Nolan?
What's up, JP? What's up, B Mitch?
What's up, brother?
I know it's not Thursday, but bleep that Duke fan. He don't get any happiness from us. And I tell you what, Arkansas is probably going to win. We're going to beat Florida. We're going to catch Michigan State in the Final Four and Duke in the national championship, and we're going to take them down. How about them Terps? Go Derek Queen, baby.
I love that call. All right, Nolan, appreciate your energy, dog. We can open the phones up just to the entire bracket.
I don't know.
It's been kind of disappointing.
Is that game this Thursday or next Thursday?
Thursday night, Maryland.
I don't know what flight you looked at. Did you change the dates to those dates, or did you look and see something from what it automatically gave you in April?
I thought I just did it
because I'm looking at United flights right now. They're $1,000.
Well, that would change the equation. Yeah, you know what? I searched for April 17th.
I'm thinking like, bro, there is no
what
way.
Is this Thursday is March 27th,
Yeah,
right?
I just looked at that.
Okay. Now
it's $1,000-something, bro.
That's a little different. That's a little different. All right, non-stops.
They probably do more than that.
I could get it for $1,200 on Alaska, Alaskan Air. Yeah, I don't think I'm going unless.
Hey, soon as you said it, I'm thinking to myself, there is no way possible that ticket is $300-something.
Now I think, and if NBC4 wanted me to go, might change things. But I think for Channel 4, especially because we're traveling to owners meetings next week, like we go Sunday, and that's always a big deal. And I think obviously if they get to the Final Four, I'm going one way or another. I said I wasn't going. I'm not going, B. Now, should a private aviation option open its doors? That'll be a little different.
Hey.
That'll be a little different. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Coming up at 11 a.m., we're going to talk NCAA hoops with Justin Williams. We're going to get Landfill's first and second round of the tournament review coming up because I know he loves college basketball, and I know he loves when the top teams just win and there's no major upsets. This weekend, honestly, where the best teams just won and they showed no cracks, there were no problems, they were just able to keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot like working with Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They moved everybody here at the station. I've known these guys for 30 years. I've known Justin McCarty since we were in high school. My wife used to work for these people when she got out of law school. Like, this is a well-run DC company, and they do whatever it is you need, commercial, residential. They're recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents and DC's prominent move management companies. Whatever it is you need, they can pack your boxes. They can move your stuff out and store it for you. Say you want to list your house and you gotta stage it. They can take care of that for you and then eventually just move it to the house you're moving into. If you got high-end artwork or chandeliers or sculptures, any of that, they can handle it. And if you're going long distance, whether it's residential or commercial, Metropolitan Moving and Storage will provide a dedicated truck and crew for your long distance move. That means no truck space sharing and a pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. It's the best and most efficient way to move long distance, period. Trust me, if I'm moving, these are the dudes I call. You should do the same. Hit up Justin over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090, or visit dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. tonight. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. I just got some great news, B.
Got it.
Oregon covered. I went to bed. They were getting their ass kicked. Your boy had a good day. Yeah, but depends. There's a number of different websites that work, but on one of them, your boy had a hell of a day yesterday. Guess what my only loss was yesterday?
What was it?
Turtles.
Didn't cover?
I took the Terps to cover whatever, Friday at MGM, and I was like, all right, well, they covered and they won, so I'm at least going to try it again. I think I like Maryland getting the points against Florida. It's testy. We're going to deal with that later. All in all, though, I mean, we can just run through it. White Brian's Auburn Tigers are playing a 5 seed in Michigan. That's no gimme, White Brian.
Not at all.
Ole Miss is among the lower seeds that got through. They're a 6. That dude Chris Beard could coach.
The SEC got 7 teams in the final 16.
I thought it was 6. Is it 7?
7.
So
Kentucky and Wisconsin are both SEC teams.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right, let's count the SEC. Auburn,
Florida, Tennessee,
Auburn, Ole Miss,
Ole Miss.
Florida, Arkansas. They got a full matchup, Tennessee versus Texas.
Yeah.
And then Bama.
Yeah.
Okay. Bama looks good. They got pushed by Robert Morris. They beat the hell out of St. Mary's. Sparty versus Ole Miss is going to be a really interesting game because Izzo's guys, honestly, it was the biggest concern I had was St. John's. People were so excited about this like deep St. John's run. They can't shoot. You got to be able to shoot in the tournament.
Yeah.
And Izzo's guys have a little bit of that, but they're just so loaded and can send them at you in waves. BYU, B. Have you watched any BYU?
Not really.
They got a team full of dudes
that are probably 45 years old.
Maybe, but that are very hateable. They play a very hateable, like they go up tempo and just want to shoot threes, and I'm cool with that. But there's a lot of extra. Like Colorado State is a homeless man's version of BYU. Colorado State does a lot of extra, and then BYU is a well-paid, like their NIL is through the roof.
BYU?
The Mormons got cash, baby. And they just like are full of dudes doing extra stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was I don't know. Does that White Brian, what's your take on BYU? They're good though. They could actually take out Bama. But dude, the highest seed going to the Sweet 16 is Arkansas at 10. And Arkansas is coached by John Calipari and probably has 2 pro players at least.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a chalky ass bracket. A lot of people aren't happy about that, and the thought process is in a transfer portal and then NIL have kind of ruined the mid majors because if any kid is good, he's gone.
He's gone. Hey,
but my counter to that is you still need the kid to be good for a year, and then he's gone.
Yeah.
But like that could have happened this year.
Yeah,
I don't know. White Brian, I know you're a college hoops head. What'd you think of the first 2 rounds?
I didn't love them, but I'm excited about the matchups we have for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, all these matchups look like bangers, right? Are you nervous about Michigan? I think you should be.
Mainly because Danny Wolf knocked out Auburn with Yale last year, and now he's at Michigan.
Oh, the big guy? Auburn hasn't played that
worried
well,
about him?
dude.
They found it in the second half against Creighton. That looked like the number 1 ranked team that I saw.
It's interesting. I'm saying Auburn hasn't played that well. They won their first one by 20 and their second one by 12. So if they have found it, as White Brian suggests,
could be a problem.
Yeah, that could be tough. Duke looks pretty damn good. Duke could have scored 130 on Mount St. Mary's if they chose to. Shout out to Mount St. Mary's.
Pull back on them a little bit.
But then they beat Baylor by dude. So we did some bike riding yesterday. Trying to get Ainsley riding her bike without training wheels. She's an opinionated young woman.
Look who her daddy is.
Oh my God. But so the Duke game was on and I was kind of going in and out, checking on it. And so I went in at like the 10-minute into the game mark, and it was pretty tight. It was like a point or two. I think Baylor might have even had the lead. Then I went in, and it was halftime, and Duke was up 12. Duke ended up winning that thing, and I think Baylor's pretty good and well coached. Duke won by 23. Duke just put it on them. Arizona, Oregon was a good game. I went to sleep. Thinking that bet was over, and sure enough, it wasn't. BYU, Wisconsin might have been, until the Maryland game, the only games that were good were UConn and Florida and BYU, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I don't know how they got in it at the end. That kid, Tanjay on Wisconsin, is really good. It's a shame he'll be out of the tournament. But BYU's got some ballers. Bama just had too much for St. Mary's. New Mexico, Michigan State was kind of good. But a lot of the games just were duds. Like Texas Tech Drake does nothing for me. Arkansas St. John's was the one everybody was excited because it was Calipari versus Pitino. And Arkansas controlled that thing the whole time. Were you surprised? St. John's is the biggest seed to go down at this point.
I wasn't surprised at that. You had two great coaches that were going after each other.
Yo, where are our brackets? We got to grade our brackets.
They're right here.
White Brian, start grading in the break, dude. We need to.
Yeah, I'm cooked. I had Gonzaga in the Final Four.
Well, I'm not saying just yours. I'm saying all of them.
Yeah, all of them.
And give us a leaderboard.
All right, let Chris do it Thursday.
Thursday's too far away. We need to know now.
No, we ain't gonna know right now. You gonna do them?
White Brian's gonna do them.
Brian ain't gonna do them.
Yeah, he is.
He trying to look up something to make Auburn win again.
What? We're gonna get an updated bracket sheet. When we come back, Justin Williams joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Maryland freshman star Derek Queen saved the day for the Terps with a buzzer-beating bank shot from just outside the painted area to lift Maryland past Colorado State into the Sweet 16. But one of the key pieces of the Terps Crab Five may have done some walking to do it. So the shot fell, the horn sounded, game over, Maryland 72, Colorado State 71. If only it were that simple. A closer inspection of the play reveals Queen may have traveled on the play as he attacked the basket, but it was not called. But there are a bunch of NCAA rule experts, and they're very split on whether or not it was a travel. It all comes down to whether or not he had full possession of the ball when he took the steps versus when the dribbling was done. But as Gene Steratore also said, we have way too much information now, and it's ruining these awesome moments. Maryland is dancing its way into the Sweet 16 for the very first time since 2016. No need to keep watching these replays to decide, did he travel, did he not? At the end of the day, doesn't matter. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 in savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited right now to get on the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Talk to Justin Williams from The Athletic, senior college sports reporter. Justin, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm driving back from Cleveland, where I was this weekend, but excited to talk some college hoops with you guys.
Awesome, man. So you were there to watch. Did Pitino go down in Cleveland? What did you think of St. John's going out so early after such a big season?
So I saw younger Pitino go out. New Mexico was there, but Rick was there last night. He made the, Richard talked about, I guess there was like a private jet of Pitino family members that was flying back and forth between Providence and Cleveland, which, I guess when you're Pitino, you have the funds to procure a private jet. So he had family that was, I think they watched St. John's on Thursdays and flew to Cleveland and then back and forth. So, it was a rough weekend for the Pitino family. This was actually the first time both father and son had made it to the second round of the same tournament. And I think a lot of people expected Rick and St. John's to advance. I don't think anyone, New Mexico was a 10 seed. That they had a 10-point lead on Michigan State early, and there was a moment where it was like, wow, this will be weird if Richard Pitino in New Mexico is the Pitino coach that makes it to the Sweet 16. Unfortunately for them, though, but both Patinos with a bow out in the second round.
Yeah, it was pretty remarkable watching them both go down. I think with Calipari and Pitino, with Arkansas versus St. John's, it became, when did those two start to kind of hate each other? Because they were showing all this footage of them kind of like laughing and joking together, and it seems pretty clear that that's no longer the situation.
Yeah, I think even Calipari had a quote this weekend where it was, when he was at Kentucky and Pitino was at Louisville, he said, like, you're not going to be friends, right? If you're the coach of Kentucky, you're not going to be friends with the coach of Louisville and vice versa. And so they had clearly known each other before that, kind of come up in the industry. I don't know that they were close before that, but I think any hope of them becoming like super chummy probably went away when they were on opposite sides of that Kentucky rivalry.
Yeah, that adds up. And now Cal's got, Arkansas is a 10 seed, but they've got lottery pick talent on there the way Calipari always does. Not a lot of upsets in this bracket at all. Are you surprised that there hasn't been a little more chaos?
Yeah, and it's funny. I think because that happened this year, everyone's immediate thing is like, well, this is NIL and this is the transfer portal, and it's taken away the Cinderellas. Maybe I think I don't want to sound the alarm on that too quickly. I do some of the people I work with at the Athletic had even written before the tournament started. The top end, especially the 1 seeds, Duke and Auburn and Houston and those teams, they're if you go by Ken Palm and some of the advanced metrics, really, really good this year. It almost kind of set the stage for, hey, this might be a really chalky tournament because of how good the teams are at the top. Now, whether that's something that, this is the new world order and this is the way it is going forward, we'll see. I watched Robert Morris give Alabama a lot of problems and, kind of had a chance at that game. And we're 2 years removed from Fairleigh Dickinson beating Purdue. So I even asked Tom Izzo this weekend, well, what do you think about these lack of upsets? He kind of shrugged. So it's something interesting that I'm kind of curious to see. Will it continue moving forward? It's definitely disappointing because we won all those upsets. But I guess I'm in the Tom Izzo camp where it's I'm not ready to sound the alarm. Maybe this was just kind of a 1-year boring tournament. But it's certainly the lack of Cinderellas. That's what makes March Madness so special. And so I do agree that it feels a little bit hollow that we really didn't get that this year.
Right.
Yeah, because when you look at it, I understand a lot of guys have gotten into the portal, gone to the bigger colleges, but everybody can't go to the big colleges, so the other guys got to go somewhere.
Yeah, and
it may just be how it is this year.
That's right. It's and people were kind of talking about, this is the death of the mid-major. Well, it's not like mid-majors were getting 2 and 3 seeds before this or anything like that. We're still looking at, if you're going to have 15 or a 14 seed beating a 2 or a 3 seed, that's going to be a huge upset whether you're in the NIL era or not. So I'm choosing to kind of think and, maybe holding out hope that this was just a particularly chalky year and we'll get back to some chaos here in the future. But it was definitely something that, I think kind of changed the way we looked at that first weekend this year.
We're talking with Justin Williams from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Williams_Justin, senior writer covering college football and basketball. What did we learn about the SEC this weekend?
It's funny. I watched Alabama, get to the Sweet 16. Auburn, I'm going to Atlanta next week, and they're going to be there. Part of you wants to write the column hey, Alabama's a basketball school now, and just because that'll get Feinbaum and kind of the SEC crowd really riled up. But it is interesting that whether you're a school that has really cared about basketball traditionally, like Kentucky, or whether you're a school like Auburn or Alabama that everyone just associates with football, that it's a historic basketball conference this season. And some of these schools that, as recently as 5 or 10 years ago have successful basketball programs, now Alabama's coming off a Final Four and they're going back to the Sweet 16. I think part of it is there's a lot of money in the SEC right now, and they're investing in their basketball programs in a way that's been successful. I also just think they've done a really good job of hiring coaches. And, Nate Oates is a really good coach. Bruce Pearl's a really good coach. John Calipari, for kind of all the criticism, is a really good coach. And so I think you're seeing that, hey, if you make smart hires in the way that kind of college sports is structured these days, then you're probably going to end up being successful. And so that's what kind of stands out to me is, man, these schools have really hit on some coaching hires, and it's turned into success. Now, whether I don't think Alabama is all of a sudden going to become a basketball-centric fan base or Auburn, but it's been kind of fun to watch. Hey, I think sometimes as much as NIL and the portal really is important, it kind of comes down to, can you make the right head coaching hires?
Well, I'm not trying to be rude about this. I don't know the right way to say it. The SEC is also willing to look past transgressions on some of these coaching hires that maybe other conferences won't. Bruce Pearl has a pretty bad reputation over decades, right? And then Auburn just hires him. I mean, Chris Beard at Ole Miss got arrested for some really shady stuff, I think. Or maybe not arrested, but there was an incident. You know what I mean?
Sure.
What is that? How much of that is a factor? These are very good coaches. But hell, St. John's did it. I mean, sometimes you just got to take
some of these coaches.
some
of these colleges got to stop acting like they're so holy and endowed.
Especially now that you're just paying everybody.
That's what it comes down to. What I think will be an interesting test case here is, if I know it's not official yet, but if NC State ends up hiring Will Wade,
Right.
What's Will Wade? Is he going to go into NC State and kind of do what he did when he went to LSU, what he did when he went to McNeese? You mentioned it with St. John's. There was some skeletons in Rick Pitino's closet. You're right that I think at some point there becomes this, give and take with colleges and, the academia side. Like, what are you willing to pay for success? And if you're willing to just hire the coach that by any means necessary, whether they're, always savory or unsavory, is going to win. And I think you're starting to, Indiana was interesting, right? Because I think, Darian DeVries is, he's kind of a coach that's kind of come up their traditional way. But when that Indiana job came open, I think there was a lot of IU fans that were like, look, hire whoever. We want to win. And, Darian DeVries, we'll see if he ends up having success. But I do think there are some schools that traditionally had success and have kind of maybe avoided going the questions route on some of these coaches. And I think the longer you go without winning, the more and more those fan bases are willing to say, nope, I don't really care, what the person has in their past. We want to win games. And I think that's why you're seeing some of these schools, whether it's in the SEC or elsewhere, say we'll kind of take a chance on maybe some culture question marks in the past if it's going to mean we're going to get some victories.
Totally. Well, and I think so much of the hypocrisy, grandstanding stuff has been eliminated. They're paying the players. It's official. It's on the books. Best I know, Will Wade got in trouble at LSU for paying the players. Well, guess what? You don't get in trouble for it anymore. Calipari's been giving these dudes the bag forever. Now he does it officially at Arkansas. Who cares? Now, if it's other stuff, I get it. I think we're approaching a world where the SEC is the only thing. The SEC and the Big Ten are the only thing that matter. And then you get a couple one-offs, Duke in basketball, maybe Clemson in football. But the way the money is structured, it's SEC versus Big Ten for everything. And then I think the Big Ten, to me, condescendingly tries to pearl clutch and act like they're a little holier than the SEC and we care about academics and blah, blah, blah. But as things continue, they're just going to do – I mean, what was Ohio State's NIL this year? It was $25 million for that team, right?
Yep, exactly.
Who are we kidding?
Yeah, and I think there is some, going back to the coaching thing, you're right. Look at Houston. They hire Kelvin Sampson, a guy who got fired from Indiana for, I think, making too many phone calls to recruits. Again, we're not talking about crimes against humanity. And Indiana's still kind of in the wilderness basketball-wise, and Houston basketball is one of the best programs. But then you're right, too. I do think it comes down to it's not always that if you spend the most money, you're going to have the most success, because we've seen in years past where Ohio State, didn't win a championship in football, or Kentucky basketball or Duke basketball doesn't win the championship. But I think there is a pretty clear track record of if you're investing in coaches that have success and you're spending a lot of money, then you're probably going to have success too.
Yeah.
That's totally right.
So let's land at a place here. You know what? Let's do a Duke update. Duke's pretty damn good, dude. That team's pretty loaded. Do you think they are the only team capable of non-SEC or Big Ten winning it all?
No, I think Houston is definitely still in that conversation.
Okay.
It is funny because which coaches will tell you it's all about matchups. And so I do think there's certain teams that, Houston is really tough and physical. But if they get in a game, with an Alabama who just wants to get up and down and chuck threes, and it's a game where Alabama gets hot, well, then, Alabama can come out and win. But I do think if you're kind of putting together that group of champions, is Texas Tech in there? I don't know. Is anyone else in that
BYU
group right now? Yeah, again, BYU's kind of like Alabama light, where they can get hot and have a great game, but I don't know if they're going to win a championship. It does feel like, and Michigan State, who I saw this weekend, Michigan State's really good. I have a hard time seeing Michigan State winning the national championship this year.
Me too.
I think we're probably looking at Auburn, Tennessee, Alabama, and then Duke and Houston, kind of that group of SEC Big Ten with maybe plus Duke, plus Houston. I'm probably forgetting someone off the top of my head, but I think it's a pretty small group that I have a lot of confidence could make it to the end.
Well, Justin, you forgot Maryland, who could still win the title. Damn it! Talking with our friend Justin.
They keep letting them travel on all these plays.
Oh, God! This is not where I thought we were going, but now we're going. Talking with Justin Williams from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Williams_Justin here on the Rude Guest Hotline. We can start right there. I'm a proud Maryland alum. That was not a travel. Also, the kid almost knocked somebody out in the first half and shouldn't have even been on the court. How the hell do the refs miss that elbow?
So I was covering games last night, but the joy of modern technology and YouTube TV, I kind of had the Maryland game going as I'm sitting courtside watching another game. I didn't see the elbow. I did see the game-winning shot, and I will say, at no point in that moment was I thinking like, man, he traveled. It did not jump out to me in the moment. Obviously, a lot of other people felt differently. To me, like the biggest takeaway, which I kind of saw after the game that I loved, was Derek Queen, highly rated freshman. I love that he in the huddle before the play was like, give me the bleeping ball.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
Kevin Willard gave him the ball, and he went out and delivered. And sure, if you're a Colorado State fan or a non-Maryland fan, maybe you're whining about traveling, but I thought it was a great play. I thought it was a great moment, especially in a tournament where we haven't really had those plays. So as much as it's fun to maybe needle it for Maryland fans, I didn't register it as a travel in the moment either.
I agree with that. Do you think Maryland, I think they have a shot against Florida. Florida's obviously really good, but I think if Maryland plays their best, they got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing about the tournament. We didn't get those 15, 14, 16 seed upsets, but like look at Arkansas, a team that really struggled this year, and they go out and they make it to the Sweet 16. Certainly, in a single elimination game tournament, if Maryland plays its best and Florida has a little bit of a down game, then yeah, I definitely think they can advance. That UConn game I thought was a good example of Florida didn't play great in the first half, and UConn obviously has a little bit of a pedigree. Even if they weren't as good this year, Florida end up pulling it out. I think a lot's gonna have to go right for Maryland to pull out a victory against the Gators. But that's the beauty this time of year is it could definitely happen.
So let's do the kind of annoying stuff with this Maryland program. I'm just noticing. So Iowa just hired the coach from Drake, which looks like a home run hire. And this news appears to be just breaking that Minnesota is hiring the dude from Colorado State, who I hate that. If you're a Colorado State fan, you probably really love the way your team plays, but I think everybody else hates it. Like they're a
little rough.
Yeah, they're on the edge of a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And those are two very good hires for kind of to your earlier point about hire well and good teams follow. I think both of those are home runs for those programs.
Yeah, and I think is it Nico Medvedev, who's the Colorado State coach. That one's kind of been circulating for a while that he might end up there. I've been fascinated by the Kevin Willard stuff this weekend, and I kind of I wrote about Will Wade and how him being so honest about the North Carolina State stuff and the coaching cycle. Like maybe this is the new wave of how we talk about coaching hires, where coaches, instead of getting in front of a microphone and lying right up until the announcement comes out, maybe they're a little bit more honest. Kevin Willard, like, he didn't do the exact same thing as Will Wade, but I have some respect for the fact that he's like, look, it's March Madness. Everyone's paying attention. I'm in front of a microphone. I'm going to start saying some of the stuff that I want from my school. I'm going to say what I want in my contract. And Maryland, if they want to keep me, they can give it to me. And if they don't, then, maybe I go to Villanova or wherever. And so I don't know how you feel about it as a Maryland fan. As someone that covers the sport, I kind of was like shocked by it, but found it a little bit refreshing.
I've made my peace with it. I think this is like a 2-act play by Willard, honestly, and them winning gives him more of a angle to do so. I think Act 1 was making sure Damon Evans left, getting the AD that very much favors football and where the money goes, getting him out. And then if I had to guess, Willard's going to want to have some level of say in who the next AD is and what the football basketball split is, all those sorts of things, right? And two,
but
I think it's a leverage play.
My question here, football normally is going to outweigh basketball because it's way more people.
Right.
Naturally. If he's trying to make that even, then he may as well go to another school.
At Maryland, it's not way more people.
I'm talking about you got 60 to 100 football players. What, 20 basketball players? That's
Right.
where the difference comes.
I don't think it's about a dollar for dollar evenness, but it's about basketball getting a lot more than they currently do. Mark Turgeon had the same problems. He just didn't win and get. I think Kevin Willard, there's a lot of things happening. I think the Evans stuff was probably on some level personal. And then I think Willard is a aggressive, chip on his shoulder kind of guy. And I think he's got a lot of leverage right now with this team in the Sweet 16, and he's using it. How real do you think it is he goes to Villanova?
I mean, it's the way he's talking. It certainly seems like it's a possibility, but I do think you're right. I think it comes down to, I don't know how much people are kind of tracking this whole house settlement and revenue sharing, but I think the next interesting thing in college sports is this push and pull between football and basketball. And it's always kind of been this way, but now, especially when we're talking about how much money you're paying players, there's a lot of these schools where football is king and football drives the TV money, but how much can your basketball, program kind of, convince to get the funding? And I think what Kevin Willard is doing is like, hey, we're at Maryland. This isn't Auburn. This isn't Alabama. This is the place where traditionally it's kind of been an ACC basketball school. And I think he's making the point, like, I get it. Football is king in terms of revenue. But, if we want to have a chance to win a national championship, or we want to kind of keep this traditional fan base, let's not forget about basketball. And he's kind of saying, like, if you don't want to do that at Maryland, then I'll go to a place that doesn't even have football, and I'll just go to Villanova, a place that's won national championships. So Villanova has not named a coach. I assume that Kevin Willard is certainly on that short list. How much leverage he has in terms of how interested they are in him, it probably doesn't matter when you get to the Sweet 16. So I think he kind of, like you said, he bet on himself a little bit, and for him, it's worked out so far.
I agree. And how does that work out if they lose last night? And he's the only 4 seed that loses it. You know what I mean? Like, one shot changes a lot of things.
Yep.
Justin, I appreciate it, man. Maybe we do this again next
Appreciate
week.
it, Jay.
This was great. I appreciate you guys having me on anytime.
Okay, great. Thanks, dude. It's our buddy,
guys.
Justin Williams from The Athletic, senior college sports reporter. You can give him a follow at Williams_Justin. You know me. I always got a problem. I got a problem.
What's that?
Doug, the new garage door is so quiet that sometimes I can't tell if I actually opened it when I hit the clicker. And Lauren, for whatever reason, won't let me download the app. She thinks I'm going to leave it open too much. So I have to get out of my car. It's so quiet. I don't hear a thing. I have to walk around and make sure it's open when I'm like carrying. I had to carry all the bikes in last night. It is that quiet. It's causing me trouble.
Download the app.
Yeah, let me get that. If you are in the garage door market, I know just the place to go. Door Pro America. My guys Shane and Vince from Door Pro America came to my house, got rid of my old, rackety, super loud garage door, got me a new one that is silent. It looks great, helps the curb appeal of our house. And Shane and Vince can do the same thing for you, man. I would hit them up. They've been doing this a long time in the DMV. They are seasoned pros because that's exactly how they operate. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installs, whatever it is you need. If you call today, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. A bit of baseball news as opening day is right around the corner. Dodgers shortstop Mookie Betts is dealing with an illness. His return remains uncertain. He told reporters that he hasn't been able to keep solid food down for 2 weeks and has lost over 15 pounds during that time. He said he can do everything but eat right now, so he is working out and he does feel ready to go. But he doesn't feel it's smart that he wouldn't eat before the start of a game. So Mookie Betts might be out for a long time until they figure out what's going on. Speaking of baseball, the Nats have an exhibition game today, 1:05 p.m. versus the Orioles. Jake Irvin is on the bump for the Nats. Now, the Nationals do still have some roster decisions to make, and they will have to do so before opening day, which is Thursday. Hopefully, today's game provides them the insight that they're looking for to finish out that roster. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put your team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Still got women's NCAA tournament on today. If you're jonesing for some hoops, I believe Bama, Maryland is today. I don't know.
ESPN, Muffet McGraw tell you what's going on.
Okay. Shout out to Muffet. Is it Muffet or Muffin? Muffet. Okay. We did have some NFL news over the weekend. It's been a pretty hoops heavy show. It's the NCAA tournament. It's hoops heavy time.
Oh, yeah.
But our guy, White Brian, the New York Football Giants have found their quarterback of the future. Congratulations, Brian. You got Jameis, baby.
I am very excited.
You don't sound like
for
it.
What?
We might lose a lot, but it'll be fun.
It's always a wild ride with that dude.
Jameis will have some things happening. I mean, the receiver there can play. Jameis get him a nice one. He'll throw the ball down the field now.
He will.
But I don't think he's the future. I just think he's a stopgap.
Yeah.
The interviews will be fun. Then New York media may not take it like everybody else take it, though. They may get mad.
Yeah, I hope the New York media doesn't try to suck the fun out of Jameis. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to say some wild stuff. Let's just let him do his thing. Hopefully he just plays well enough that it's not a big deal.
They won't change him. Believe me, he will be who he is.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think one of the dumbest conversation points, did you see that Jaden was at the game with Juju?
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, basically.
So stupid.
When my mama said in between them,
I was about to say, did you see
Mama
5 minutes later?
Mama got tired of she was probably watching the radio, the TV, heard people texting her about what they were saying. She said, let me just put it into this.
Jeff, you can give us your update on that. Take the Jeff Walker update.
Hey, look, I don't know what they on. It's none of my business, but hey, we can't lie. That baby going to the NBA, NFL, WNBA, wherever.
Hey, that would be an athletic kid.
I thought I also saw, though, that they're cousins. Was that not real?
I don't know, JP. I told you I don't pay attention to other people like relationships, but I'm just saying if they family cool, they cousins hanging out. If my boy Jaden putting game on her, cool. I hope they work out. If that is the way that baby, whatever they have, they set for life.
I agree. Here's what I know. I think it's important to only talk about what you know. I know he's a huge basketball fan, so the whole family is. So him going to a basketball game is the least surprising thing I'm aware of. Washington, we did get to talk to Debo last week, B. I don't know if you heard any of that. Debo it seems like he is very ready for ball. Not a ton of like really expanding on much, but he did make clear that, one of the reasons he wanted to come to Washington is because he thinks he can win here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
it makes a lot of sense because I think he can.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It's so different being out of the quarterback chaos and having to worry about Jameis. Rodgers has not signed yet, right? As much as Rodgers is, dude. Few people, the current trajectory at the University of Maryland. They should consider Aaron Rodgers to be their next athletic director because they clearly love hiring athletic directors that love making it all about them and seeking out the spotlight. And so maybe Aaron Rodgers is available.
You'll try it.
I don't know. Like, the reality of Russell Wilson is he has to wait until Rodgers decides.
That's what it seems like.
Because clearly Pittsburgh wants – if Pittsburgh wanted Russ back, they would just sign him back. Clearly they're waiting to see what Rodgers is going to do. Otherwise, it would be done. And waiting on Rodgers just seems pretty awful.
Yeah. Because you don't know when he's going to change his mind, dog.
Right.
That's the thing about him. He can change his mind at any time and decide to go somewhere else, and then you're stuck.
Or just quit.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is, but hey, they keep playing these games with him. Let him play games with them.
Jameis, tell me if these numbers add up to you, B. Jameis gets a 2-year, $8 million deal. Not a ton of cash.
2 years, $8 million total?
Yeah. According to the reports.
Yeah. They're still going to draft him on quarterback.
Right.
First round.
Daniel Jones got a 1-year, $14 million deal.
That don't make much
with
sense.
Indy. Is Daniel Jones?
No.
I mean,
no.
Triple the quarterback Jameis is?
No.
Daniel Jones going to that Kirk Cousins school of quarterbacking. Like, hey, man, you can argue if we're good or not. But damn, we're getting paid.
Mm-hmm. That goes.
You think the Giants would take Shador? I saw a couple funny tweets. Somebody said the Giants got to take Travis Hunter now that they signed Jameis.
Yeah,
because
I saw that.
He can be there to grab the catches or the interception.
He could be there to play receiver when they're on offense. To play defense.
Right.
He can play defense when he throws interceptions.
Did you see how Jameis announced he's going to New York?
No.
He tweeted out, "Start spreading the news." Obviously, the line from the Sinatra song, but with a capital W.
That is funny as hell to me.
Have you seen this video of Jameis trying to describe a punt return?
No.
We need to find that at some point. It's nuts.
Jameis is just different, dog.
All right. Barry Svrluga is joining us at noon. Plus, we're about to reveal the B. Mitch and Finley private invitational bracket leaderboard reveal next. All right, folks. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I saw something that I just find so bizarre. I wanted to discuss it. B, have you ever seen, like, if you're ordering, what, like, for you, like, new sneakers or new golf clubs or something online, there's this thing called Klarna where they offer payment plans for, like, anything.
Yeah, everything.
Like, all right, you're buying a pair of Jordans for $250. You can pay $6 a month for 8 years or whatever. For the listen, I don't want to downplay what anybody's financial situation. My advice would be for you to not do that. I mean, you're paying probably a lot of interest on low money.
Yeah.
Like, just don't buy that thing. If you're in a position where you need to finance a $200 purchase, don't purchase it. That's my advice. Do whatever you want.
Mhm.
This is next level. Okay. I'm reading now from Sherwood News. Klarna has officially added DoorDash to its buy now, pay later portfolio as the company prepares for its highly anticipated IPO. In the coming months, Klarna users will be able to use the BNPL service to purchase groceries, retail items, and the Dash Pass annual plan. Soon enough, people on DoorDash will have delivery payment options through Klarna, including pay in full, pay in 4, or pay later. Doug, if you're paying installments for Chipotle, or like if you're ordering pizza and you got to finance it, please put your phone down and go get a job. Like, go do something, because that ain't working.
Well, they may be ordering their pizza, but I don't think Klarna or whatever they are gonna get all their money.
I mean, I don't know.
That's already setting themselves up for failure.
The thought is the installments or the pay later allows customers to defer to a more convenient time, like when their paycheck hits.
Okay.
Dude,
I can see people right now can't wait till I'm gonna do it, and then I'm gonna cancel my little app right after I finish.
Doug, we talk about predatory lending, and people scream about it with mortgages, right? And maybe car payments and stuff. This is predatory. Like, the people, you know, the famous Chris Rock bit, I think it was Chris Rock, about how the bank charges you when you run out of money. Like, that's when I need money the most. Why are you charging me now?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're considering financing, because, all right, this is worth pointing out, to be fair. What Klarna will allow is pay in 4 installments, which they get interest free.
Okay.
I imagine if you are late, the interest cranks. But,
yeah.
I mean, if you want to pay something over time, I get that. But what are the dollar amounts we're talking about? Like, how does anybody know what a Dash Pass annual plan costs? $150?
I don't know.
Here's what I know. You should not be buying groceries on installments. Although maybe this is just the modern credit card. People that carry credit card debt will now carry Klarna debt.
Possibly.
Has anybody used Klarna? Jeff? Landfill? You guys use it?
They try to offer it all the time. I'm like,
yeah.
no, I'm good.
No?
Not at all.
Landfill, I feel like you do the most door dashing, Uber Eatsing. Is there any scenario where you would finance your movie theater popcorn delivered to your home?
Oh, I'm going to finance the crap out of that popcorn. Paying installments. $1 a day.
Would you actually, like, if you ordered food and it was $40, just knowing you a little, is there any part of you that would be like, yeah, I'll activate the Klarna on this and pay $10 4 different times?
Well, as soon as I get the option, I'm going to 100% do it.
Now, I also know you that you will pay the installments on time and not get hit with interest or fees or whatever.
That's probably true, but I'm going to 100% do it. I'm going to finance a burrito first day I can.
Yo, will you, like, when that happens, you might be able to do it now or soon.
I'm trying to figure out how, because I'm going to finance some cheesesteaks.
Today is National Cheesesteak Day. So, congratulations to all who celebrate. It's also Jordan McGee's birthday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Linebacker from Temple that apparently is actually from Delaware. I was unaware of that. But the good news, folks, you can DoorDash your burrito bill. You can finance it. Landville, you also had a very controversial tweet that I think we should address. It was taco related.
Yeah, Jeff won't stop talking about walking tacos, which are just an inferior food.
Hold on, no. We was talking about a spot in Virginia that's blowing up. And I was
What exactly is a walking taco?
It's when you have like a taco and like a Dorito bag.
You get
It's
a
like
bag
nachos
of chips
in a bag.
and then they add toppings to the bag of chips.
Yeah, it's like this spot. It's going nuts. It's
And they call that a walking taco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how do you eat it? Just like at one chip at a time?
Chip
Or with a fork?
Your hands, a fork. I don't know.
And you think that's better than regular tacos?
No, landfill just made it into that. I was telling them about this spot in Virginia. You buy your own bag of chips. It doesn't matter what size. And you take it to the truck, and for $10, they fill it up with like toppings and things. But it's in Virginia.
It's like chili toes.
Yeah. I've done
They're
that
like
before.
the Fritos, and they just
At
put chili on top of
7-Eleven,
it.
you put that-
So you go buy any chip you want. They
Any
fill it
chip
up.
you want. It's in, I think, Arlington or Alexandria, one of them.
It's kind of weird, but yeah, okay.
And it's like a craze. It's going because that's their deal, but they have more food like burritos and things. But
What's the place called?
Flavor Hive.
Flavor Hive.
Yeah.
All right. It's kind of interesting. I like when there's something new. Like that is, they're trying something, new concept. They have vegan food
And halal.
Wasn't expecting. I mean, they're trying a whole lot of stuff. Landville, in my quest to find your tweet, I found your burner account. You know that there's a Landfill's burner account on Twitter?
Yeah, it's called Asshat Dean.
That's the one you made. This is called Landfill Burner.
Oh, man.
LandphillBurner. Should anybody want to follow it, Landfill's Burner's out there. Now, not very active.
Is there any banger tweets?
No. It's the last tweet was from April of 2020.
Yeah, okay.
Your burner account hasn't tweeted since pre-COVID.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's actually just like a little bit post-COVID. Because COVID canceled the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it was like late March. Right. I am just seeing your tweet from inauguration, which is pretty damn funny. You said that is it Melania? What's the first lady's name? Melania, right?
Oh yeah, she looks like Carmen Sandiego.
Yeah, she's dressed like Carmen Sandiego. That's funny. Did you see Tiger Woods is now dating someone in the Trump family? Yeah, he like announced it. I don't know who it is. You know what?
It wasn't Tiana, was it?
There's a Tiana Trump.
Yeah, as long as he not dating her, he's fine.
Does Tiana Trump make movies? That sounds like somebody that makes movies. No, this is I don't know this person's name.
He posted it?
Yeah, Tiger posted this. Love is in the air and life is better with you by my side. We look forward to our journey through life together. At this time, we would appreciate privacy for all those close to our hearts.
Well, if you want privacy, why the hell you posted it on a public site?
I think that's a good question.
Sounds rather stupid.
Yeah, do we know what's this lady's name? I believe she's Melania Trump's. I don't know. I don't know. I was told this is a Trump.
He tweeted that?
He tweeted that. Tweeted. Who is it, Jeff? Somebody tell me the answer on this. Tiger.
I haven't seen it.
Woods. Girlfriend.
The chat says Vanessa Trump.
Vanessa Trump. Who is
she?
Yeah, who is Vanessa Trump?
Because that's not Donald's daughter.
Yeah, I don't know. Donald Trump. Oh, dude. Now I know who this is.
Ooh.
That is Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife.
Huh?
So his son's ex-wife and Tiger are now dating.
Okay.
It's cute. I mean, this photo is incredibly bizarre. of Tiger and she like taking a nap with sunglasses on?
Who took that picture? They didn't. They're asleep.
Tiger's got to be one of the richest people on the planet, right?
Uh-huh.
Who's giving him advice? Who's like the PR person that's like, yo, this is the plan to announce your girlfriend. God bless you, Tiger and Vanessa. I hope you're happy. Love is in the air. Nobody go anywhere. Barry Svrluga joins us next.
When Minnesota's athletic director fired Ben Johnson in the middle of the night on March 13th, he did it because he had a candidate in mind to be the next men's basketball coach, Nico Medved. Well, he just got his guy. Medved is leaving Colorado State to become the next head coach of the Golden Gophers. Medved's coming off a great season where he took the Rams to the NCAA tournament, upset 5-seed Memphis in the first round, and they were right there with Maryland all the way until that final second before losing on a buzzer beater by Terrapin star freshman Derek Queen. I had to put that part in there. Speaking of the NCAA tournament, then there were 16. Let's take a look at who's left. Duke, Florida, and Houston back in the Sweet 16, very familiar faces. But BYU is back in the Sweet 16 for the very first time since 2011, and Ole Miss, their first time since 2001. The theme of this tournament has been a lack of upsets. Number 10 seed Arkansas, they advanced to the Sweet 16 after an upset win over St. John's. I don't really think you can call them a Cinderella team, though, but I guess that's what we're working with. Meanwhile, we still have all 4 number 1 seeds in Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida, all still alive. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right. Our guy Barry Svrluga is back in business after a well-earned brief vacation. Barry, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, guys. Hope you're doing well.
We are. Where are you? How is Colorado?
Well, the not in Colorado,
Okay.
but the vacation means you got to drive to the middle of nowhere in Virginia to pick up the dog from the kennel. So
You're on your way to the dog.
Yeah. So the dog's sleeping in the back seat because she's been working out with other dogs for a better part of 10 days, and I'm driving back to DC.
Tired.
Gotcha. All right. You and I, everybody loves this time of year. The madness is upon us, but no real madness. No real upsets. You know, there's no college that everybody had to Google to find out where it is going to the Sweet 16. It's mostly big school, big conference teams. What do you make of the first weekend of the NCAA tournament?
Well, when you think about whether there's a cause and effect, I mean, I think it's reasonable to say that the portal is a cause for this kind of thing. Not that it's not going to happen every year. Like there's not going to be a 12 seed next year or 13 seed the following year, whatever. But the reason that those upsets used to happen, or one of the reasons that they used to happen, was because those mid-majors or low majors, whatever you want to call them, you know, they didn't have kids leaving early for the NBA. A lot of times they were teams that stuck together for 3 or 4 years, and you didn't have a Jacoby Gillespie like leaving Belmont to play at Maryland the very next year. What happens, I think, to some of those schools is that their best players become really, really, you know, they expose themselves as Power 5 or Power 6 conference players, and they can just not only go and play immediately, but go and get paid immediately. And, I'm not going to say that 1 year proves that we're never going to have Cinderellas in the future, but I think there's a real chance that the number of upsets over time goes down because those best players from the lower conference schools are going to end up playing for the better programs.
Does one of those lower schools win a little money 1 year, decide we're going to pay 4 or 5 people, maybe 6, and they end up going to the tournament and winning?
Yeah, I mean, where does the money come from? I mean, what school has a benefactor that can do that? I mean, this is all still taking shape, and whether we get a cap on this stuff coming up, like maybe that happens. But, I don't want to sound the alarm like the NCAA tournament is never going to be what it once was. But I think, if people fell in love with the upsets, I think they're if you're one of those people, there could be concern that there are going to be fewer rather than more in the future.
Guess who you're on the same side on with that take, Barry?
Who's that?
Stephen A. Smith said this morning, if this continues, it will be the death of college basketball.
Well, I didn't say that. Did I?
No.
I mean, if I could get some of his 100 mil, I'll be on whatever side he wants me to be on.
That I agree. Let's talk about your alma mater. The Dukies look pretty damn good, man. How impressed have you been?
Well, to me, it's kind of, and I haven't watched a ton of them this year, but to me, if Tyrese Proctor is their second best player, and I think he should be their second best player behind Cooper Flagg, then they're a really, really tough out. Because the kid Knipple, who's a freshman, can play, but Proctor's been there. Like, he's been on these teams. He's had these expectations. Obviously, he shot it well the first two games. But I just think his overall game was really, really good. They recognize a lot of stuff. They see mismatches. He's been there, like I said. If he plays like that, then they are very, very, very tough to beat. And I would, they basically flicked aside a Baylor team that has NBA players on it. Really talented, had been injured a lot of the year. It was a really good game for 15 minutes, and then Duke decided, you know what, we're going to win this thing pretty easily. I'd love to see them, against. They would be a regional final against Alabama if it gets that far. That game would be pretty exciting because there's a lot of athletes on the floor between those two teams.
Hell yeah! Can you confirm a report that Coach K called the NCAA to send Maryland out west so they didn't get a chance to be in the East and play Duke in the Sweet 16?
I heard you say that, and I hadn't even thought of. I mean, my disappointment was that they went out west to Seattle, where we employ a columnist, Jerry Brewer, so I didn't get to go with the Terps the first 2 weeks. And then staying out in San Francisco rather than playing in Newark, regardless of who the opponent is just, I think it's too bad. I mean, there would be a ton of Terp fans driving up 95, the Jersey Turnpike, to go to Newark. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get to San Francisco to see two teams from Gainesville, Florida, and College Park, Maryland play in San Francisco for the right to go to the Elite Eight. Is a little backwards to me.
Well, that's a little crazy that those teams are way over there, and Duke was playing right at home.
Yeah, they got to play in Raleigh.
Well, I mean, you knew that when Raleigh is an option, is a first and second round site, and Carolina or Duke is a one seed, they're going to play there 100 times out of 100.
Right.
Like, that's just the way.
Raleigh,
that would be
Greensboro,
true.
Charlotte, any of them.
Ohio State would be in Cleveland if there was, if they were a one seed. Like, those advantages are earned. I think the stuff that JP is talking about is more interesting. Is like, why flick Maryland a 4 seed that earned a 4 seed out west rather than keep them a little closer to home. I thought that they would be in Raleigh and then go to Newark if they advanced. Instead, I don't even think they're coming home. They're just staying out west.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can give Barry a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Barry, you said something that the Terps are staying out there. Are we sure they're allowed to after Kevin Willard said he wasn't allowed to stay in New York on Christmas?
It's a really sad state of affairs that you couldn't spend another night in New York. Here's what I would say about the Willard situation, and I might kind of start typing about this a little bit later this afternoon. But we get sick of the coaches saying, look, I'm completely focused on this team. I'm not considering other jobs, when it's clear that their agents are out there, either pursuing things or having stuff come to their table, and they are in fact distracted by it and dealing with it. Willard, his frankness last week was a little bit alarming, but he's saying the quiet parts out loud. He's saying, right, this is what I need stuff in writing, because I know if I don't get it in writing, it might not happen. And I'm going to look into this too. I mean, that practice facility that they're talking about, and I'm not into the big arms race. Like, why do you need a $50 million practice facility when really all you need are about 6 rims that are 10 feet high with backboards on them? Like, who cares? And a weight room. But that practice facility he's talking about has been kind of a project that they've been trying to undertake since about midway through the Turgeon years. I think he's right. Like, you say you're going to do this, you got to show me you're going to do this. And I do have legitimate polls in another direction. I think we get a little rattled when coaches are overly honest about stuff they aren't normally honest about. Kevin Willard seems to be very, very willing to say completely frank stuff in public when he's asked directly about it. I don't know if admirable is the right word there, but at least he's not dodging the issue. He's kind of taking it head on. However ridiculous that comment about not being able to spend Christmas Eve in New York was.
Yeah.
He just has the upper hand at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a leverage play, man, and he's got it right now.
Well, and particularly because Derek Queen did a Derek Queen thing, an NBA thing, and Banks won in from an impossible, like, the leverage went up, and he's well aware of that. I mean, JP, you're a Maryland guy, like you know what you expect from this program. This is the third Sweet 16 appearance since they won the title in 2002.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the standard that this program should be at. I don't think there's any Terp fan who thinks like a Sweet 16 appearance once every 8 years or whatever that is. That's not what it should be. And I think even though last year was a very, very lousy down year, I think this guy has a better chance of getting them there more consistently than whoever would be following him would have.
He seems what Gary Williams had. Lefty had this. I didn't really experience the Lefty era, right? But he had this charisma and bravado and was a character, right? And that worked at Maryland. And then eventually you got to Gary, who just had this gigantic chip on his shoulder. I'm going to beat you mindset, right?
Work ethic.
And you need that to work in Maryland. Maryland's not the easiest damn job. There are some advantages, but there's some disadvantages too. Willard seems the closest to that kind of mindset in the post-Gary era. Turgeon was just a different dude. I agree with you. I hope this is Willard using everything right now, including a damn close to miracle shot from Derek Queen, but using all of it to get this program where he thinks it has to be. I hope that is what happens, but I've also made my peace. Like, if this is just him going to Villanova, all right, we'll survive. Like, because to me, what I find, you mentioned this practice facility. This is like the great white whale of Maryland basketball. Everyone's in search of getting this practice facility built. I would rather, and maybe I'm crazy, and maybe this isn't how the money works, blah, blah, blah. Now, in the NIL era, bleep the practice facility. Just put that money to work signing players. Just have more cash to sign players. I think in the we're getting paid for this era, the arms race of great facilities is going to be far less important than the actual the check that clears every 2 weeks.
I completely agree with that. And I don't know enough about, like, what buckets are you allowed to pull money from and all that kind of stuff, and how close they are to a salary, a cap on what you could spend on talent. But you're right. I mean, go back to before the season. I went to Maryland Basketball Media Day, and Willard was asked, I can't remember if I asked him or not. It's like, you got talent. They got Rodney Rice from Virginia Tech. They got Gillespie from Belmont.
Right.
They got transfers in, that they higher quality than they had the previous year. And he was asked, how did that happen? And he said money. I mean, money with a period afterwards. Like, we had money to spend on players. And that is another quiet part said out loud that I think is best said out loud, because fans deserve to know, like, okay, your program is being supported by your university and by donors and fans in a way that matters into, who you see on the court and the talent level you see on the court. So I don't know, JP, if there's a fundraising that's, for facilities that's different from NIL to pay players and get talent. But if you're asking me to choose one or the other, it used to be that facilities lured players, and the Texas football locker room had, individual lockers that were almost like living rooms for each kid.
Right.
Now, like, yeah, give me the check with the most zeros, and that's where I'm going. Like, that's a different game we're playing now.
Dude, I mean, Queen said that last night in the presser. Like, oh, what do you
For
think
sure.
of Coach Willard? He's like, well, he
gives
pays
us the
me.
money.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's. I don't know. I think we got to recalibrate expectations. I do wonder if you're able to give to a construction project at a school, if that has different tax ramifications. I don't know. It's who do you like to win it?
Well, I mean, I had Alabama beating Duke in the regional final just because it feels like an SEC year. That played out over the first first two rounds with 7 SEC teams advancing. Pick one of Florida, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, and even Kentucky played well to win it all. I mean, I don't think any of those would be counted on as a surprise. But who played the best the first 2 rounds? Duke played the best the first 2 rounds. So they haven't won a title in 10 years. That seems kind of weird. It's a big gap. I don't know. The thing I would fear for a Duke fan is I very well remember the 1991 UNLV team that was undefeated heading into the semifinals in Indianapolis. They hadn't played close games, and I think they got in a close game against the First Leitner team and Duke that year, and they didn't quite know how to handle it. There's a little bit of that in this Duke team, which just leads the nation in margin of victory, and the close games they've been in, like Clemson beat them. They've lost 3 times. I don't know. It's not Coach K drawing up the play in the huddle there anymore. Like John Shire hasn't done that either. So that would be my concern for a Duke fan is like, if you get in a tussle with one of these SEC teams that can almost match you for talent, are you prepared to execute in the final 3 or 4 minutes of a tight game?
Totally. I'm talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here. Is it still shocking, surprising to you how bad the ACC is this year outside of Duke, or is it just sad? It's kind of sad to me.
It's both, and it's I think maybe we've talked about this before, but if you line up the ACC schools in alphabetical order from top to bottom and ask me to name the coach at all of them, I wouldn't even. I couldn't name half of them. I don't think in a sport that is so dominated by the constant that is at your school, Roy Williams at Carolina, Tony Bennett at Virginia, Jim Boeheim at Syracuse, Mike Krzyzewski at Duke, even the ones that are only there a decade, like Herb Sendek was at NC State for whatever it was, 12 years. In a sport that's defined by those constants, the ACC has lost a lot of clout. And the irony of it all is, the ACC conference expansion was going to happen at some point anyway, but somebody had to start it. And the ACC started it in 2003, going out and pursuing football money and geographic footprint by trying to get Miami to match up with Florida State and have a big heavyweight football rivalry. Well, football won out and football money is winning out, but the ACC is losing because that rivalry didn't take off, and the SEC and Big Ten have become the behemoth conferences. It's really going to be interesting where this basketball history conference ends up in 10 years. They still have North Carolina and Duke to hang their hat on, but Carolina had to play in the first 4, and there's a lot of people in Chapel Hill who don't think Hubert Davis is the coach of the future there. It feels very, very rickety, very held together by duct tape.
It does, man. Speaking of rickety, held together by duct tape, this tweet, listen to this, B. Rob Doster, who runs a popular college basketball podcast, just tweeted out Troy University, Troy's Tayton Connerway, the Sun Belt Player of the Year this season, is entering the portal. His agents at Saros Partners told me. Connerway averaging 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists for a team that won the Sun Belt and hung with Kentucky in the NCAA.
You're rolling, bro.
So the transfer portal's open. There's a dude on Michigan. It's Scottie Pippen's son, announced that he's transferring out. They got a game in 3 days. And this dude is announcing that he is in the portal with his agent the same way the Debo Samuel's reworked contract deal gets announced by Adam Schefter. It's professional sports, folks. Open your eyes.
It is.
Oh, it's 1,000% professional sports, and I mean, my idea is, I'm sure other people have this idea, but why are we even making these kids go to class? Like, if they want to go to class and get an education, and that's part of the package, the financial package, that they get a scholarship in addition to whatever cash they're making, that's great. Good for you. You want to take advantage of a chance a lot of kids would kill for to get a free education. Tremendous. But monitoring GPAs and class attendance and you think Derek Queen is going to one class whenever this tournament run is over? No, he's getting himself in the gym. He's preparing for the draft. He's preparing for his future. I don't think there's any reason. Yes, for sure. But because there's passion and history and tradition in college sports and saying, like, I'm a Clemson fan. I went to Clemson. I grew up a Kentucky fan. I wanted to go to UK. My parents went to UK. Like, that's all very real. But I don't think there's any reason. So we can use the schools to front these minor league athletic programs. I don't think there's any reason it needs to be tied up in academics or class unless the kids want it to be. It's not about that. It's not a secondary pursuit, an after-school pursuit. It's a primary pursuit for these kids who are now getting paid and are professionals.
You're right, because back then I don't think it was really that much. Once a guy knew he was going pro, he wasn't going to class anyway.
Right. Barry, we got to run, man. Maybe we catch up later in the week. Thank you, bro.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
That's our guy, Barry Svrluga, talking best moments of the tourney, mixing in a little bit of NFL news. Nobody go anywhere.
Brian and JP.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. This feels so good to say. We have baseball back in the District of Columbia. 1:05 p.m. first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. Listen live as the Nationals take on the Orioles in a final exhibition game before opening day on Thursday. This game is also important because the Nats do still have some roster moves to make and some decisions. They're going to be tough ones. First up, who will be the backup catcher? They have two guys that they need to decide between Riley Adams or Andrew Kinzer. Now, who will be the 26th man on the bench? That's still up in the air, as well as two bullpen arms. That's because Derek Law will begin the season on the IL, not ready to go after dealing with an injury this spring. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Drink my wine. Come on, my herb. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, the results are in. Shout out to White Brian. He graded the brackets, and here's what I can tell you. He should be ashamed of himself. He should be embarrassed. Matt Valdez, Junkies, producer, overall confident man, dead last. You should be ashamed of yourself, Valdez.
But he's the only reason you're not dead last.
That's irrelevant. I am not in last.
You're second to last. That's awful.
Not last. Game first, you're last. I'm not last.
You're last out of this group from this show.
Now, this is a tricky time to look at things, right? Because what matters sort of is how many Sweet 16s you have right, how many Final Fours you have right. And the leader of lost Final Four teams already, be sure I'm looking at this right.
Is you?
No.
Who?
James Andrew Mullins the seventh, a.k.a. Professor Landini. Leadville, you had St. John's and Wisconsin going to the Final Four. Are you ashamed?
No, as I've said repeatedly, college basketball is a terrible sport.
That's tough.
I'm even going to go out on a limb and say this. Doing well in a bracket, embarrassing. That just says you have poor taste in sports.
You were in first place the first day.
I watch real sports, though, B. I like football.
You were pretty fired up about being in first place.
You were a little fired up about it. What happened?
I wasn't that fired up at all, actually.
I don't know.
All right. So all of the people that are significantly involved in the show are doing very poorly. Jeff, of all people, shout out to Jeff Too Funny, is doing the best of the show's regulars. Jeff has 47 points, about middle of the pack. But Jeffrey, you also have North Carolina in the Final Four. They lost, bro.
Yeah, I thought they were going to come in hyped because, you know, how they got put into the tournament. I thought they was going to come in hyped, make a run. Didn't do well. But it's okay.
All right, now listen, Valdez is in dead last place, if anybody wants to know. White Brian, the show's college basketball expert, is in fourth to last place, right? Valdez only has 36 points. White Brian only has 41, and you've already lost Gonzaga from your Final Four, White Brian. Pretty bad, dude.
Yeah, the Zags definitely let me down. All focus is on BYU taking out Bama to get to the Elite Eight,
You're supposed to be the
and the
college
Auburn
basketball
Tigers
guy,
getting
man.
me
That's
the
terrible
championship.
how you play it.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the college basketball guy.
Yeah.
Brian Mitchell,
And JP, you're supposed to be the gambling guy.
Well, I'm doing that. So B, I think B has a real path to win this thing if one thing happens.
What?
I think if
Texas Tech wins,
if
it's
you
all
are
over.
proven right about Texas Tech, you're going to, not so fast, sweetheart. Heavy Metal Chris also has Texas Tech.
Yes, Heavy Metal Chris is killing it.
So in
Heavy
first
Metal
place,
Chris and Aaron are killing it.
tied for first place, Heavy Metal Chris and Aaron, saleswoman.
And Aaron just filled hers out just rather quickly, gave me the money, bam, right there that day.
What she said was, I'm going to show y'all fellas how to do it. She said that to me right as
we
she turned it
overthink
in.
everything. We think we know. We don't know a damn thing.
So
She just picked colors.
I mean, maybe she just knows the teams and just let it rip. Aaron in first place with 51, tied with Heavy Metal Chris. Aaron's Final Four, a lot of people have this Final Four. Auburn, Maryland, Alabama, Houston. So Aaron has that. Who's it? Tischler has that. Me and Valdez have that down in the basement of this thing. If Texas Tech wins, B, you'd have to catch Heavy Metal Chris on some points, but he also has Sparty getting to the Final Four, where you have Auburn and Texas Tech. So, I mean, I would like your position better, but if Auburn plays Sparty, that might be a do or die right there. Wildcard Scotty in second place, tied for second place with 49 points.
Actually, it's tied for third, if you really look at it the proper way.
Oh, because there's two people in first.
Yeah.
Okay. Tied for third.
Just say third. It sounds a little bit worse, so we don't need to hear him talking.
I think tied for third sounds worse than third.
Tied for third.
I don't know. Which one do you
I'm
think?
just saying, don't want to say tied for second. He's tied for third.
Okay. He's
don't
tied.
say three.
He's tied with Chris Kerwin for third.
Yeah.
But Kerwin has already lost a Final Four team. He had St. John's. And then Biaggi also had Gonzaga. Greg's in there. Greg has Sparty and Maryland. I don't know. It's going to be interesting how this goes down the stretch. Our Cannon Club guys are kind of middle of the pack. Actually, Mike is doing quite poorly, and he has Carolina in the Final Four. Tom a little more in the middle. He had St. John's, though. White Brian, if you had to handicap this, who do you think's going to – I think Aaron's in the best position here.
Yeah, I think Aaron B. Mitch, though, if Auburn can get by Sparty.
You know, if you're supposed to speak a little bit more like high on that. That's your damn team, right?
I'm focused on one game at a time.
Okay.
I think, what we're sleeping on is Texas Tech because they get to play Arkansas, who's a 10 seed. Now, they're not a traditional 10 seed with Calipari and the money they spent, but if Texas Tech gets through, Texas Tech would play the winner of Maryland, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this bracket has Maryland, and the folks that don't have Florida.
We need Maryland to knock out Florida, and Jeff is done. That's all that needs to happen.
Jeff is,
Maryland knock out Florida.
But the fact that Jeff already lost Carolina limits a lot of the points he can make.
Need to knock out Florida too.
Sure.
Let's go Terps.
Let's go Terps. That's a simple one to me, B. I am in on that.
Jeff is over there giggling, dog.
All right, we got to make some bets. There's a Nats game today. Nats Orioles from Navy Yard starting at 1:00. So we're getting really fired up for that. You get to hear all of that right here on 1067 The Fan.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control over your heating and air conditioning system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And here's the best part about Rude systems. They are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity controls, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
That's Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It ain't right.
Any problems? I never meant to cause you anything.
I like it. I like what you're doing here, Landfill. Nobody wants it to be rain.
Only one time. See you laughing.
It's raining in Navy Yard, and we're trying to figure out what is the plan with this Nats baseball game. I have zero information. Brian, do you have any information?
Nope.
Landfill? Any information?
Only the game's not starting at 1. Other than that, nothing.
Who's over there? Is Stallion or Toby over there?
I'm not sure.
Jeff, fire some texts off. If Stallion or Toby are over there, we need boots on the ground reporting. Let's go to the source of the delay, what we have to look forward to.
Go to the source. Drop on your knees. Stop praying. Go to the source.
I meant let's just call somebody that's there.
I was going to the source.
That's the big source. I don't know what's happening over there. We're hoping that they play because I think it's fun. I tell you, I also think it tells you a lot about the two organizations. So the exhibition game today was scheduled to be with the Nats and the Orioles. That strikes me as like maybe some sort of goodwill between the two teams now that they've resolved the television rights dispute. And I think that's what most people expected was for the Nats and the Orioles once Angelos was out of the picture to kind of be able to work forward together.
Huh?
It's maybe they always play in the exhibition. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. I know they always play in the regular season. But what do you think happens with the Nats TV rights? Do you think what everybody locally, the prevailing theory is that the Nats end up on Monumental Sports Network on Ted Leonsis' cable channel that I work for, you used to work for. We used to do a ton of Redskins programming over there. It used to be called NBC Sports Washington. The Junks are on it. What's it? Yeah, I know. The Junks are on it every morning now on the TV side. So there's a prevailing theory locally that that's what'll happen. But I think what people are unaware of is nationally, Major League Baseball, like actual MLB, is on a huge push to bundle local television rights. And their thought is, all right, if we can get the Brewers and maybe not every team, but we get the Brewers, the Astros, the Rangers, the Mariners, the Blue Jays, the Pirates, the more teams we can put together to then take to the market and sell to Amazon or Apple, because baseball ratings, like it's easy to look at what happened with them losing their ESPN deal.
Mm-hmm.
And ESPN was just like, dude, it ain't worth that much money. But locally, regionally, baseball kills. More people will watch an August Nats game and they're 12 games under 500 than will watch a Wizards and a Caps game combined. Like, baseball on a local, regional level kills it. So the thought process for Major League Baseball is, all right, all these RSNs are dying. If we put them all together and then sell that all to a streamer, that streamer is getting millions of views from all over the country, and it makes their product way more in demand. So it's easy to think locally here, but there's a national plan in place too. What would be more appealing to you, and what do you think happens?
I think if Ted is still interested in this team, if something happened along those lines, it's going to be on Monumental. And I would think that after having all those years of not being able to recoup and get the money he's supposed to be getting, that's the way he would try to keep it.
Yeah, I think the new deal won't have any impact on the old one. But I wonder, I would think maybe there's like an ownership, not change, but if you're the learners and you see what Ted has built now with the teams and his own television network, and they know they can own their rights and go to baseball and get this like super streaming package. Now, the problem for baseball is because of the individuality of all these deals, the Yankees are never going to bundle their rights.
Not at all.
The Mets aren't going to.
No.
The Red Sox, the Dodgers aren't going to.
They're already making money. And they're not going to try and
share it,
partner up with somebody else, and then the other person won't be making the amount of money they're making. They don't want to do that.
Right. So baseball's got a fundamental problem in trying to collectively.
The NFL, they share equally.
Everything.
Baseball not doing that.
What's also remarkable about the NFL, and this is starting to change a little more rapidly than maybe I expected, but how much of NFL games are just on free over-the-air television? It used to be 100%. Now it's 85. Between Monday Night Football's on ESPN, on cable, and then, like the Christmas games are on
Netflix. They show
Netflix.
on both ABC and in ESPN?
Is that, I don't know. Monday Night Football, you're saying does?
Yeah.
All right, well, Thursday night's on Amazon.
Yeah.
There were a handful of games on Peacock.
Had like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. There were the Christmas Day games were on Netflix. So there more and more there are games appearing on other services they have to pay for. But I mean that's just such a testament to the NFL's power that they can just put them on free over-the-air television and still dominate.
Yeah, they make so much money, dog.
I don't know this, but I think one of the worst decisions, and I know they got paid, but I think it just takes them off people's radar. When MLS went to the full Apple TV package, that's the only way you can watch them. Dog, I'm not pretending like I watched a lot of MLS, but I would watch some DC United here and there.
Yeah.
And then when it was $150 or whatever to watch, but I got all of it, I had no interest. Because I'm never going to sit down and watch San Jose versus St. Louis. I don't even know if those are teams anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd like to see baseball not do that, but what do I know? Speaking of not knowing stuff about baseball, at some point there's a Nats game. We'll let you know when we know anything.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Nationals set to take on the Orioles coming up in just a little bit. Currently in a rain delay. First pitch was slated for 1:05. Going to start on a bit of a delay today. The Nats getting set for opening day, which comes up on Thursday. They take on the Philadelphia Phillies. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. First pitch, 4:05. Mackenzie Gore making his first ever opening day start for the Nationals. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Raptors at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in college hoops, Sweet 16 action getting underway Thursday and Friday. The Terps moved on to the Sweet 16. They'll take on 1 seed Florida on Thursday. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. Tip-off set for 7:30. Also, Xavier's coach Sean Miller is going to be leaving to become the next head coach for the Texas Longhorns. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Breaking news, man. So I don't know if this is the first broadcast or what, but Masson is broadcasting this Orioles-Nats game, exhibition game from Nats Park that was supposed to start right now. They're in a little bit of a weather delay. And unfortunately, with baseball weather delays, especially in the exhibition season, we have no idea what the plan is.
None whatsoever.
So just we know as much as you do. But Bob Carpenter, who has, I mean, I think he's been the Nats play-by-play guy the entire time, dude. This is the Nats 20th season, right? Yeah, it's Carp's 20th season. Who was it? Who was he with at first? That dude, Dibble? Remember back in the Dibble days? He would say some wild stuff. Obviously, there's been a whole bunch of different people. FP was the guy for a while. Now it's Franson, but the constant has been Bob Carpenter.
Yep.
Bob Carpenter just announced in the broadcast just right now that this will be his last year as the Nats lead play-by-play TV announcer. He's done this for 42 years.
Damn.
42 years and 20 in DC. That's pretty wild.
That is
right. We got some boots on the ground, I believe. Our friend, the B. Mitch and Finley baseball insider, Toby Altizer, joins us. What's up, Tobo?
Do I get a nice paycheck for being the baseball insider?
Nah, you just get a lot of thank yous.
Yeah, a lot of thank yous. Maybe an attaboy.
I appreciate that.
Are you at Nats Park?
Yeah, I'm wandering around. I just passed by Masson's booth where Bob announced that he's retiring. So, yeah, just walking around.
Let's start there then. How surprised are you that Carp is stepping down? I mean, you guys were all down in Florida a couple of weeks. Did you hear any whispers of this?
No, I hadn't heard anything, but I mean, it kind of felt like the time was coming sooner rather than later. I didn't know if it was going to be this year or next year. I think we've been kind of, wondering when it would be. And then, I think he's going to have a nice send off this year. So I don't know that it's shocking, but hearing it officially is a little bit sad. Going to miss hearing him on the broadcast years to come.
Yeah, it was funny. I was able to watch kind of at least the beginning of his announcement, and it did make me feel a little sad. Like he's called a lot of stuff over the years. He's 72 though, dude. 72 years old. I mean, baseball gig, that's busy, dude.
That's a long time.
Yeah, man.
A lot
160
of
games. What's going to be fascinating? Who do you think gets that job? Coco got to be in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah, I would think Coco's in the driver's seat for now. I'm not sure if there's going to be some, other auditions and people, I'm sure, sending some resumes and some reels over to see if they could potentially get the job. But right now, I would think it'd go to Dan Coco. He fills in already quite a bit, so we'll see.
Well, good for Carp, man. Nice long run. All right. We need information. What's the weather over there? What the hell are they holding this thing up for? Is it even raining right now? We're like 2 blocks away.
Yeah, it's sprinkling.
Hold on. Let's do the official B-Mission Finley rain test. Brian, look out the window and tell me if you would call that.
I have to look out the window today because if it was not raining, then we would be gone.
I mean, but it doesn't really look like it's raining.
Well, it's raining to them over there.
Do they have different rules in an exhibition game? Like, are they more hesitant or something?
I would think that they're a little more hesitant. From what I heard from my guy Bobby Blanco, is that Davey wants to play, and Brandon Hyde is not as keen on playing. So we'll see exactly what happens. I double check for you real quick. I think the tarp is still on the field. If the tarp is still on the field, then that still means we've got a little bit of time until.
Right. Hold on, we're getting a live tarp update. Toby Altizer, is the tarp still on the field?
The tarp is still on the field.
Oh,
so
God. We got to fill this whole hour, B. All right, we got to come up with some segments. Toby, how encouraged? So Davey wants to play, and Brandon Hyde, the Orioles manager, doesn't.
Yeah.
What is the difference there? The Nats been off a couple days.
Well, the Nats are going to have 2 days off. Obviously the O's will as well. I think, it's kind of just a difference in the ball clubs, honestly. When you look at the Nationals, we'll see what, they're able to accomplish this season. But you don't mind going out there and playing, get your guys some reps versus the O's, probably a playoff team. You don't want to risk anybody slick ball, just slipping on the infield. You don't want to risk anything. So I think just the difference in the ball clubs. We'll see. I don't know if they play this one or not.
Well, dude, because the gala thing starts.
They owe us one.
The Nats have their gala tonight that starts at 7. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they're walking the red carpet. G&D are going to be over there. I think it's supposed to start around 4-ish. So, I mean, can't go too much longer before some of these players start walking the red carpet. So, I don't know. Maybe they could push that back a little bit, but I don't think they're going to push it back a lot. So, I saw Ian Desmond up here in the booth, and he was saying with the players having a rain delay, an exhibition game, and a gala, the players in that clubhouse are probably not thrilled right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, the players probably don't even want to go to the gala. So I'm going to the gala tonight. I'm trying to find the information they sent me. Who's yelling at you, Toby? What's going on over there?
Security people.
Are you in
I'm
trouble?
not doing anything wrong. Not yet.
Are you smoking where you're not supposed to be smoking, Toby?
Well, JP, you know me. I'm not one to smoke. So no.
That's why the security's there. All right. So the email I got from the Nats is 5:30 is red carpet arrivals begin. 6 o'clock cocktails, 7 o'clock seated dinner. So a baseball game is going to take 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
And if they push this an hour, that starts to really cut into this gala time. I am guessing this gala, I am not one of them, but there are some important people going to this gala.
You're going, man. They got you on there.
Toby, do you think there's a chance the game is just canceled?
I would say that at this point it's 50-50. You can still see some sprinkling on the tarp on the fields. I think with an exhibition game, I think if this were a real game, they would pull the tarp off the field and they would be getting ready to play. But this is an exhibition game that ultimately doesn't matter if it gets played. So I don't know that they want to risk anything. There's no one warming up at the pens or anything. So if at worst they would play a 7-inning game, maybe, but I don't know.
All right. Well, let me. This I add parenthetically. At 2 o'clock, you're up. I know that much.
Yeah. Yeah. We're trying to figure out. Grant is over here with me. We're trying to figure out what the plan is. Maybe go over because we're going to be over at the red carpet. So hopefully everything's set up and we'll be over there and broadcasting live at 2 o'clock if that's the case.
Godspeed.
Have fun.
Are you aware how you're doing in the bracket challenge?
I know it's not good. I know half my Final Four teams are gone. Rick Pitino let me down against John Calipari, so I'm not doing great.
You are not. You really aren't. You have You and Landfill are the only two people that have each lost 2 Final Four teams. Of course, you lost one on the first day of the tournament when Clemson got upset by McNeese State. And now you've also lost St. John's. So I think there's a decent chance, Toby, you come in dead last for the entire brackets.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds about right. It's one of those things where I was filling out my bracket the first time, JP, and I was looking at, I think I had all the 2 seeds there in the Elite 8 or something like that. I think I had a lot of kind of chalky stuff, and I was like, well, it can't be. And then turns out this is the year of chalk. So I think I screwed up.
Toby felt so confident he didn't even fill out one of the games.
Yeah, dude. The UCLA disrespect around here is
that's really going to screw me, is missing out on that potential UCLA-Utah State game. I think that's going to cost me.
Yo, whoever comes in last has to buy lunch for the show.
I didn't agree to that when I filled out a bracket.
Have you seen Tiger Woods' new girlfriend?
Yeah, Valdez was giving me props because I was wearing his Sunday Red hat today, his new brand. I was wearing a hat, so he thought it was in celebration of his new relationship.
That might get you a little hookup, man.
Valdez went over to this. I guess he wanted to see the Orioles.
No, no. I dropped in and said, "What's up for the Junkies this morning?" Because I was here early.
Damn, you
that
guys,
early?
Yo, I saw Grant in the elevator as I was walking up for the show. You guys
I
were
was
here
saying
early.
I was saying what's up to some players. Clubhouse opened at 10 a.m. this morning, so came over, said what's up.
That's banana land to me for a 1 o'clock game. But that's fine. What did you think of the Terps last night, Toby?
We didn't know that.
Dude, I thought what they looked like in the second half was so night and day to what they looked like in the first half that if they can come out and play like that in the second half, like they did in the second half against whoever it is, Florida, or if they keep on rolling, I mean, they can beat anybody. It comes down to their guards. I mean, Derek Queen is obviously special. Reese is special. Their Crab Five, they're so good. And if the guards can play like they did in the second half, they can beat anybody. And you get a shot down there at the end, give it to Derek Queen, and showed you how special he is. I mean, that was a fun game to watch. I'm sure for, Terps Nation, it was a little bit nerve-wracking, but get the ball in Derek Queen's hands at the end of the game, and you feel pretty good as well.
For sure. What are you disappointed at all in the lack of upsets in this tournament?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's a weird tournament.
Yeah,
but I mean, just as a consumer of, because I know Toby is a dude that will sit and watch all of the games of the first weekend, like just completely lock in. And there were some good games, but it wasn't like past years where you feel this sense of like, oh my, there was no like edge of your seat moment outside of the Terps, really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't hate it. I think, there were still some good games, but it's a different landscape in college basketball now where some of these mid-majors lose some of their luster because the guys leave after a year, because if they're good, they go somewhere big time. Not like they weren't doing that before, but it's even more prevalent now. So I think it's a different time frame now, and you're going to have more Power Five people. But the SEC was the best conference this year. It wasn't even close. And then 7 other teams make the Sweet 16. Does that make it a bad tournament? No. I mean, it's good basketball teams. I think these games in the Sweet 16 and down the stretch are going to change people's minds. We all love the idea of the upsets and all this, but then, FAU and San Diego State were in the Final Four a couple of years ago, and people are complaining about that. So I think it's one of those things that we get down the stretch here. If, Duke continues to go on a run, hopefully the Terps keep rolling. You've got Auburn. You give me some elite basketball down the stretch the final couple weekends, and I'll forget about the fact that there weren't major upsets.
Totally. But I think the people that were arguing the NCAA tournament's better than the NFL playoffs, they're a little quieter this week.
Well, anybody arguing that anything is better than the NFL, anything, is a little bit foolish. Let's just be real.
That's well said, Toby. Dude, I guess you're at Nats Park. Opening day is Thursday. What do you expect for the Nats this summer?
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have seen them spend a little bit more money this offseason. Like, to me, it's almost unforgivable that you look at their payroll the last couple of years and their payroll went down this year. By the time the opening day roster set, like, it'll go down, which is disappointing. But, I think with what they were given to work with, that I think they were shrewd and they made some good moves. I like the low addition, but, 71 wins the last couple of years. I don't know that you're suddenly up to 81 this year with the moves that were made. So, disappointing when you were hoping that the expectations would rise to potentially be a playoff team. Talking to some of the guys down in spring training, they're obviously holding themselves to a high standard. Like, Dylan Cruz was talking about pushing for a wild card spot and trying to get into the playoffs and play meaningful baseball into September and potentially into October. I don't know if that's something that's realistically going to happen, but if things fall the right direction, I could see them getting around 500. But realistically, they're probably a couple wins better than they were the last couple of years. So 75 wins, 76 wins, and maybe next year is the time that they are a little more aggressive in free agency and spend a little bit more money to improve the baseball team. But yeah, I think they're still a below 500 team, but I think they could be a little bit frisky. Last year in the first half, they were kind of hanging around, and at times you're talking about them being in a wild card spot, even though it's still July, but they were still hanging around for a little bit. So if the starting pitching does well like it did in the first half last year, they got a shot against anybody. So it's kind of going to come down to that, because the starting pitching fell off a little bit in the second half, and that's when they fell off. So we'll see how they do. They don't have big-time guys, but you also got rid of Patrick Corbin, so you don't have to worry about that every fifth day. Mackenzie Gore going to make his first opening day start. We'll see if he can take that next step. Irvin kind of improved on what he was able to do, so it'll just depend on starting pitching, I think.
Did anybody sign Corbin?
Yes, he actually got picked up by the Texas Rangers.
For what role?
1 year role, because one of their starters got hurt recently. So he just signed, I think, about a week ago with the Texas Rangers.
He's going to be a starting pitcher for them?
I think he's just kind of filling in until they get a little bit healthier at their starting pitching spot. But yeah, I think so.
Good news, because I know you were upset with Corbin leaving. You couldn't bet against him every fifth day. Now we can just do it on Texas. Right?
bet on them.
Yeah. Whoever
every
Texas
time he pitches, take the other team.
What should be fair expectations for Dylan Cruz this year? I mean, everybody said he's the stud of studs. It didn't go great for him in his first show action.
Yeah, so he's interesting because I think he's kind of the face of the franchise. When we were down there in West Palm, I did a little mini mic bit. I don't know if you saw this on socials, just kind of interviewing, asking stupid questions to the players. And everybody else is outside talking with whoever it is outside. I think James Wood is the only one I missed, but everybody else I was talking to outside, Dylan Cruz, I couldn't, because he was constantly getting yelled at by fans to come sign autographs. And he is the star of the team in terms of fan recognition right now. He's the number one, even though James Wood is their best player. No, it was something where he legitimately had to. That's people were talking about having to maybe up some security just for Dylan Cruz. It's more along the lines of how Harper was treated, how Soto was treated, where, people want his autograph. And he might not be the best player on the team right now, but, he's kind of the lead role in terms of popularity.
Is he like a really gregarious dude or anything?
No, he's got that, the modern term, JP, is aura. He's got it. Like he's just got that cool, it's not arrogant, but that confidence, that he's got that about him. And so, he's got a little bit more personality for, be a front facing person than James Wood. But I think for Dylan Cruz, the thing is, he's going to have to show that he can hit breaking balls and breaking pitches. He can hit the fastball, but he's going to have to show that he can hit the sliders and the curveballs and lay off bad pitches. He's so good at everything else. I don't know that, when you think of a guy like, this team's had guys come through like Harper, that's a superstar. Soto's a superstar, MVP kind of guys. I don't know that Dylan Cruz ever reaches that level, but an all-star caliber player, I think for sure, a guy that you can plug in the, 2 or 3 hole every day and count on 260 or somewhere around there and steal some bags. And I think the slept-on part of his game is his defense. I think he's really, really good. I think he could win a Gold Glove in right field this year with how good he plays over there. And if they need to, if they want to reshuffle, I think he could win a Gold Glove in center field for this team. So, the expectations for him this year, I'd like to see him, keep his batting average a little bit more respectable than it was last year, but something over 230, maybe 12 to 15 homers, just kind of setting lower bar that, because sometimes you get these guys, JP, that you set such a high bar and the dude ends up hitting 20 homers and they feel like it was disappointing. I don't want that to be the case for him. So I think it's more so an eye test thing for him. I think at the plate, if he looks a little bit more comfortable, better against breaking pitches, you'll be comfortable with that. But I just don't think you want to set too crazy a bar because, frankly, James Wood is a better player.
It's interesting. James Wood's also, what is he, 6'6", 6'7"?
Yeah.
Doesn't he just stand out walking around?
He does. Honestly, it's one of those things that it wouldn't shock you if he walked over to Capital One Arena and threw on a Wizards jersey tonight and started at small forward. It wouldn't shock you. That's kind of the guy he is. He played at St. John's College High School.
Well, I don't know.
We
if
might
he
need
can
him to
shoot.
do it.
I
Find
don't
out.
know if he can shoot. If he could shoot, then maybe he could give you a solid 10. But he could definitely cut back door, and you could throw him a lob.
All right.
Get buckets, Wood. All right, Toby. Appreciate you jumping on, man.
Hi,
I know it's
Tobes.
kind of last second. Thank you, buddy. Hey, and
Absolutely, no problem.
congratulations on being the official B. Mitchell Finley Baseball Insider.
Hey, anything I can add to the resume, JP?
Yeah,
There
man,
you go,
you
brother.
got to wear a lot of hats, dude. Thank you, Toby.
No problem. See ya.
All right. Toby Altizer. Does anybody know Toby's Twitter handle? I will say it for the people. Toby at Toby Altizer. TOBI _
You don't like underscore, do you?
ALTIZER. Nobody go anywhere. We have no idea what's coming next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Sweet 16 action going to get underway on Thursday, and Maryland going to be in San Francisco to take on the 1 seed in their region, the Florida Gators. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 with coverage beginning at 7 o'clock on Thursday evening. Also in college hoops, Xavier's coach Sean Miller is going to be leaving to become the next head coach at Texas. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Orioles. They're in a bit of a rain delay right now, getting set for opening day on Thursday as they'll welcome the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game series. 4:05 first pitch on Thursday. Mackenzie Gore making his first ever opening day start for the Nationals. And in the NBA, the Wizards hosting the Raptors tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Wing bird, don't try to save me, 'cause I've been here before and I deserve a little more. Landville's playing rain songs. I am the Rain King. If you're just getting in your car and you're putting on 106.7 The Van because you want to listen to a baseball game, trust me, me and B want you to also. Nats Orioles exhibition game is in a rain delay, even though it ain't really raining. Apparently, the word from the official B. Mission Finley baseball insider is
Orioles are soft.
The Orioles don't want to play, and the Nats do.
Cotton.
I mean, they're good and have possible World Series aspirations and don't want to mess with an exhibition game in the rain.
But they're soft.
I don't think the Nats have the same aspirations.
Yeah, but it's just a non-rainy day. You can run up and down this thing.
Listen, man, B, say what you want today. I will not defend whoever is preventing this game from happening. But that said,
one finger salute to the Orioles organization.
I just got an email from the Orioles. 7 days until it's a holiday in Baltimore.
Ooh, make sure it's not drizzling. They won't be playing.
Their opening day is Monday, March 31st. So I guess that's a week from today with Boston at home. So I don't even know where
That's Bria's birthday.
Who is it?
Bria.
The March 31st?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I think it might be my niece Caroline's birthday also. Because she was born like when did the world close for COVID? It was 5 years ago, roughly today. Do we remember what day? It was like Rudy Gobert, Tom Hanks.
It was like during the middle of the Big 12 championship game. They canceled. Yeah. I think it was the Big East championship.
The players were on the court.
They canceled at halftime. Like the opening round of the Big East tournament.
Right. And my little niece was born March 31st, 2020. So COVID had like just started. Everybody was terrified. And I don't even think I'm trying to remember right. Either my brother-in-law was allowed in with his wife and nobody else, or he might not have even been allowed in.
I don't think they were allowing people in.
I think he got to go, but nobody else. Like no other family,
nobody else should have been in there.
My mom was helping with us, with Lauren and I. No, her mom, rather, not my mom. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, normally, many people go in the delivery room.
Who was there for you guys?
Me.
Just you?
Yeah.
That is one of those experiences that until you've been through that is, you can't describe it. That is indescribable.
You heard enough. You heard. All you got to do is listen. You hear. And when you get there, you just realize things ain't gonna look like you think they're supposed to look all the time.
It's different.
It's a little different.
It's different. If somebody was gonna try to describe it, though, it'd probably be Charles Barkley because he's not scared of describing anything. So I don't see how people really thought this at all, but apparently just because people online suck, after Derek Queen's shot last night, there was like this, it was a trending topic to say he traveled, right?
Uh-huh.
And I've had people texting me this today that it was a travel, blah, 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 blah. Like I got this. He took 3 steps. It was a travel, but the defender should have played down. Like a lot of people think it was a travel. The team, it's not inside the NBA because they have Clark Kellogg sitting with them, but it's basically inside the NBA.
Same team.
It's Kenny the Jet and Chuck and Ernie reacting to Derek Queen's shot and kind of the ensuing internet reaction.
One-on-one, that's what you do at the end of the game.
You know why I'm mad? Because y'all giving in.
Why are you mad?
People on the internet, they all live with the parent. They don't have a job. They're sitting around in their drawers.
Blanket statement, isn't it, Chuck?
Yes, it is. Because, Clark, there's 2 types of people in the world. Those people who do, and those people who talk about people who do.
Okay.
And those are people who live with their parents, and they just sitting down there eating buns and
Wait, you know what I think happened? Gee, how long you been upstairs in that dark room? You mean just this week? I think it was Gene. He's different people on the internet.
Get me out.
He's trying to get him down here. It was you, Gene.
I need to call it.
It's like Gene 101, Gene 102, Gene 103.
The thing that annoys me about why we've been having this conversation, that wasn't even like that wasn't even close. I'm like, who's traveling? What are y'all talking about?
He wasn't traveling. Chuck's right. Now,
you haven't shown me that, Jay. You showed me everything but that.
I showed you what?
You didn't show me what they're saying he traveled.
The last shot.
No, you didn't show me.
I showed you the last shot.
You did show me
first thing this morning, but I'll show it to you.
You
again.
showed me the other thing.
Brian, I can look at this shot however many times you want. White Brian, while I pull this up for B, is there any part of you that thinks he traveled?
No.
It's not a travel, dude. Even Landfill, the hater of haters. Do you think there's any part
the biggest hater ever?
Queen that traveled?
I mean, the thing about it is they just don't call traveling in basketball. So like if you call traveling in that situation, it's one of those like incredibly nonsensical ticky-tack fouls.
All right. Landfill going to extreme talking in circles to try to be somewhat fair to the Maryland basketball program. All right, B. Mitch is now watching this play. Damn it. Maybe B. Mitch isn't watching this. There we go. I was coming to you. I was letting B watch it. I just pulled up the video. I said, while I wait to pull up the video. All right, look, he stops dribbling there, 2 steps. He's 6'10". He takes big ass long steps.
Let me see the bottom of that again. I can't see his feet.
There's another angle. You can see his feet better there. I think that's the clearest angle for a low camera on the baseline. It looks like
he just.
Look, there's another angle.
They normally don't call that first step right when you start to take the ball in. When he got it together, he took 2 more. But they normally don't call that.
Jeffrey?
Yo, as much as I wanted the Terps to win, that was a travel. There is no gather. Look, you know me, JP. I'm with fairness. I'm with good ball. I want to see good ball. He traveled, but like Landini said, those don't get called all the time. And like one caller said, I think it was Zeke. You let it go down to the officials. Nah, they can't make I wouldn't, if I was an official, I wouldn't make that call in that moment. But that was most certainly a travel.
That was not a travel, dude.
You don't get, look up the rules. You don't get a gather in college ball.
All right, I just got a text.
They do it all the time, though.
I just got a text from Jimmy Patsos, who hopefully we can get on this week. Jimmy is listening to us wherever he may be. Jimmy says he's a winner, period. Derek Queen's like Carmelo Anthony. Tell your listeners, Patsos said Tim Duncan traveled every time. Sweet 16, San Francisco, baby.
So in other words, he said he traveled. That's what he said. He just told you he traveled, but he won. That's all that matters. The ref didn't call it.
I
Keep
don't even
moving.
think it was that egregious of a not travel.
Hey,
And
man, they didn't see the elbow in the eye and all that stuff. They didn't see nothing.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I think with those type of games, if you letting stuff like that go, you can't be petty on the last call. You got to just let it play out.
Yeah.
And for real, they just had some work to do because Maryland got a lot of people that can shoot the ball, but really that game shouldn't even have been close. But I'm going to leave it at that.
I mean, realistically, though, is traveling in basketball is kind of like, whenever you're watching a football game and the announcer goes, well, they could call holding on every play.
Yeah. They say it all the time.
There's traveling on like half of the basketball plays.
Yeah. And when there's not traveling, there's also like a carry. I mean, the amount of carrying.
They carry the hell out of it.
And like nobody cares.
Believe me.
The Euro step.
The Euro step is basically traveling.
The Euro step and the crab dribble, when those things emerged into the basketball lexicon universe.
Because somebody did it and look cool, they wanted to, it looks so cool, we got to make it legal. It's traveling.
Right. I don't think he traveled. I want to be clear. I think
if he was in another color, would you call it traveling?
Yeah, if that had been gone the other way.
If a Duke player did it, would you call it traveling?
I don't think that was a travel. Dude.
Yes, JP would be all over.
If the Terps had lost on that play, you'd have been screaming about a travel.
I don't think so.
Oh, JP, stop.
When he smiled, we gave him a little sly smile. I know right now, I can just say this. They got away with one.
My man got elbowed in the head.
Oh, he got elbowed, and that's why you mad. But ultimately, your little way just gave it up. If that was Duke, hell yeah, he traveled.
I don't think it was a travel, dude.
Especially with red, black and white.
Give me the first 5 minutes of Barkley, 15 seconds of Barkley again. He and I feel the same. Tell these nerds.
1-on-1, that's what you do at the end of the game.
You know why I'm mad? It's because y'all giving in.
Why are you mad?
People on the internet, they all live with the parent. They don't have a job. They sitting around in their drawers.
And blanket statement, isn't it, Charles?
Yes, it is. Because, Clark, there's two type of people in the world. Those people who do, and those people who talk about people who do.
Okay.
And those are...
Yeah, shout out to Chuck. We're on the same wavelength. Bunch of people sitting around parents' basements in their drawers saying he traveled. He didn't travel, all right? Glad we cleared that up. Nobody go anywhere. There may or may not be a baseball game. What is this, landfill? Elvis? Elvis?
That's what it sounds like to me. Sounds just like Elvis.
Elvis, what's the name of the song? Rain? Kentucky
Somebody
Rain?
thumping in the rain.
Thumping in the rain? Thumping in the rain? That sounds like a White Brian movie
Thumping in the
title.
rain. He was hitchhiking.
I don't know exactly what happened in the aquarium during the last break. I stayed in the prison cell and just kind of observed. All I know is Wendy walked in there and they started talking about vasectomies.
Nah, she was talking about that the fan used to give away vasectomies during what's called.
Okay. Dude, I have a question for everyone. You know Jennifer Coolidge?
She annoys the hell out of me.
Yo, she annoys the hell out of me. Who likes her?
What are you talking about?
I don't know why this person remains so popular.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues to surprise me, man. We believe we're going to know a lot more about the Snats game because I think Grant and Toby are over there.
Mm-hmm.
They can at least tell you if the tarp's been removed.
They're actually broadcasting like a live feed of the stadium. Tarp's still on the field.
All right. So the gala starts at 7. And what they've told the media is red carpet starts at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you're getting these interviews. And I mean,
the game ain't happening.
Right? It's getting harder and harder to think the game is happening. The only people I feel bad for are those that like took the day off work or you took the kids
How
out
about
of
those
school.
that thought they were going to be off an hour early?
I don't think anybody. One thing I know is nobody ever feels bad for the media. So I think
one of the most annoying things about baseball is everybody involved in this had to understand this game wasn't happening 2 hours ago, and they won't just come out and say it, which is just incredibly frustrating.
They do it all the time too. And weirdly, I've wondered because I've read at least in local circles that people think the Nats specifically are bad about just calling it when they know they're going to call it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's an MLB call. It's Major League Baseball makes the call, right?
I don't know.
But I bet it's not Major League Baseball for an exhibition game.
Probably
I
not.
bet this is the Nats and the O's are actually in
Probably
charge.
so.
A cynical, skeptical part of my brain, one thing I hate that they do during the summer is I feel like a lot of times they don't announce anything and they kind of just want people to get there and start spending money.
There you go.
Like, yo, come on in, buy a $9 beer and
it
a
makes sense.
$7 hot dog.
But just tell the truth.
Yeah, it's obnoxious because it's like obviously they know ahead of time whether or not it's going to happen, but waiting until the absolute last second to tell people. So you can't exactly, if you're looking at it and saying, well, I shouldn't drive down there because it's raining and they're probably going to delay it. But then if you don't and they actually play, you end up getting screwed.
Yeah.
So the Post has a big story on all the new food and drinks at Nats Park this season. I want to shout out the author of this, but I'm having trouble. Fritz Hahn. Okay. Shout out to Fritz. I follow him on Instagram. It's a good follow. The Nationals have new local vendors, new bobbleheads, and an upgrade to their $5 ticket system. Here's what to know for a trip to the ballpark this year. New local food and contact and cocktail vendors. All right, ready, B?
All right.
2 new cocktails. A slushy strawberry frosé spiked with vodka. I'm in on that. Frosé's good. I drink it. I get it at Millie's sometimes. Especially when it's hot as hell. That'll be pretty good.
And some vodka in it. Yeah, that's going to get some people right there.
They also have something new called Electric Kool-Aid, B. Electric Kool-Aid will have
blue
5 frozen drinks to stands in section 102 and 147. Okay. So it's Electric Kool-Aid has the frosé. Dude, how about this? They're also having a frozen Irish coffee. So like for a day game?
That I'm not interested in.
All right. What about a non-alcoholic watermelon frozen cocktail?
Nah.
What about a non-alcoholic watermelon frozen cocktail?
When you start off with non-alcoholic, I'm not interested in it.
You can add tequila if you desire.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Because that's going to make me different.
All right, so apparently there's an actual electric Kool-Aid location. This is just a stand at the ballpark. At the location, drinks start at $12.50 at their bar.
Okay.
At Nats Park, it's significantly more. All right, there's also local cocktail fans from Union Market. I've actually been to this rum distillery, Cotton and Reed. They're going to have drinks. About food-wise, listen to this joint. They got new taco places, Hawaiian and Filipino snacks by a food truck.
Okay.
Just right up your alley, B. They got new plant-based meat sandwiches.
What makes you think that's up my alley?
I thought you were into that.
No, bro. I'm eating meat.
What about a banh mi is it?
What?
Banh mi is it?
Banh mi is it?
A fried oyster mushroom topped with spicy slaw and a sesame sriracha aioli.
It's real oyster?
Nah, it's an oyster mushroom.
It's a fake oyster.
It's a mushroom.
It's a mushroom.
Yeah.
I don't think I want that.
There's a.
It'll be good for the people that like all that stuff.
This sounds good. Taqueria Picoso, steak torta with cheese and chilies. There's a roaming rooster. There's an ice pop. Apparently, there's a food hall now. The Budweiser Brew House out in center field is now a food hall.
Oh,
it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
$5 menu. All right, this is our people. This is the cheap stuff. Who's ready? I guess they are selling cheap tickets starting at $12. And on Tuesday nights, they have discount night.
All right.
Now it's available at all the Grand Slam Grill locations. $5 pretzels, hot dogs, personal pizzas, nachos, and 12-ounce beers.
Okay.
Dude, $5 beer night, you get a hot dog, 2 beers, and a pretzel, $20. That's pretty legit.
Yeah.
All right, we're out of here, man. I don't know what to tell you about the Nats game. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to Justin Williams and thank you to Barry Svrluga for joining us.
Yeah.
Nats and Orioles may or may not be playing. We'll be back tomorrow. Minutes for beer.
Xavier's coach, Sean Miller, is going to be leaving to become the next head coach for the Texas Longhorns. TheWindowMan.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior Fiberglass. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live on 106.7 The Fan at the Anthem, where it is wet and a little bit chilly, but hopefully the weather should be warming up and getting drier as the evening goes on. We're broadcasting live from Whitlow's on the Wharf, where the red carpet is set up for the Nationals Gala tonight. Here's what's supposed to be happening, Danny.
Yeah.
The Nats and the Orioles are supposed to be playing a dress rehearsal exhibition game at Nats Park as we speak. We're on the air and not Charlie and Dave.
You'll notice that we are not Charlie and Dave specifically.
That's an indicator that that game's not being played right now.
Yeah.
But interestingly, and I don't really get this one,
okay,
they haven't called the game yet, even though they have a gala in a few hours. So because of that, we're kind of in limbo. They may be playing this exhibition game at some point. We might be handing things back over to Charlie and Dave, or we might just be here for 4.5 hours doing the Grant and Danny radio program. We don't really know. I was at Nats Park with the fam. They are currently sitting there in the rain and cold conditions over at the ballpark. They don't know if they're going to see baseball or not. But we're here. We're on the air, and we will keep you company until baseball is played or until 6:30.
Yeah,
Whichever one happens first.
one or the other. This feels like Nationals mid-season rain delay form.
Oh, we are in the thick of it.
And I'm only poking a little bit of fun, but this feels like the thing. Wherever the ballpark's like, have you heard anything? And then people are like tweeting us, have you guys heard? Then like the Nats beat reporters have to answer questions, meaning they don't know. Nobody knows. And we're off to an early start. Domed stadiums, please.
So
that's my new preference.
I was sitting in the dugout today over at Nats Park after open locker room. The clubhouse had closed. Davey had talked. And so guys were trickling out to go throw the football and do all the stuff that they're doing. It was kind of chilly and wet. So I said, it's football weather. And the guys were going out and just getting loose thinking they were playing a baseball game. But Mackenzie Gore came out, and I could just see on his face the Nats opening day starter, now a veteran here in Washington, D.C., getting ready for his third year of baseball in the nation's capital. He's kind of doing that thing where you stretch your lower back with your hands on your belt.
Yep.
He's kind of leaning back, but he's got that face where he's just kind of looking out into the rain going, I don't want to be out there right now.
Yep.
These guys just got back from West Palm Beach. They've been there for basically 6 weeks. It has been somewhere between 70 and 85 degrees, and there's been very little precipitation. And the welcome back to the city after flying back yesterday to come to the ballpark today, and it's cold and it's wet, as you said, mid-season form with now a rain delay.
We got that Cleveland weather for you.
Just smacks you right in the face, I'm sure. But he was joking. He's like, well, hey, this is good practice for the season. I said, no, it'll be good practice when we have a delay. I shouldn't use that word. We are now in said delay.
We are inside of that.
We'll update you when we get an update. I just feel like it's not a regular season game. Whether they play this game or not, they'd like to, I'm sure. But it's not going to be a game changer or deal breaker for either of the organizations after you've been playing months of exhibition baseball. And because the team has this very formal, very important gala tonight for their organization where they're doling out awards, they've got this huge red carpet set up that we broadcast from every year, it would just seem like if you're delayed an extended period of time, you just say, we'll try again next year. But so far, they're trying to get this thing in for whatever reason.
Yeah, this is first team all, but what do I know? Like everything that I'm saying, I have to add at the very end, but what do I know? Because I see the same factors you see. And I'm kind of looking at my watch going, well, if you're going to play, carry the 2 showers and everyone, you probably need guys to start playing now or you're not doing it. Unless the plan is, hey, we'll get in whatever innings we can and then, head for the road. I don't know. Again, but what do I know? That's the summation right here. So we're hanging out with you until we're not. It's either 6:30 or sometime before. I think that's kind of the Kyle Shanahan philosophy, right? We don't know if the sun's coming up tomorrow. We don't know how long we're broadcasting for. We don't know anything. because the meteor could hit us, or we could play baseball, or the rain could stop, or it could continue. Whatever, we're hanging out.
Yeah, we'll just do the radio show.
Let's do the radio show
until someone tells us to stop and let
show.
Charlie and Dave talk.
Show.
It's kind of our plan.
Mhm.
But I want to start with some news from being over at Nats Park.
Oh.
Bob Carpenter went on television today and announced in the opening of the Masson telecast ahead of a game that's not currently happening. This will be his final season calling Nationals games. Carpenter is the only play-by-play voice organizationally in history. This is year 20 for Bob on the mic as the play-by-play voice of the Washington Nationals on television on Masson. 42 years in baseball for Scorebook Bob. He has worked alongside Tom Paciorek initially, I believe it was, in year 1. He has worked alongside F.P. Santangelo and now, much more recently, Kevin Franzen, among other analysts along the way. But we're spoiled in Washington, D.C. Capitals, it's been Joe Bianlocker for a quarter century. Wizards, we had Buck Ants and Schneer forever. And there's been a little bit of I would say, a coming and going of broadcasters since there's now a stabilization with Chris Miller and Drew Gooden over the last couple of years. But when you watch Nationals baseball since the inception of this team in D.C., back at the beginning, the friendly voice, I would say the colloquial, very smooth broadcasting tone of Bob Carpenter has greeted you. See you later, as much as where your favorite place is to eat at the ballpark. And he announced today this is his final ride. I love that he did this because now you get a year to soak up the adulation and some of the reverence that you deserve after such an illustrious run. Part of the 2019 World Series run. One of the cool thrills we had, Danny, was actually watching the World Series with Bob. Because one of the bummers, if you do TV, think Joe Beninati, you don't get to call late postseason games. You get the first round in some sports, maybe. Hockey, basketball, and baseball, you don't even get that.
Just taken away from you right away.
So you're just standing there like some dude in Section 400 watching the games, relegated now to fandom. And so when Charlie and Dave were on the mic in the radio booth, you, me, Bob Carpenter would stand there in Houston and watch all those road games against the Astros, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, after, searching around the press box, hoping to find 3 seats together, that wasn't happening. Maybe 2 seats, that ain't happening. 1 seat, people are marking their territory like it's a poolside cabana first thing in the morning on vacation. You got no shot. So
go full Dennis Miller there, like a poolside cabana.
Like you're looking for a little place to put your feet up. Next thing you know, you're up there hopping out coffee, looking for a towel to put down, tipping a cabana by $20 to find a place to relax with a Mai Tai.
How did Dennis Miller go on Monday Night Football at some point?
Remember that was the thing?
Like whose idea was that? I never knew him at that time as anything other than the football guy on Monday Night Football.
And that's what he was.
And now grown up looking back, I'm like, who would be the equivalent now for people that are young?
Colin Jost. You know what I mean? Like the guy that does update, Saturday Night Weekend Update or whatever on SNL, like caustic, sarcastic jokes. And they go, Colin, hear us out. Do Monday Night Football.
But Dennis Miller, I would say, even was more political. Like he was it wasn't divisive like it is now, where if you said anything, 50% of people hated you forever because they knew who you voted for. Right. But he was pretty divisive politically too, which is even more jarring.
Yeah, his whole deal is he took shots at people. Now it's like, whatever. So, but yeah, that was, it's still crazy to think about,
I bring him up though, because anytime anyone goes analogy, which I love, anytime you're just comping something with
just
a
sounds like Dennis Miller
or an as, it's, you're going to do the Dennis Miller because he middle of a play, like, tackle made by the late Junior Seau. He said, tackled by Junior Seau. And then he hit him harder than a car hits it was just like, why? But you don't have to. We could just watch the game and you don't have to do any of that.
It's trying to run it on 3rd and 17. It's like trying to cross the river Ganges with a toothpick. Like, okay, could have done without that, like whatever.
Back to Bob.
I don't remember what we're doing. Oh yeah, Bob. So we're just sort of wandering around, and Charlie and Dave are kind enough to be like, yeah, you could awkwardly stand behind us, like you're trying to get, like you're in line somewhere, peering over their shoulder, watching those incredible games there in Houston. But Bob's right there with us. Use a little side end table. We're all kind of cramped in together, doing his scorebook. Incredible, man! What an unbelievable memory that was.
Nothing official at this moment, but it seems like some of the Orioles are packing up some of their things.
Yeah, the Orioles are leaving
at the ballpark. So we'll await word on whether or not the game's going to be played. But again, I would just reiterate the Nationals have a fairly significant event organizationally that they care about. That's just a couple of hours away. And the exhibition game still hasn't started in the Tarp is still on the field. So I would say plan for 4.5 hours of your pals, Grant and Danny, today. But no, congratulations to Bob Carpenter.
Here, man.
What a run.
What a career.
It's also, I think, worth noting, while you can get so much love and respect when the team is really good, like Joe Beninati with the Capitals has been at the controls of in the booth. Calls one after another of Ovechkin chasing down Gretzky now, or just the Capitals, who for the better part of nearly 2 decades have been a playoff team and more often than not, one of the top teams in the conference, forget their own division. When you call a lot of games of a bad team, it's hard to get the respect that you deserve. And luckily for Bob, he had that run from 2012 when the Nats made the playoffs for the first time through 2019. But on both sides of that, the bread of the sandwich of him calling Nats baseball was horrendous years prior to the 12 postseason and awful seasons, pandemic on really, from 2020 to now largely. And so I think, if they were more like the Capitals, if they were a postseason team, 15 out of the last 18 years or something like that, the conversation about him would even be more significant. And I think he'd get more of that love and respect that's deserved. But just a smooth, fun, perfect baseball watch and listen, right? I think about this with like Mike Joy, who calls NASCAR on Fox, and he's got those big pipes, and you could sit there and kind of doze off and wake back up, and he's still keeping you company. Bob is one of those guys, man, who was, I'm sure he's called a lot of stuff over the years, college basketball, I know, and other things. I think he was born to call baseball, tell some stories, use those big pipes, and just, the economy of words, kind of keep it simple on television. He is outstanding, and he's just such a good guy. We've had the privilege of getting to know him. So
great dude.
Happy for him that he will get that one last ride with people knowing all season long that it's his final year.
Yeah, it deserves the celebration. Because to your point, I mean, one of the reasons why I, was so, enamored with some of the teams here in town were the guys that delivered the teams to me. The players change, the manager changes, the general manager changes, everybody changes, but that guy that comes into your home every night basically and has a nice little conversation with you about the team, that doesn't. That's why I have such reverence for guys like Steve Buckhantz and Joe Beninati, and now you put Bob Carpenter on that list too. Like, that's who I think of. When I think Nationals baseball, the voice of that is Bob Carpenter, right? I mean, Charlie and Dave obviously are so incredible, and I don't want to take them for granted either, but the number of times I've been at home with my feet up, watching on television, and it's see you later, like thinking about all the huge moments, the regular season, all those things. Just incredible, man. What a career. Congrats to Bob Carpenter, the best.
All right, we've got official word now from over at Nationals Park that the game has indeed been canceled.
There we go.
Not postponed, because it will not be made up.
No.
This exhibition will just never happen.
Shut it down.
It's like if you drove to the ballpark and you're sitting there like my family, too bad for you. There will be no makeup day.
They got to go home, but you got to get up out of here.
Due to inclement weather, the statement from the Nats reads, today's exhibition game between the Orioles and the Nationals has been canceled and will not be made up. Tickets for today's game may be exchanged for a future date with no blackout dates except for opening day. I like that.
That's
cool
good.
by the
There
Nationals.
we go.
Individuals who receive tickets via the federal workers offer can make their exchange at the box office today or a future date on or before April 30th. So good on the Nationals. If you did have a ticket for this game or were there sitting waiting for first pitch, at least you're going to upgrade. You're going from an exhibition game to a regular season game. Not too shabby.
I think that's cool. That is a good deal for folks that braved the elements and waited for it. I like that. I like when teams do that for people. Just, you don't worry about it. You go, the subject of several. You can't have a week. You can't have the Mets. You can't. No. People braved it. They sat there and waited. They were hoping to hear. They had to wait around. Give them something. I love that. Good job, Nats.
How about the Maryland Terrapins last night?
Dude, what a game.
72-71 winners over the Colorado State Rams. They trailed for almost the entire game, and they were down 37-30 at the half. Colorado State came out and played really well early in the second half. Maryland eventually took the lead, and then the last few minutes were back and forth. But it was a three-pointer. What a shot, by the way, by the Rams. It was Jalen Lake from deep behind the arc, set play off of the timeout. I couldn't believe he hit that shot. They were like 1 for their last 12 from deep, and it wasn't a particularly great look. But he sinks a three. They go up a point with less than 5 seconds to go. And then for Maryland, 18-year-old, braces-wearing teenager, Derek Queen, who went 7 of 12 from the floor, had 17 points and 6 rebounds. Hits one of the more difficult shots off the glass against his motion and his body, hand in his face to send the Terps to the Sweet 16.
It was incredible. The whole sequence, you touched on it. Nick Clifford for Colorado State's an NBA player. That guy's really good, will fit into the modern game. I like him a lot. So on that last shot, or so we thought, from Colorado State, all the attention was, of course, paid to him. And here you have what makes college sports great to me. You got a senior waiting on the other side that nobody saw it coming, steps into a look confidently, as you said, they were one for their last 30 or whatever, drills it with a chance to win it.
They went ice cold.
Yeah, of course they did.
Now, Maryland is one of the best defensive teams in America at defending threes. And so I think there's going to be some thought that maybe they shut them down, and they deserve some credit. I just thought Colorado State got cold. They had good looks that they just weren't hitting.
I think so, too. But I want to talk about the Maryland kids for a second, okay? Despite what I think was a classless, ridiculous bit of behavior by their coach, who then doubled down on it again, those kids deserve so much credit. From give me the damn ball, said the 18-year-old kid from Baltimore. I'll get to that in a second. But when they were, I think there was a stretch, they were 1 for 10, something like that, and Colorado State built a lead. You could tell there was no panic. There was no hero ball. There was no, I'll fix it, and everybody going too fast. They knew it's going to start falling soon. They knew. And then as soon as they started that little run, I forget who hit the shot first, but when they started that little, next thing you know, boom, they got a lead.
Yeah.
Like that group doesn't panic. They are mature. They are tough. They are resilient. What an incredible group of kids that deserves all the good things that are happening to them. Man.
Well, Willard
really neat.
Called a couple of perfectly timed timeouts,
Agreed.
too.
Yep.
Right when Colorado State was hot, where they would cool off after the break, or just shifting momentum, and they'd come out and they'd go on 4 and 5-0 runs, 7-2 runs, or whatever. I thought he had a really good game on the sideline. It's funny because I did not get to hear, it sounds like what you said on Friday. I thought I had probably a minority take, certainly one that is not going to go over well with Maryland fans, but I thought his press conference was ridiculous. To say some of the stuff he did the day before your team plays in the tournament. Ridiculous. I mean, absolutely outrageous. Not to mention at any point at the podium. That's all behind the scenes stuff. And obviously he's at odds with Evans and they're butting heads. But I'm sure that Maryland fans loved it, and it was catnip because they can't stand the AD, and nobody's less popular generally in an athletics program than an athletic director. I don't know if he's good or bad, but the head coach is going to be more popular. And I'm sure it went over great. It was a WWE wrestler cutting a promo coming out of the tunnel. But I just thought the whole thing was embarrassing and ridiculous. Having said that, this team is just eminently likable.
Yes, they are.
Julian Reese, who is the brother of one of the most popular female basketball players of the last quarter century now, Angel Reese, going double-double again. He's just a walking, pulsating double-double, 15 and 11 for him. They got the bigs. They have guard play. They can beat you inside, outside. They can beat you with defense around the perimeter. They can outscore you. I actually think they're going to beat Florida, legitimately.
They got a shot at it, yeah, for sure.
I think they're really, really good and have a chance to play in the Elite Eight. But, man, were they lucky to have survived against Colorado State.
Absolutely. And, again, credit to those Colorado State kids as well. But that's what should have been the focus the entire time, now hopefully is the focus, which is, again, this group of Reese, Queen, Gillespie, Rice, and Shelton Miguel. Miguel defensively was incredible, bothering Nick Clifford and company. I don't think Gillespie had his best game, certainly, but you could still see some of the steals, some of the assists, finding guys, getting them open. And Queen with the shot heard round the crab stake. I mean, that was incredible. What an incredible play that he made. I mean, a number of huge plays down the stretch going back and forth. That, to me, is what the tournament is all about. That's the reason I love it, quite frankly, is you get the kid that you never heard of who's a hero for 30 seconds, timeout happens. Now it's the 18-year-old, his turn to make an incredible shot where over a great bit of defense, falling away, going to his opposite hand, rather, kissed it off the glass. The onions, as Bill Raftery would say. What an incredible back and forth game. That was the game of the weekend.
Well, we've been light on epic games and great finishes.
Yep,
and
there was one.
Particularly light on buzzer beaters, but now we got them.
Yeah.
And we got one anyway. I want to get deeper into what the tournament has been so far, perception or reality, but it does seem like we're entering an era where maybe there's going to be fewer of the big upsets. We can get to that in just a few. We're live on Grant and Danny on location today. We're out and about at Whitlow's on the Wharf, right next to the Anthem. if you're familiar with the Wharf layout. And there's going to be a red carpet event. It's not supposed to be raining this evening when they do it in a few hours. The Nationals are going to be walking into and enjoying an evening. I mean, could this guy make?
I was going to say,
noise?
what you might be hearing it.
Unbelievable.
There's metal clanking on stone, and it's not one bit of metal. I think it's 40% of all the metal in the Western Hemisphere being set up for like the poles for the the red carpet type deal for over like the barrier that you can't go past like at the nightclub.
It's like those velvet ropes at the movie theater. They're setting
the
up
velvet, there
those
he goes.
poles.
It's like, hey, these guys on now? Are they starting their show? Let's go.
But it's just amazing because there's probably a way to, if you wanted to, do it a little bit quieter.
If there was interest in that, it might have happened. There ain't. I'm going, what are you going to do here, buddy? Watching you try to do your tease. Well, the guy's like literally banging them together.
There's not a lot of that
That's
interest.
fun. That's fun.
Speaking of being out and about, steamed up for Wednesday. Charlie and Dave are going to be joining us for a Nats season preview show ahead of opening day on Thursday.
Yeah.
We're going to be at Lost Rhino Brew Pub. So if you want to come out and hang and get ready for the Nats
I love
season,
that place, by the way.
you should do that. Lost Rhino Brew Pub is in Ashburn. We'll be there all day Wednesday, 2 to 6:30. You can be the first to sample Lost Rhino's new Hittin' Dingers Hazy IPA. As we broadcast, you can enjoy ballpark menu specials, win Nats tickets out there, meet some of our special guests, including play-by-play voices Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, when they join the show at 5 p.m. Again, Lost Rhino Brewery in Ashburn. That's coming up on Wednesday at 2 o'clock. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We'll get into the tournament and whether or not Maryland's win yesterday was the best game so far next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles were canceled today. If you were at today's game and had tickets to the game, you can exchange them for game later on in the calendar, except for opening day. And opening day comes up on Thursday. The Nats taking on the Phillies, 4:05 first pitch. Also, Bob Carpenter announced today that this will be his final season calling Nationals baseball. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Raptors at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. College hoops, the Terps moving on to the Sweet 16, and they'll take on number 1 seed Florida on Thursday. You can hear the game over on the Team 980 tip-off at 7:30. Also, you can get Terps Sweet 16 shirts from Breaking Tea in the Fan Shop, 1067thefanshop.com. And a couple of head coaches on the move. Xavier's head coach Sean Miller is going to leave to be the next head coach at Texas, and Drake's head coach Ben McCullum is leaving to be the next head coach at Iowa. And it looks like the ropes are almost done being set up, so we should be good for the rest of the show. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update from the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk.
One bucket to keep its season alive. Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen who's driving, floats it. Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
That was the TBS call of the Terps advancing to the Sweet 16 on a buzzer beater from their 18-year-old freshman, Derek Queen, last night. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, live on the Fan, just outside of the Anthem. We are on the Wharf waterfront, hoping for the sun to come out, make this a really pretty day. They're setting up the red carpet. For the moment, it seems like all the poles have been dug into the ground correctly, and the ropes are now set up just so. So I think we'll be able to do the show in peace.
So I think I see more metal, and I'm hoping that somebody picks it up, goes like up a couple stories, and then just throws it down on the ground super hard when you're trying to tease the next segment. I think we got a chance at that.
We could just go over there and launch it right into the river, too.
Yeah, different ways to do it.
Right into the Potomac.
We sent Toby content, right, Ryan Clary?
Yeah,
content.
Toby's a content king.
Big content guy.
We could do that.
Take a small microphone over there and throw that in, too.
So you guys were working Thursday and Friday.
Yep.
I was still vacationing with the fam in West Palm Beach. I thought the tournament over the first 4 days, while great because it's the NCAA tournament.
See,
it's just going to be happening.
I told you.
There's just, again, it's the lack of awareness for me. There is zero.
So
Madden awareness, zero.
Let me say this. I don't think it's an awareness problem. I think it's a care problem.
Well,
I don't think he cares.
Okay.
These fat zilches are chatting into small headsets. But that's not going to stop him from wheeling heavy metal by on cobblestones.
Okay, but to say that it's a not caring, you're suggesting he knows we're live on the radio for lots of people all over Washington, D.C. Right? I mean, this
He's doing laps.
Cannot make this
He's
up.
doing laps.
You can't. You cannot make this up.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I think.
I'm not going to go full Francesa and cause a scene. I'm just not going to
do it. But the idea that hold on, there's another.
This is a hidden camera show.
Yes.
Where is Ashton Kutcher?
We're doing it. We're doing impractical numbers over here.
CK pretended to be sick. He's going to come running out with a camera crew. Like, we wanted to see how you guys would handle it.
We got you, Grant. No, I mean, listen. I think it's like, do you think we're bothering anybody? Oh well. Anyway, like moving on. Like, there's not much care or concern.
Tom Green did a bit years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Green. He would walk around and do man on the street interviews, right, with a big long microphone. But he would. I mean, this is
your favorite bit.
This is my all-time favorite bit. He did this thing where he would put dog excrement, like
on top of the microphone,
like on the edge of the microphone, not so that it was visual,
doggy doo-doo,
so that the smell was there.
Yeah.
And he would go up and he would ask people like, "So, what's your favorite thing to do on the wharf?" Yeah, and so they would answer and do the interview for him, but you could just see that they could tell the smell was not okay and something was going on, right? He would do this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how this is related exactly.
I was going to say
to these guys.
What's the connection here? You just like bringing that up. Is that your bit?
Is this an awareness thing?
Him
Where
and
was
Glenn,
I going with
there's Glenn who's joining us by television, internet.
I think maybe it was an awareness thing.
Yeah.
Right. They were not very aware of what was going on.
But they knew something was amiss.
Tie these together. I I don't think he knows what we're doing.
No.
I think he just thinks that we're sitting here. Mm-hmm. Because if he knew we were working, I think there'd be a little more of an attempt to.
God, I'm going to have to go and disagree with you there.
Yeah.
I think this was getting done because that's his time to get it done.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? I don't think there was a
suggesting-
single iota of interest in our thing and how it might disrupt anybody's thing. Somebody, anyone else walking by, anybody, like anyone's on the phone, doesn't matter. He's like, rattle, 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 thump, 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 metal things.
But what's funny is like when he's 10 feet away, it's unbearably loud. Then he gets closer and he gets closer.
He did a lap.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
I now know the link.
Okay.
Let me go back to Tom
So
Green.
there's dog poop on the plates? Or
Right. No. So Tom Green would do this thing with the interview where this microphone
He'd get closer
had
and
the
closer.
thing on it.
Yeah.
And he would get closer and closer.
microphone
And
glass.
eventually, did you see the video where a reporter like hit Donald Trump in the face with
Yes.
a microphone?
Yes.
And he just kind of looked at him like, really? Like, like he just
Yeah.
did that Donald Trump face thing at him.
Yes. Yeah, I know the face.
Yeah.
You've seen it before.
You've done it on your stand-up sets.
You've done it so well. Okay, we got this dishonest media hitting me in the face with microphones. Okay, it's so terrible.
But this
We're gonna
Tom
talk about
Green
it.
situation
Tom Green,
is playing
Canadian.
out. This guy's doing it 15 feet away, and
Yeah.
we're like, man, that's insufferable.
Yeah.
Then it's 10 feet away, and we're like, okay, this is kind of funny.
We're going to disrupt Grant's show because there's so many metal things that have to go through. We don't like Grant bullshit.
Then it's
He's
5 feet away.
Dishonest.
Eventually, they're just going to be putting the plates on our laps.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
right.
saying. They're just going to be setting them on our laps.
We've got so many metal. I'm not stopping the bit. We have so many metal barriers to disrupt Grant because he's so dishonest. This Paulson.
Why do you sleep on Tom Green's
We don't care
greatness,
for
by
him.
the way?
I work with Tom Green.
What a heater he was on for a long time.
There's a lot of comics will do this where it's like but like we were in talks about it, and then he actually was super nice about it. He said, my agent has someone else that's going to do this for me, but I actually asked if you could. We worked at the DC Improv, and he was about to do a tour of kind of the Northeast United States and kind of the eastern part of Canada. So it was like a little 10-gig run that he was going to go on, and we had a lot of fun at DC Improv. And he said, would you want to come with me? And we could do the shows.
Like ride around in his van.
We could do the comedy shows together. That's not at the same time because it's stand up. We're standing up, but we could do them. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to do that. And so that was a thing. And then he actually like sent me up. I don't remember what, maybe MySpace or one of the old time things. And he was actually really sorry, but my agent has somebody that they're going to start representing that they're going to send on the tour with me. So it actually not going to happen for you. But I feel terrible that I promised you that and it's not going to happen. Anything else to do for you? And I was like, no, that's super nice, but couldn't have been a nicer guy. I'm a Tom Green fan. Boom.
But he didn't do anything.
He ultimately didn't, but like,
yeah,
he could have
he
taken the time. Yeah, like
thrown you a bone.
I asked
somewhere.
Daniel Tosh once, can I open for you? And he goes, no. And so that was the end of that.
Tom, it sounds like you're a Daniel Tosh fan.
I am. I like Daniel Tosh, but he also just said no.
Right.
Tom Green was like, would you like to come with me?
The microphone's gonna be touching us. That's what I'm saying. The plates will be
hitting us
soon enough.
Yeah.
But we've got a little respite, so I guess we could try to do some radio.
This is a respite.
In the meantime. But anyway, Thursday and Friday, you guys were out and about. I was on vacay.
Yep.
My take on this tournament is this is what we're going to be getting now moving forward.
Okay.
With the transfer portal, with what used to be guys that would be at Northern Iowa for 5 years, Ali Farouk Madesh or whatever, with your seniors like Golke last year. What was Golke's first name? The kid from Oakland or whatever that was just filling it up, shooting threes, right? I think those guys transfer now, and they end up coming off the bench and helping out the really good teams in the really good conferences. And my belief is that this year was not part of some cyclical thing where we didn't have a single 1 through 4 seed lose a game. It's only happened a couple of times over a few decades now that all 16 of the top teams in the field, 1 through 4 in all 4 regions, advanced. A 1 is always going to be the 16. That should happen. 2 15s, though, should be at least entertaining on their way to the 2, leaving them in their dust in the second half. We didn't really get sweats in those games. 3 14 should be in play, not this time. 4 13, I think you should have probably one of those every couple of years in a healthy situation.
Yep.
And my point is those days are done, and it's another side effect of the changing landscape of college sports, the transferring from the mid-major, the non-Power 5, whatever we're calling it now, school to go play at Maryland. The kids at Colorado State is an example last night where Jalen Lake's been there 4 years, and Nick Clifford's Mr. Ram, and known all over campus for the last 4 or 5 seasons. that's just going to be going away more and more and more, and you're going to have fewer of those stories.
So I've heard this thesis, and I think there's a lot of truth to it, but let me advocate on behalf of El Diablo here. Give me a second, all right? Robert Morris gave Alabama all they could handle in the first round in a 15-2 game. Alabama won, obviously. They're the better team. But Arkansas, not exactly a Little Sisters of the Poor mid-major, beat St. John's, was the better team throughout. We're a diamond. I almost called Diamond Stone. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm sure it's 15 years ago.
Arkansas is an SEC school, guy.
Yeah, I mean, they're a 10 seed, though.
Their head coach is John Calipari.
No, I'm aware. But I'm saying a 2 seed that was a predominant favorite lost. I know they're not mid-major. But,
that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Maryland's a buzzer beater away from not going, moving on. And a 12 seed that barely made the tournament almost did.
Colorado State. I'm talking
New
about.
Mexico has Michigan State dead to rights before they don't. Your point is largely correct. My devil's advocate point is I think that's this year. Now, if that's going to be the case multiple years, I'm not ready to slam the gavel on that thesis.
No, you don't have to slam the gavel yet. I'll be waiting for you when you do. Because I think what you saw this year is what you're going to see more and more and more. And I'm not really talking about like the examples you're giving for the most part. You know, when Auburn plays Michigan, those are grown-ups playing each other with huge gymnasiums and weight rooms that are nicer than NBA teams. I'm talking about Bryant playing Michigan State and losing by 30. I'm talking about UNC Wilmington, Texas Tech as an example, or St. John's in Omaha, which was like a 35-point game.
Yeah.
Those 215s, I think the gap's wider than it's ever been before and is only going to get wider and wider and wider because Norfolk State's best players are not staying at Norfolk State. So you're not beating Florida, not that you would have anyway, but you're not hanging with Florida in a tight game into the 7-minute, under 8 timeout or whatever, under 4 timeout in the second half against the 1 seed because you've got a starting lineup of 4 guys that have been there for their entire 4 years. Those guys are now playing at Marquette, or they've transferred to Creighton, or they've transferred to Baylor or whatever. And I just think that it's another side effect. I'm not saying that there's no good out of this. The medicine might fix you. But I also do think there's something to be said for you're going to get nauseous. You're going to maybe be sitting on the toilet every now and then. There are some side effects to this.
There totally are. And again, I largely agree. I do think that's the phenomenon. But I will say, I also happen to think this year is especially, pronounced in the gap. Because I think the top of college basketball this year, I was kind of beating this drum in December and January and loud thumps and dead bodies being moved behind me. But I was beating this drum for a while where I think the top, where they're all taking turns, being number 1, being number 2, being top 5, et cetera. The top of the college hoops this year, and maybe that's why, honestly, right? Where they're following the NIL and following the money, and that kind of is what it is. But the top was really good this year. Now that may be just the case from here on out, and I think this may be the start of something. But I think this is also a little bit fluky in the fact that there weren't fluke upsets.
Let's take some calls on this if you got them at 800-636-1067. Was this a one-off that this is something that could happen any year, and it just so happened to happen this year, and it's going to be a rare thing that occasionally does? Or do you think that what I'm suggesting is reality, and it's going to be harder and harder for us to get the thing that we love that makes the tournament what it is, that makes the tournament as great as it is, which is the deeper upsets, the 15, 14, 13 seeds getting wins? 800-636-1067. By the way, we do have tickets to the DC Defenders home opener that we're giving away all week long at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz here on Grant and Danny. So your first chance to win DC Defenders tickets on the show this week coming your way in about an hour and 20 minutes right here on The Fan. back live on the Fan, Grant and Danny, from the Anthem in Whitlow's on the Wharf today, where we are broadcasting ahead of the Nats Gala that's going to be taking place, a red carpet event, festivity set to begin in just a few hours. They were going to be playing a exhibition game with the Orioles, but inclement weather postponed and canceled that. So next time we see the Nats will be when they are on the field on opening day against the Phillies on Thursday afternoon.
It's a bummer. I mean, because it was supposed to be the beginning of this sort of Nats-Orioles, I don't want to call it a partnership, Grant, but at least mutual understanding of not having stupid animosity, not having the let's cut off everybody's nose despite our faces era, right? Like, nobody says you got to walk hand in hand. You should be on-field rivals. The regional rivalry is good. You've got neighbors who are fans of one that don't like the other exists. You've got fans that are resentful of the Orioles being in the way of the Nationals in so many ways in their growth with the TV thing and ownership and stuff. So the rivalry is good, and it should happen. The high tide raises all boats. But this owner C-suite level struggle and dumb protracted fight that didn't benefit anybody, most specifically the fans, was always stupid. It continued to be stupid. That's now put to bed to a degree. So it's a bummer you didn't get to kind of kick that formal start off today. But yeah, small price to pay. 162 is coming. We start Thursday.
Yeah, they don't have to be friends, but they've got to be acquaintances. And they're going to start being acquaintances because they weren't even that.
Precisely.
Now, they have never made a trade. Let me know when that happens. And that is when officially I think we can say they have buried their issues.
Mm-hmm.
When the Orioles and Nationals combine on a trade of players, which has never happened in the history of the two ball clubs, then I'll know. The Angelos, Lerner, early existence beef is over.
Yeah, you could just call them right now. Be like, listen, we got this speedy, skilled infielder named Nasim Nunez. You got a prospect named Holiday. Send him out. Let's just switch them. Why don't he come down here and Nunez goes up there? See if the Orioles go for it.
You could do that.
You can do it, right? Was it Holiday?
He's hurt. Why do they want Gunnar Henderson?
He's just taking up spots in your roster right now.
He's got an oblique situation. He's going to be on the injured list to start the year.
Nag forever. You don't want that guy.
Might as well give him to us, and we'll give you Jackson Rutledge.
We'll just give him to.
That's a trade. Who says no, as the kids say.
Who says no first?
That's always one of my favorite bits, too.
Right.
Is the who says no, and people are dead serious about it.
Right.
You're like, well, the team that's getting screwed really
I think
bad.
probably the Orioles would say no there. Look, if you're asking which team.
My favorite. Trade deadline time every year, either the calls or the tweet where it's like, hey, could this trade happen? Would both teams be okay with that? Not that one.
Right. You don't know my buddy. You never met him. Michael Marcoux. We played fantasy sports together for years. This was his strategy. Just endlessly wear you down and pepper you with trade offers, and no matter what the sport was. His bit was to give you garbage that he picked up off the waiver wire for one of your stars. And he'd try to explain it to you and just constantly just wear you down. Inevitably, he'd get the guy or he wouldn't, but he wouldn't quit. So that's strategy.
It's a good bit.
Yeah.
It's deep smell right now. What do you smell?
A little burn, little burning wood.
Okay.
Smell some
It's
wood
not
burn
quite
stove?
what I'm looking for.
What is it?
I smell a gas grill being turned on.
Oh, hello there.
Like the propane in your backyard of a gas grill, which, by the way, I am team charcoal every single time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you give me a deep sniff right now, I think you're getting standing over your grill July 8th. And you're that little propane smell.
I got a little of that charcoal burn to it.
No,
you don't
really?
have it.
I don't have it.
You don't have that?
We're smelling different
You don't
things.
have it?
Did you see that Mookie Betts,
poor guy,
who's one of the best players in Major League Baseball, lost almost 25 pounds?
That's insane.
With a mystery illness. Everybody's sick right now. Our boss texted us. He's got 6 different things.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know you could have all those things at once. He's checking every single box. But Mookie Betts, 2 days before he flew to Japan with the Dodgers to open the big league season, had already gotten sick and he'd lost a few pounds. And I guess he just thought with some medicine and the Dodgers training staff, even though you're getting on a plane for ever until you land in Japan, he was going to be okay. Well, I probably would have bailed. I'd have been like, look, it's the first 2 games of 162. MVP player right here.
Yeah, right here.
I feel terrible. The worst place to be in the world when you're sick is on an airplane.
Is away from home.
By the way, do you want me to get everyone else sick? I'm just going to stay. Apparently, he didn't do that. So he went on the trip and lost another 20 pounds. So he was down between 23 and 25 pounds. He told reporters he's weighing 150 right now.
And listen, it's not like I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's not like he was Prince Fielder. Not like he was Miguel Cabrera or something. This is not like an overly large player. Some guys have that to lose. I have that to lose. Mookie Betts does not.
But 175 sound even right to you? I mean, this is a guy who, in his career, has hit 32 home runs in a season. He had a 35 home run year just 2 years ago. He says he's 175 pounds normally to start the year.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, over the course of a baseball season, playing 6 months in the sun, you can lose 8, 9, 10 pounds, which means he's playing occasionally in the mid-160s, hitting the ball 400 feet.
Crazy, isn't it?
That's wild to me.
It is nuts. I mean, but when you are so – I've seen 1,000,001 videos of him at practicing his craft as a hitter. There's some science behind Mookie
Oh, he's
Betts.
all time, bro.
He knows exactly what he's doing and how he's doing it. He is a hitting genius in that regard. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny to think about some of those guys. Like, I remember we did
what did you play at GW?
Right at 200.
Did you?
Yeah. So you remember the event we did? It was somewhere down here. I can't remember the name of the place. The part of the not the Nats Gala, but the Scherzer Showdown. One of those bits, and we got on stage, and it was like Anthony Rendon, you, me. I think Max was there.
We did it over at the Oyster.
Yeah, right there. There you go. Well, like, there's a picture where it's like, again, I'm not like Anthony Rendon doesn't look like the big leaguer. You know what I mean? Where it's like a bunch of us on stage hanging out, and like he just looks like a regular dude that like might have taken your coat. And that guy hits balls 450 feet with a wood bat. And it's like, I know he doesn't now because he doesn't play baseball, but you know what I mean? Then.
No, years ago when he used to play.
He used to play all the
poor
time.
guy. I mean, he's played 9 games as an Angel.
He was playing almost like every day.
Although the whole poor guy thing, I'll take that back.
Yeah, the
7
rich
years,
guy. Yeah.
$245 million.
It's not a good
and you get every
contract.
single penny of it.
Yeah. That's one of those we regret that one if you're the Angels,
Well,
probably. Do you think? Do you think
We,
they
we
regret
used to debate all the time. Should they have paid Strauss or Rendon?
it? The answer was no.
The answer was neither.
You know who was wrong about that was me. Oh, man.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Maryland Terrapins are on to the Sweet 16. We'll get back into the Terps coming up in just a bit. But next on the program, Alex Ovechkin's hunt for Wayne Gretzky's record continues with the Capitals. And over the weekend, he got even closer. You are listening to the Fan ahead of the Nats Gala tonight. Whitlow's on the Wharf. We're going to be joined by Davey Martinez, Mike Rizzo, and some of your favorite Nats as they're dressed to the nines. So make sure you're watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream if you want to see the red carpet festivities tonight on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals and the Orioles game for today has been canceled. If you had tickets to today's game, they can be exchanged for another game this season, just not for opening day, which comes up on Thursday as the Nationals welcome in the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game series to kick off the season. First pitch at 4:05. Mackenzie Gore going to make his first ever opening day start for the Nats on Thursday. Bob Carpenter announced today that this will be his final season calling Nationals baseball. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Raptors at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in college hoops, yesterday, Maryland beat Colorado State 72-71 on a Derek Queen buzzer beater off the glass. Now, the 4th seed Maryland improves to the Sweet 16, where they'll take on number 1 seed Florida. That'll be Thursday. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 coverage beginning at 7 o'clock Thursday evening, tip-off at 7:30. Also, you can find Terp Sweet 16 shirts from Breaking Tea on thefanshop.com. Xavier's head coach Sean Miller is going to be leaving to become the next head coach at Texas, and Drake's head coach Ben McCollum will be leaving to become the next head coach for the Iowa Hawkeyes. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Wharf ahead of the Nats Gala tonight. Red carpet's about to be rolled out as the rain seems to be leaving the area. We are getting excited to talk to some of our favorite Nats guests as they make their way into the Wharf. Everyone gets all dolled up. Looks amazing. Yep. It's like Oscars night, the loved ones with them, excited to be walking a red carpet. It's a fun little event.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? It's the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Alex Ovechkin is 7 goals away from immortality at this point as he hunts down Wayne Gretzky in the Great Chase. He needs 6 to tie him. He needs 7 to get to 42 for the season to break the record. A quick look at the Cap schedule, Danny. They play Winnipeg in what is a pretty significant game on the road tomorrow night north of the border, 8 o'clock puck drop East time. And then they're at Minnesota, and they're playing Nashville at home later this month. Then into April, with those 3 games left in March, they've still got another 9 games to play next month, a dozen total. 3 of their final 9 games, though, in April are at home. That's it. So the chances of him breaking the record are at home, dwindling as we speak. But now you're starting to get up against it a little bit in terms of how many goals he needs and how many games he's got left. 7 to break the record, 12 games left. I've thought all season long that he was going to do it, and I will still bet on him doing it. But this is the first time I would say where we're starting to get to a point where he might need a 2-goal game.
Yeah.
And that happens like this, right? It's a goal in the first period tomorrow night in Winnipeg, and then an empty netter or something, and they win 3-2. Or he scores a couple even-strength goals in a 4-1 win, and now he only needs 5, and they got 11 games left, and we're right back to saying there's no way he's not going to do it. But I think if he were to go a game or 2 right now without scoring, and he'd still need 7, and all of a sudden you got 10 games left, now there's a real chance we might have to wait till the start of next year.
There totally is. And you kind of go when I think it was either back-to-back games or a couple games here over the last week where they scored 5-6 goals, and you're going, how did I get one? That just obviously it happens. Hockey happened as the Caps won and were scored a bunch in Florida and everywhere else. And that's such a bummer that there's no empty netter or there wasn't like a part of that huge tally. So yeah, I mean he's up against it. But here's what I've learned. We run out of hyperbole about him, but bet against him at your own peril. Say that he's not going to at your own peril. Like, you're going to be proven wrong 1,000,000 times over. A decade ago, I'm going, I think he's slowing down, whether it was, Dale Hunter slowing him down or moving to the left wing or doing something, or moving to the right wing, rather. Enough. He's so stupid good. It's incredible what's happening and what has already happened at this point. So I'm still betting on him, to be honest with you, that he's going to do it.
So let's do some math, because I like to be as analytical as I can when we talk about these things. So he is averaging at this moment 54 games played, 35 goals scored on the season. So quick math there says he's averaging 0.65 goals per game. Then you extrapolate that out and say, okay, if he continues at his current pace this year, which is slowed a bit of late, but if he continues at that pace, which is still, by the way, one of the highest goals per game paces in his entire NHL career at 39 years old, which is unfathomable. That means he would score 7.7 goals. So he's going to score 7 more goals, between 7 and 8. That gets him the record. At his current pace, he will do it, but he'll need all those games.
Right.
And it's now down to the wire. So there was a time about a month ago, 2 weeks ago, where I was looking at the possibility of maybe in Boston on Tuesday, April 1, or the next night in Carolina and Raleigh. I've actually got plans just in case, because that's drivable, to go to that game if he's just a couple away. I think I'm now in the clear on making a midweek Wednesday trip to Raleigh, the site of my bachelor party, where the Capitals will be playing the Hurricanes. I think I'm okay there. Now, to me, it's looking like maybe the final week of the season. We're talking about hosting Carolina on April 10th, in Columbus on the 12th. I think I heard Cakesy say he's going to that game on a Saturday afternoon.
Columbus. Cakesy.
Yeah, which is awesome. Nationally televised. Or then the final 3 games of the year, which would be hosting Columbus on Sunday the 13th, second night of a back-to-back. And then you've got Tuesday, Thursday on the road to end the season against the Isles or the Penguins. But I think it's coming down now to the final week. It would be a bummer, though, if we have to wait all off season.
Yeah.
Maybe that there's some beauty in that because the build-up before the start of next year would be amazing.
Will be incredible, yeah.
But I think if he breaks the record this year and they win the Cup, he could walk into the sunset.
He could sail into the sunset, yeah. I mean,
he's got 1 year left on his contract. We know he's going to play out that year. There's been some speculation. I think he talked to a Russian reporter a few weeks ago. I remember seeing some headline that he's not going to sign another contract necessarily, so that next year could be his last year. I don't know that he's formally said that to any of the reporters here in the States or if that's gospel. But I've long thought if they win the Cup this year, which they're good enough to, and he breaks the record, we could just kind of, with the snap of a finger, have seen the end of Hovey and not even have really celebrated it or known it, other than just watching his chase.
Yeah, just taking it for granted. I mean, that's the part, right? I mean, you think of this, 14, 16, and then 17 3 times. Those are your league leaders in the goals and how many fewer games Ovechkin has played than those guys. Leon Draisaitl is running away with it.
I don't know what that.
So Leon Draisaitl's played 68 games. Ovi's played 54. William Nylander's played 70 games. Ovi's played 54. 71 for the other leaders in goals scored. Ovi's only played 54, a fraction of what those guys have played. And he's tied for 5th in the NHL in goals. That's the point. All these other guys are prime players in their 20s, basically.
Is he still 5th right now?
He's tied for 5th with Sam Reinhart of Florida.
I need people to just, before we get back to the chase, the guy who has played way fewer games than everybody else at 39 years old, 35 goals.
Yep.
By the way, he's actually tied for 4th. Only Draisaitl, Nylander, and Connor have more goals than him right now. He's got 35, yeah? So he's tied with Scheifele.
Oh, Scheifele, yeah, there you go.
And Sam Reinhart, who they just played from Florida. Dude, this is so outrageous what he's doing.
It's patently absurd. Again,
because there are normally, like last year, Matthews scored over 60. This is a year, I don't think the goals in the sport are down team to team all that much, but like for whatever reason, individual goal scoring, the Rocket Richard's going to be a little lower.
Yeah, Draisaitl's getting 50, mid-50s, at probably.
Totally.
I don't know that anyone else gets 50.
But dude, if he didn't get hurt, if he didn't break a bone in his leg, he'd be running away with the Rocket Richard.
This is,
and by the way, the record would have been broken 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many ifs, lockouts, suspensions, a couple injuries, a family tragedy. We would have broken this thing 10 times ago, and we'd be talking about 950 is the next round number, or maybe getting to 1,000 if everything goes right. It's stupid.
So let me ask you this, and I don't even know what I mean by better. So if you're going to workshop that, you could do it aloud with me.
All right, here we go.
But what is better? What is the better outcome for a Caps fan? And we can pose this question on the phones as well for you guys at 800-636-1067. Is it better for him to end this thing this season and set and break the record now, and then potentially come back next year, final year of the contract, and just add to it? Or is somehow it actually more beneficial for the organization, for the fan base, to kind of let this thing breathe? Let's say he gets within 2 or 3.
Well, he ends like 1 shy.
Right, and then you just have the whole build up to next season, and then who knows, opening night, the first couple nights of the year, his first goals are the record-breaking goal. And it just adds to the final year. And we know going in, a la Bob Carpenter today, announcing this is it. Ovechkin says it's my last season of my contract. I'm going to break the goals record, obviously, because I'm 2 away. This will be my final year, and we get the whole year to kind of celebrate Ovi. What's better?
So this is such a hard answer, but I'm going to do my best. Whatever gets me more Ovi, I'm not ready for it to be over yet. So, hypothetically speaking, let's say this year he goes on one of his patented runs where he scores 8 goals in 6 games or does something stupid, breaks the damn thing, and then decides, like, I'm tired. I'm going home. Like, and that's the end.
Because couldn't you see that?
That would. I'm not ready. I need a full time to process it. I want to celebrate. I want to tune in every night and hear from Joe B and Locker about how great the guy is and everything that comes with that. I don't want it to just be this unceremonious. All right, that's all for me. You guys have been great. So whatever gets me more, I'll do that because he's breaking this damn thing. We know that. It's just a matter of when.
I'm thinking about this as how do I get the most things that I want on that night? Right now, there's a really good chance Joe Beninati doesn't call the game because they'll be on national TV here at the end of the season way more often than they're on Monumental Sportsnet. The national networks are going to steal the games early next year too, though. So in other words, I don't necessarily sit here and go, well, I'd rather it be early next year because, these games are on national TV. You don't think if he's 3 goals away that the first 6 games next year aren't all going to be exclusive to the networks?
Totally.
So I don't think you're going to have a higher, better chance to get Joe B. In fact, you probably have a better chance at Joe B. when they don't have an entire offseason to build the schedule around making sure Ovi's on a network television, right? So that would be number one. Locker being there for the call. With all due respect to Alan May, who's a buddy of mine and I've gotten to work with for many years over at Monumental and have watched hours and hours of hockey with in various rooms over there around the table. I want Locker in the booth next to Joe B when he breaks the record, who's coming back from his heart surgery that was such a serious procedure under the knife for hours and hours and is rehabbing diligently and fighting to get back in time. It's like a race between Locker and Alex Ovechkin, essentially, right? I know Locker would be in the booth early next year. I'm not convinced he would be this year. That's a factor for me, oddly enough.
Totally.
There's just a lot of different moving parts here. There's also, as weird as it sounds, the idea of just waiting until next season with a 40-year-old and saying, even if it's only a few goals, he'll definitely do it. That's probably not responsible because off-season training, when you get to be 40 years old, quirky, weird things happen.
Of course.
Are we sure he doesn't tweak or pull or injure something or have some type of problem?
No, and it's not. Again, it's not a him reflection. It's a life reflection.
So don't you almost need to just get it as soon as you can get it?
That's another part of the discussion. I mean, I think about this. We've gotten to know so many athletes over the years, and there's so many guys that come to mind when you think about this. It's not the actual game itself. It's what you have to do to get ready for it. That changes. When you're 20, you're 21, 22, 23, whatever. It's you roll out of bed, you do all your work, you do what you're supposed to do, but you lift your weights, you stretch, you do whatever. Well, when you're 40 or getting up there with all the injuries and all the wear and tear, that you can't just pop out of bed and do it. You now have to. You do the rolling thing. You do the foam roller. You do the massage thing. You do all this other kind of stretching. You do the cupping, the deep tissue, all those other kind of crap, just to be able to go out and do what you did 10 years ago. And it's not easy. That's where the grind is. It's not playing the game. Playing the game is the fun part. That's the reward. It's the prep that it takes. And so you got to do more just to be able to do the same. And that wears on people sometimes. So we take him for granted. He's drinking soda pop on the bench or, eating beef jerky, between shifts, whatever the hell he does.
Beef jerky is probably the best thing he's eating.
Well, you know what I mean? Like he's eating Mama Lucia's Diablo pizza or whatever. But man, it's just it's not something that we should ever just assume is going to continue.
All right, I want your answer before we get to the phones. Better for the Caps, better for whoever, the whole situation. Break it this season, get it over with. Or go into next year 2 or 3 goals away and have the whole offseason and the final year of his contract to just paint the whole thing Ovechkin.
My answer is going to be so unbelievably selfish. I just want more Ovechkin. Wait till next year. It's not like I'm not going to be celebrating like a champion even when he scores. Like I had something to do with it, but I want to get. If there's a risk, and there's a risk to me that he hangs him up if he gets it this year, and he just says I'm tired. Thank you for everything. I want a celebration. I want every night to be Alex Ovechkin goal from his back night. Alex Ovechkin office night. I want Alex Ovechkin grimy goal night. I want transition Alex Ovechkin on odd man rushes night. I want celebrating the best athlete in DC history night after night after night for a whole year. I'm not ready just to say goodbye, and I worry that he would say goodbye if he breaks it.
I think you'll get that regardless, but there is a chance that you don't. Because if he breaks the record and they win the cup, why come back for the final year at 40? I guess you could just say that he loves it. Why wouldn't you? You pad the goal total between you and everybody else, right? That's all part of it. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to hop in. I'm going to make this real short and sweet. I need this record, man. Me personally.
Oh, you do?
I've been working so hard. I put in the hours in the gym. I have grinded. I need this record, and I need it now like I need oxygen. Can't wait. Now, Ovi has also, in fairness, I want to be very clear about this. Let me be clear, Barack Obama style. He has also done some of the work, and I give him some credit for that.
You know what? That's actually big of you.
And I want him to share into my record.
That's big of you.
I want to share part of my record with Ovi.
He deserves some of the credit, I think. Is
do.
that fair to say? You'd say that?
Now, this season, the culmination of his unbelievable year and the culmination of what has been a incredible season for Caps fans. This has been so fun and so unexpected and so wonderful. Let's go to the phones. Danny is in Northwest, wants to hop in on G&D. Danny, 12 games left, 7 goals from immortality.
Thanks for taking my call.
What do you think? Do you want him to do it? Or next year better?
Yeah, I think he will. And you know what? He'd have it already if he hadn't missed 5 weeks with that broken tib.
Totally.
But the thing that gets me the most, and it happened when he had to go home because his father passed away, and a couple of the other times where he's been injured long term, the team has not really missed a beat. And I think Carberry's done an incredible job with these guys this year.
Oh, come on. I mean, he's the Jack Adams Award winner, and I don't know that it's particularly close. Thank you. For people that don't know, that's the Coach of the Year award in the National Hockey League. But Spencer Carberry's a star. I believe he'll be coaching Team Canada in a few years nationally. And we're talking about that caliber of coach in this league. He is a commodity. He is someone who I believe, like Jaden Daniels, maybe not to the same extent, but makes you a destination. I think he is a coach that players around the league will want to play for, as guys like Pierre-Luc Dubois recapture their career here, as players like Connor McMichael and Alexi Protas become stars under his watch. There's a lot of veteran coaches in this league where young guys don't excel. There's an old guard in the NHL. We saw it, actually, with the previous regime, if we're being honest. Peter Laviolette.
Yeah.
I want my veterans. I want my grizzled guys. I don't trust the kids. I'm not giving them the minutes. Spencer Carberry, because of his minor league background at Hershey and bouncing around, I think really does have a ability to whisper with those developing young ascending players.
Yeah. Do you have any data points on that? Like, is there anybody had a huge breakout year this year?
So I just believe that they have, and they get credit for this. I don't think they hit the lottery randomly. They knew what they were doing. They had him in their employ before he left to go to Toronto to be their power play coach. But they have struck gold with this guy. And he is as good a coach as we've had in this city in a long, long time in any sport. But part of why the Alexi Protas renaissance, or I guess you can't call it a rebirth, his breakout has happened. Why McMichael has become what was promised. Those guys becoming legitimate stars this year. It's not just Carbs.
No.
It's the whole staff. They have a great staff. And by the way, it's going to be picked apart. They're going to lose at least one, maybe 2 guys this year. And I would bet at least 1, if not 2 of them become head coaches in the NHL. It's that good of a staff. But Carbs is the head of the snake, clearly. But the whole thing, man, the way they've lined it up right now with Ovi on the top line skating, and now that second line, which has been automatic since day one this season with McMichael, Luc Dubois, and Wilson, the bottom 6 and the speed they added with Anthony Beauvillier. I mean, how fast is that guy?
Lightning.
This team is cup good. And Ovi's goal chase is just kind of folding into what is a larger storyline here, which is that this team is coming down the stretch of a year where they might finish number 1 in the NHL and go into the playoffs, one of the favorites to get to a Stanley Cup.
And Jeeps, I beat the drum on this a little bit. It wouldn't feel as meaningful to me. It'd still be amazing because it's still just a stupid record that it's even a possibility. He's got a chance to walk down Gretzky. But the idea that if they just kind of kept doing what they've been doing, veteran group, fringe playoff team, like the maybe we get the 8 seed, cannon fodder in the first round for a team that's a legit contender, it wouldn't have felt as meaningful. But now he's scoring meaningful goals in meaningful games for a team that's a Stanley Cup contender. Like, that's awesome. Like, that's what's the extra layer of, what are you going to say now?
Yeah.
Jackass.
Let's go too deep with the questions here on the phones. Number one, do you think he breaks the record this year? Which you and I didn't really answer, so we'll do that when we return. And number two is it better, however you want to define that, if he just gets it over with and breaks it before the end of the season? Or would it actually be additive to the overall experience if he's a couple goals away and at the start of next year, with the final year of his contract and maybe his time with the Caps, he breaks the record? 800-636-1067. If you want to join us, you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We are on the Wharf getting ready for the Nats Gala tonight, live on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel get
exchange him for a game at a later date. The Nats will get set for opening day on Thursday. 4:05 first pitch against the Phillies. Mackenzie Gore making his first Nationals opening day start. Also today, Bob Carpenter announced that this will be his final season calling Nationals baseball. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And across to Van Riemsdyk. Chipped by Ovechkin, low here to Dubois. And Van Riemsdyk gets the shot through, rebound, he scores! Alex Ovechkin on the rebound! Airship went down! It's 8:88 for the Great Eights with 5:35 to go in the first. It's 1-0 Washington.
Live at the Wharf ahead of the Nats Gala. Grant and Danny on The Fan. That was John Walton on the call of goal 888 for Alex Ovechkin, who is closing in on Wayne Gretzky. The all-time record for goals in the National Hockey League is 894. He is 6 away from tying. He is 7 away from breaking the record, and there are only 12 games to go this season. So, Danny, call your shot. Does he break the record this year?
Yeah. I'm now going to do a thing where if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong betting on Ovechkin. That's what's going to happen. So if I'm wrong, it'll be because I thought he was going to do something and he ultimately didn't do. I'm never going the other way again. I've done that 5, 6, 7 times. Not to disrespect him or knock something, but just say, hey, here's what happens to human beings. They slow down sometimes. Here's what happens to people. Their goal-scoring pace should dissipate over their career. It happened to everybody that's ever been any good in the NHL. Here's what should happen. Here's what's probably going to happen. And it didn't. And the exact opposite. He thrived again. Remember a handful of years ago when he was in the mid-30s in goals, or last year the first half where nothing was right and he had like 5 goals in the first 40 games, whatever the hell the numbers were. You're going, okay, here it is. I will never, ever bet against that dude again.
So I am starting to get a sneaking suspicion that he won't. I know he will, but I'm going to go opposite you. I could just see that other things become more significant here. And I don't mean that the record is not critical. Guys are going to be looking for him anytime there's an empty net, obviously. If there's a 2-on-1, you better believe that his teammates giving him that shot on a rush, like with the top line.
Saucer pass, please.
Absolutely. Those things will be happening. He's going to score from his office a couple times. So I think he probably will. But the way things have slowed down here, and now you're looking at the big picture with 12 games to play, they also have to think about being as healthy as possible to start their playoff series. How are they going to differentiate a game this week versus the final couple of games of the year in terms of minutes for him? If he's 2 goals away, do you really want to have everyone playing max effort and doing all the things that you'd be doing, say, if you were fighting to get into the playoffs? Or do you scale it back a little bit to prioritize the best version of yourself in game 1? All that starts to come into play because the record is and will always be massive. I actually said at the beginning of the year I cared more about the record than team success this year. I don't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, now I've got some team success. I'm going, oh, man.
I mean, the record is huge to me. I said it earlier. It means so much. But this team legitimately could win a Stanley Cup. They need to keep everyone healthy and get into the start of the postseason and try to see if Logan Thompson can get hot and see where it takes him. Let's go to the phones and see what you guys think. We'll start with Alex in Atlanta, listening on the Odyssey app. So, Alex, 2 questions. Do you think he breaks the record this year? And what would be better if he did it this year or if he's just a couple away to start next year and you got to get the whole offseason to ramp up to it?
So, hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. I do think he breaks it this year. I've been watching the guy since his I was a season ticket holder for 20 years and was at his first game, watched him his whole career. I think he does it this year. And I think it's better if he does it this year because I think next year he'll be dedicated. The pressure will be off. I think he wants to smash the record because of the whole empty – you mentioned it before, the empty net thing. You know, there are a lot of Canadian fans who, love Gretzky and think he's a Russian and put hate on it for that. And the empty net goal record that he has now, I think he wants to break it with regular goals and put that empty net goal thing to rest. You guys mentioned earlier that, there's a chance that, if he breaks it this year that he won't come back. I think the chance is the Lauren Holly and Dumb and Dumber chance, 1 in a million. I don't think there's a chance that he does not come back and finish even if he does do it this year.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, buddy.
I read you.
I want to go back to his point before that, though. The empty net goal thing. it's such an over-talked about, silly, and you know this, one of my pet peeves, but ridiculous.
Not like Sally.
Conversation, because it's not based in reality. And it's one of those things where do you want to give it the oxygen to even discuss it when it's so stupid? Or do you just say dumb people don't get to be here right now? Grown-ups are talking. Number one, he will end up having only scored a handful more empty net goals than Wayne Gretzky. Oh, by the way, playing in an era where goals are harder to score. So every single goal he scores at even strength is a bigger, more impressive goal than Wayne Gretzky. You're playing against goaltenders now that have big pads that block the entire net, as opposed to Wayne Gretzky, who was playing against goaltenders who wore paper pads that were thinner than loose leaf paper, playing in soccer nets, essentially. Go back and watch the highlights. The sport has changed so much. 800-636-1067. Mr. Huhe, I'm going to need you to pull up the call screening doc.
Oh,
the reason is that my laptop died.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's going on with the wire. Let's go to Adam, who's in Leesburg on G&D. Adam, do you think he breaks the record? And what's going to be better for you as a Caps fan, doing it this year or starting next year?
What's going on, Grand Day? How you doing, fellas?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, well, I think it's the obvious. He's going to surpass the record this year. I mean, maybe not. I hope not. I'm kind of leaning towards Danny's synopsis, where I'm being selfish and I want him to stick around for as long as possible. We've, as DC sports fans, have never seen something like this, so it's just like we want to keep the party going. But one thing that I did want to bring up, I mean, screw the injury that he just had this season. I feel like if we never had that lockout back in, I think it was 2011, 2012, I mean, dude, he would have been done with that by now.
Shutdown? We could keep playing that
COVID
game.
shutdown, lockout. I think there was a suspension in there that was bogus. A couple injuries. Yeah, I mean, all of it. You put it together, it would have been smashed last year.
Do we really think, because now that's three people who have mentioned the possibility, and we brought it up, that he could say goodbye? I mean, let's just play out the hypothetical. He breaks the record by a goal, and they win the Stanley Cup. We really think, Danny, what's your level of concern at that point out of 100 that Ovechkin just calls it a career in the States and goes and plays in Russia?
25.
Okay, that's fine. But so you're saying it exists as a possibility, and that's too much for me to think
And that's
about.
too much. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to say goodbye. I mean, that is 100% of my synopsis. This is a Danny Rouillet selfish fandom thing.
Well, I do need a goodbye tour. You know, the one last ride, Ray Lewis thing. You know, I said it earlier, with Bob announcing today correctly that he's going to be, for the final time, calling Nats games this season in year 20 with the Oregon, year 42 in baseball. I think it's an amazing thing to do so that fans get their chance to say goodbye, because it just feels like a necessity for people that feel like they know him after inviting him into their homes and watching games that he called for 2 decades. And similarly for Ovi, I will need my send-off. This is not a send-off. This is a chase of Wayne Gretzky. They're two very different things.
100%. So
and if I don't get my send-off, that would be heartbreaking.
So you remember down the stretch in 2019 when Zim would come to bat in home games. This is obviously not exactly the same, but he would get these huge ovations, right? He would get these massive, standing O's, have to step out of the box and tip his cap and
wipe his tears.
Yeah, at one point he's like, I never said I was retiring. But it was just in case. So Nats fans were able to do it like kind of just in case, because it was like all academic. They were going to the postseason, and kind of everybody knew what we knew, and it was a lot of fun, right?
But he didn't hate it that much.
Well, I don't think he hated it all, but
Right.
he was sort of like.
But I mean, if you're getting that treatment, you're like, even if you don't think you're retiring, you're like, this is kind of nice. I'll milk this a little bit.
I can go 1 for 4, and everyone getting a standing O. Yeah, but we're not even getting to do that, because each of these games has so much meaning, and they're going for a President's Trophy. They got the cup contention, plus the goals. I mean, the whole thing that's happening, it's too dizzying. Like, and it's not like baseball where it's like, now here's a moment where Alex Ovechkin is on the ice. It's a shift. He's over the boards. You can't just do a standing O then. But when it's now batting Ryan Zimmerman, everybody has time, and you got the intro music. You can do what you do. This is like, as you said, this is not a farewell tour. I need one.
So do we agree, though, with this premise? The best case scenario for all things considered, breaks the record this year. They win the cup. And then he announces at the parade, I'm coming back for one last ride, playing out my final season.
That's the idea.
Then he goes and scores another 39 goals, gives himself a little cushion. By the way, at that point, to the caller a couple of rings ago, who said that he basically wants him to have more goals over Gretzky than empty net goals in his career. Or the gap in empty net goals.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's +9 empty net goals over Gretzky, but he scored 41 more goals than him or something, no one can say anything.
Right. So if
you get everything that you want.
Yeah, for the sake of argument, if he finishes this year with 895 and then walks away because I beat him, I got him, and that's it, then you get the number of empty net goals and the number of power play goals and all the nonsense. Of course, that should be disproven by adults, but isn't, because that's what these dumb narratives are. Well, what if he finishes with 960? What are you gonna say now? Like, what do you have a retort?
This is where me being a pain in the butt gets in my way. I am such a you don't get a seat at the table guy in this regard that I don't even want to consider thinking about this to appease the person that I don't think should get a seat.
Okay.
But I totally get what you're saying. Right now, in case you guys are curious, all time, Ovi has 65 empty net goals. Gretzky has 56. Gretzky, by the way, played in 7 more games, but right around same number of games played for their careers, which is interesting. But he's +9 in empty net goals, which I guess if you want to make that a thing, go for it. That's your prerogative. Again, every single goal Alex Ovechkin scores is harder than what Wayne Gretzky was doing because of the era, and it's very easy. It's just math. You can look at goals per game. I mean, there have been years where the combined 2 teams in a game average in Ovechkin's era was equal to what one team was doing.
What one team was scoring
in Gretzky's era. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Andrew in Warrenton. A, do you think he breaks the record this year? B, what's better, doing it now or doing it at the very start of next year and having the entire hiatus to build up to it?
Oh, I'm going to build you a scene that you can have in your mind for the first question. It's the last game of the season. He has 2 left to go. Who are we playing? Pittsburgh. It would just be perfect for him to do it right there. It would just be the best.
In Pittsburgh with a hattie?
You have to want that. Exactly. Then he comes back because we've gone for a deep run. Maybe he's already swam in another fountain. He comes back, and then it's the changing the guard. We have another Protus coming. We have Ryan Leonard coming. We have so many of the next generation. He gets to do the same thing that Ryan Clark and the .com caps got to do. For him, he gets to do for them as they go on for another ride. And then he gets his same run as Marc-Andre Fleury got this year, where he gets to go to every stadium and he gets his flowers.
He's getting a present,
has to
literally.
be the way it's done.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you.
Yes.
Who was it? Was it
I'd like to
Cal?
sign up for that, please.
Thinking Cal Ripken Jr., Mariano Rivera, this happened to, where every ballpark he went to, he was that important to the sport that each team gave him a present. You go somewhere and it's like, here's your rocking chair of the broken bats that you broke. Here's your golf club. Here's your motorcycle. Like everywhere he went, Cal got a present or Mo got a present. Ovi could be that guy.
That's what I want. I want that. I need every place to appropriately appreciate, hey, this is the greatest goal scorer ever to live. And there's no doubt. There's no but. It's just that's the end. Everyone has to shut up and clap hard.
Can you imagine? I have chills right now.
Yes.
What a picture my guy just painted. It's April 17th. It's the final game of the year. Ovi needs 2 going in. He's not breaking it this year. It's unfortunate. Scores 3 minutes into the game. Dirty goal. In front of the cage, bangs it home, kisses does the kiss of the glove, and jumps into the glass.
And we'll see who they give credit to. Ovechkin raising his hand. He thinks it's him. And we'll see what the scorer says. Oh, thanks, Kent.
Second period power play. Ovi from his office. He's got 2. He's tied Gretzky.
Yeah, he has.
And now you can't do it on an empty net, obviously. But third period, 3-3 game, 2 on run, 1 rush with Dylan
Stromer.
Feeds him, goes top shelf, backhand.
Yeah.
And Alex Ovechkin with a hat trick as hats are streaming down to the ice against the awful Penguins. So it's nothing but Caps fans in Pittsburgh, all making the trip.
Yuns and Yins leaving.
For the chance to maybe see history. See Ovi do it against the Penguins.
Oh, yeah.
Good God.
Oh, yeah.
Lock my bathroom door and turn off the lights.
Let me drink that in.
Let's do this thing forever. 800-636-1067. You want to talk Ovi with us. We'll also get you a double play. Remember, top of the hour, we've got those tickets to the DC Defenders home opener. Tremendous atmosphere over at Audi Field. You're listening to The Fan.
Very simply, if you're thinking about selling your home, you got to give my friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Double play time? Can anyone hear me? No one hears Grant. Oh, now that one's working. There we go. Little fire drill.
This felt like when they put the cups up on the big board at a game, and there's like a little ping pong ball under it. Toby and I both have our headsets here, so I put one of them on. They look the exact same.
Well, you tried them both. They didn't work.
I talked into it. I was like, okay, this is Toby's. Then I put the other one on, and I talked into it, and it still didn't work. So I said, this is Toby's. But eventually we figured it out.
Yeah, we're here. Just doing the show.
Working microphone. Everything's fine.
Microphone glass.
Radio professionals in Market 7. That's all we are. Killing it.
Here we go.
Grant and Danny, your pals ahead of the Nats. Gala tonight. Gala. What are we doing?
Gala.
We're going Gala.
Yeah. I
think Gala's right. I always feel like Gala's also acceptable, but I think Gala's the answer.
I know that I've said both. Like your parents, they have a sibling, right? If your dad has a sister, that is your
aunt.
See, I've done aunt.
Oh, I definitely do aunt.
I've also aunted.
Yeah.
I never know what I'm going to do each. It's a surprise to me every time I say it.
Okay, but
yep.
If your dad has a brother, he is your
uncle
and also uncle. You've done both.
No, I've never done uncle.
You've never done uncle?
No, but Dieter does uncle. You know the uncles?
Dieter's uncle's my favorite, actually.
Yeah, Dieter, my uncle Helmut.
What's that character's name?
Well, there's two Helmuts in my life, but Helmut is, my very good close friend. And
does he sound like Dieter? I would imagine it's a little more like gravelly, and he's seen some stuff, this guy.
The Helmut character is more, austere in his delivery.
Right.
He's bored with everything you're saying.
We'll get you a double play on G&D in a moment. Let's wrap up our OV calls. Kevin's in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. Kevin, does he get it done? He needs 7 goals in 12 games.
Yeah, he's going to pull it off this year because he's got to reward all these fans that are paying 4 times ticket prices to go to this game at the end of the year. They need to use this momentum, get the goals, break the record this year, go into the playoffs hot, and then next year, go for the hits. There's going to be something else to do next year. We can celebrate it all. I just enjoy the momentum, enjoy the fact that he's going to break it and go for the cup instead of we never know what next year is. The team can change. Things can be different. Use the magic. Let's make it happen.
Appreciate you, buddy. He's bringing up the price of tickets. So my brother-in-law actually has a little bit of a developing situation.
Mm-hmm.
So he is a Caps fan. I wouldn't say that he's, a guy that would be a season ticket holder or anything like that. But he enjoys the Caps. He goes to games with me when he's in town. He lives in Wilmington, North Carolina. He's got tickets that he got about a month or two ago, not really related to the OV Quest, but because when the Caps come to Wilmington, to Raleigh, he tries to go. He got 2 tickets lower level. He got the tickets at a super reasonable rate when he bought them in Raleigh.
Uh-huh.
As you can imagine, Hurricanes fans are not thinking like we're thinking about the OV chase. Well, now as they're getting closer, these tickets right now are at $300, $400.
Yeah.
He paid, I think, a little under or around $100 for them. And I asked him, I said, is there any chance you end up selling those if he's a goal or 2 away and you might see him break the record? What a developing situation. He basically said, if I could get to a point where I make $1,000,
I think you do it
on each ticket. He's like, I don't think I could not go. Now, this is not me doing a measuring contest of fandom with him. I could not do that. It would just mean too much.
Well, especially if you already had him for a really good price.
I think that's right. But also just generally, being in the building the night Ovi breaks the record would be one of the great sports moments of my entire life, however long I get to live. When it's all said and done, it's probably going to be on a podium. I don't know. Well, it would be great for him. I don't know if it would have the same exact feel. And you bought them for 100-ish. And now let's say you could make 1,000 for each ticket and you get a couple G's. His point is, I think it'd be irresponsible for me not to do
it's the greatest investment of all time, right? I mean, so there are 2 types of people. I really believe this when it comes to that. One of my best friends is this way. When we would go to Atlantic City, right, and we're at the table gambling, all I want to do is play minimum blackjack hands and grind it out for 20 hours until I can't keep my eyes open anymore. He can't do it that way because in his mind, every time that he bet $15 table minimum and won, he wasn't winning $15. He was losing whatever, 500 times 2 the table maximum is. So the 900 and or whatever. He was losing $500, right, in his mind. And so there's 2 ways to think about that, right? It's if I turn a profit, which is I get to see this amazing experience for dirt cheap, you can live with that. You go, that was a great investment. That was great value. But if you're one of those people that thinks about, I turned away, I didn't get $1,800, total net, 18x on my investment, then I lost that money. Like, even though you never actually had it.
I'm just looking at prices right now for just a random late season game. So April 10th, as an example, the Hurricanes are coming to Capital One Arena. In the 400 level, those tickets before any fees or anything, secondary market, are now over $200 per. So you're talking about with fees, you want a couple hundred seats, it's going to be 500. If you want to go sit down low, you're paying several $100s.
Can you hover over the seats that you get?
I can't right now, and I'm not doing a bit. It's because I can't do anything on the internet.
Oh, it's all grayed out. Yeah,
I'd love to be able to help you.
It's Dion Greyjoy.
What my computer's giving me is what I can see. So here's what I'm looking at. Ready?
Yep.
Section 121. So it's like defensive end of the ice for the Capitals. They're only going to be shooting in the second period. $461 per ticket.
Oh man,
for that game right now. 461. As we get closer, and as he gets closer,
not going down.
That's $1,000 ticket.
Yeah, it is.
That will be. When is the last time, regular season, has it ever happened that a ticket in this town has gone for that much money? I'll bet you never in any sport. Regular season game, $1,000 per.
Redskins Cowboys.
No way.
2012. You don't think it did?
No chance. 1,000?
No, 1,000's a lot
for lower level.
Yeah.
That's crazy money. JR in Boston, you get the last word. Be quick. What's up?
Hey,
JR, are you there?
honestly, I don't think it really matters. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Can you guys hear? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think it really matters at all. Like, I'm a huge Ovi fan. Everything else. What really matters is that he gets every scoring record as possible. I care that he hits 40. I'm pissed that he didn't get 50 because of the broken leg. I'm pissed not just because of the half year from the 2012, but don't forget he didn't even have his rookie season. That season didn't even happen. Remember, he and City both were the first round picks. They both started the same year and whatnot. So, and I don't even give a crap about net goals because he missed a season and a half. I care about 900. By the way, your scenario, there's no way he doesn't come back if they beat up by 1. He will be back the next year. Even if they win the Stanley Cup, he gets 95. He wants to break 900. To be the only one in 900 is huge instead of one of 3. Like, what really matters is I care, and I admit I'm a silly Ovi fan, that he gets as many records as possible for scoring that shuts up everyone, especially north of the border.
Yeah, just pour it on.
This is what I want. What you're saying is what I want. You're like, it's, if I had a newsletter, it sounds like you read it.
Great call. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. NFL quarterback carousel is spinning a little longer than it normally does. We're waiting for a couple of veterans to sit down in seats. Where will they end up? We'll get into that as we continue on Grant and Danny Live ahead of the Nats Gala alongside what is going to be their red carpet event tonight on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports up.
In his first ever opening day start. Also today, Bob Carpenter announced that he's going to retire at the end of the season. This will be his 20th and final season of calling Nationals baseball.
But did anybody roll a cart by you while you were telling people about that?
From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The DC Defenders open their season at Audi Field coming up at the end of the month. They are doing a red zone home opener. Everyone's going to rock red. They've got all kinds of activations for the kids and the entire family. This is Sunday, March 30th. We're going to have your tickets all week long on Grant and Danny right here at 4 o'clock if you want to sit in the good seats to the game. So right now, congratulations to caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You are going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders home opener Sunday, March 30th at Audi Field. Be there for the Red Zone celebration as the Defenders take on the reigning UFL champions, the Birmingham Stallions. If you have not been to a DC Defenders game, the atmosphere is tremendous. Just fun. Now, I have said for a long time it pummels that of Northwest Stadium, but this year the atmosphere at Northwest Stadium picked up. Business started to boom again.
I was going to say, yeah.
With Jaden Daniels and the Commanders winning almost all of the games that were played there. But it's just a really, really good way to spend an afternoon. And I like that it's cheaper. It's fan-friendly in that way and family-friendly with the pricing, but also a lot of the things that happen at the stadium. So go enjoy yourself and try to win the 4 tickets for the fam all week long on Grant and Danny.
That stadium is a gem.
So
it
good.
is incredible. So because there's so much stuff just on the opposite side of South Capitol Street, right, our friends at Salt Line, and then a bunch of restaurants that are also right there, and it's easy walk from a bunch of places to pregame, hang out, eat. When you get into the stadium, all the food trucks are there, the options are great, the sight lines are great. That stadium, to me, whether you care about the UFL or not, is worth the price of admission. It's worth going to check out if you haven't. I love it there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main tenants is obviously the soccer teams.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not a big DC United fan, which isn't to say I don't like them. I just don't follow them. But I've been to multiple games over the years, and it's been a lovely evening. You know, you go out, and the weather's good, sit there. I was in a suite one time and was wined and dined like I was a sports junkie and got to eat all kinds of delicious things. Then the other time, I was just sitting in the crowd with my buddy, and both times we had a blast. And I'll go watch a soccer game there anytime.
Yeah, my kid's soccer game, we did a special thing. So one of the dads was born and raised wherever Celtic FC is. I don't know if Celtic's a city. I don't know about it.
Boston, the Boston Celtic FC.
Boston. It's your cousin from Boston. No, this is a Scottish Premier League team. It's not. So he like that's his squad. Like he was born and raised in it and moved to the States, in his 20s. But he's like, this is such a cool thing. DC United's playing this Celtic team that I grew up watching when we organized the thing. So they did this really cool stuff for us. The kids got to go down to the tunnel, like high-five the players as they came out onto the field from both teams. They got to go into the DC United locker room and meet a couple of guys. And my son was telling me about a dude named Ben Tecca he was thrilled to meet. But the whole environment was awesome. Like everybody's right there. There's no bad seats in the house. That stadium is, I say it again, is worth the price of admission. It's incredible.
I was in the airport and was behind a family. A young girl had a Trinity Rodman jersey on.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see who it was yet. I just saw it was like a women's soccer USA jersey. And I said, what jersey is that? And the mom's like, oh, Trinity Rodman. I was like, yeah. She's like, you know her? I'm like, of course. I'm from D.C. She's like, oh, the Spirit. And they had gone to a game last year there. And she was raving about how it was like the best soccer
I'm telling you.
environment that they'd been in. And it was the first time they'd been to a game that was sold out and packed. And they draw crazy numbers over there for the Spirit.
Totally
for the local D.C. team, which had, at that time, I don't know if it still does, a bunch of the soccer players from the U.S. women's national team. All right, Danny, before we get into the quarterback conversation I want to have with you, we're live out here, by the way, ahead of the Nats Gala. Whitlow's on the Wharf. They haven't rolled out the red carpet. Are they going to do that?
I think they're waiting for it to dry a little bit more before they do it.
Because it's actually now nice out. It's warm, and the sun is finally coming out for the first time today.
They're going to dry some stuff up. I mean, there's still plenty of plates and metal poles to move to disrupt the show.
Well, they have to wait till we are talking to make sure that they start ruining it.
Like, you're going to make the most profound point in the history of sports radio.
Yeah.
And here it comes. I mean, it's literally going to happen here in a matter of seconds.
Because there's no red carpet, but they're setting up the ropes like there will be one.
Yes.
And this is, for years, been a red carpet event. So I'm guessing it's coming.
I think it's coming. Yeah.
Waiting for some of the precipitation that hit the ground to dry up. But, all right, here's my question before we talk QBs. I think I'm feeling myself a little bit too much here, but I want you to be the judge.
Okay.
So Bob Carpenter today went on Masson right at the top of the telecast. Nats were supposed to play the Orioles. He and Kevin Franzen were going to be on the call. The game never happened. It got canceled, as Toby just told you in his update. Right at the start of the telecast, Bob said this will be his final game, his final season in the booth.
He said, all right, douches, I'm out.
20 years with the Nats, 42 years in Major League Baseball.
Amazing.
Unbelievable career. Well, as the news broke, I was literally in a booth next door to that. I went past the TV booth, and him and Franny were talking, and everyone on social media is reacting to the Bob Carpenter news. And I snapped a photo that I posted on Twitter. Here's where I tag in Danny Rouillet.
All right.
I think this is one of the silliest photos I've ever taken. It's through a glass panel of a door. It's Bob looking at Franny. I'm using my new phone, which, by the way, the technology for photos and videos
incredible.
On this new iPhone 87 or whatever I have is outrageous. I can zoom in to the moon and see Martians walking around and stuff. Like, no one's ever known if they had them until I got this phone, and now I've cracked the code. They exist.
Like, credit on the news, like a photo taken by Grant Paulson in D.C.
This video via his new iPhone.
Yeah.
I mean, but shtick aside, I can just keep doing my thumbs. You know what you do when you see those girls on your Instagram and you just keep zooming in more and more?
No, I'm not
more?
a zoomer. You're a zoomer.
No, you're more of a zoomer.
With all due respect, I don't zoom.
I don't even see girls on my Instagram.
You see a lot. Like, you follow that one person you were showing me earlier. And I asked how come you follow her.
Gracie Hunt.
That's her.
The daughter of the Kansas City Chiefs owner?
Yeah.
I cover the NFL.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is she playing in the NFL?
No. She's the daughter of the owner of the Chiefs. I have to be up on all of their philanthropical endeavors.
Do you?
Of course. If I wanted, because I want to do a good job. I have to cover the NFL, dude.
Well, actually, that's in fairness.
What if?
You can pull the rundown now. We were doing philanthropic Chiefs efforts earlier.
What if we had to start talking about the philanthropic efforts of the Hunt family today?
Then we could start talking about why you follow that person.
Anyway,
I follow people for fitness.
You don't want to play this game, I promise.
I'll play with you all the time. Everybody I follow is for fitness. For fitness tips.
That's quite an out.
Fitness tips and stretching.
Don't scroll Danny Rouillet's following.
More than happy to.
But anyway, here's the point of the I popped Toby there.
Yeah, you got to pop.
He enjoyed that.
I mean, you're over there double tapping likes on my thing. It doesn't affect me. I don't care.
No, everything's fine.
It's fine.
We're good.
It's fine.
But this picture I took.
Yeah.
I think it is silly. Like,
it's a great picture.
I'm going to say something that Eric Bickle wouldn't like, and he's a friend of mine.
Oh, no.
I don't know. That
why do you take shots?
This isn't shots. I think Eric Bickle would look at this, and I think he would say, you and I should take pictures together. We're both silly. You know, like, you should come with me. I'll give you one of my good cameras I'm not using. You got a future.
He's like, I just got a Nikon OS EXP 47 HRC.
Am I bits aside? This picture to me could win an award. I don't know what award.
A good picture
so
award.
good.
I'm not blowing smoke. That's an excellent photo. That really is. Because it's one of those.
It's also over some lady's shoulder.
Yeah, it's super
I don't know who she was or why she was there. But I shot right over her shoulder. I didn't open the door. This is through.
It's through the looking glass.
Think like third grade classroom.
Right, but that's
a little panel of glass.
What makes it so cool is that it's clearly a candid. Nobody's posing. They're just doing their thing. Bob's listening to Franny. Compliment him basically. It's outstanding. It's a really good picture, and I'm giving you credit where credit is due.
So I'm not over. Like, when I look at it, and I'm proud of myself.
It is an appropriate reaction.
You're okay with that?
Yeah,
right.
You're right. Pat yourself on the back on that one.
I will. Absolutely will. Gracie Hunt, by the way, does great philanthropical work. And you running her down is not okay.
I haven't run anyone down. I'm just not familiar with what she does. What are some of the charities she's been
Do you want to
involved
hear a really funny story?
in? I do.
Do I want to tell this story? Yeah, why not?
I mean, I already teased it, please.
Okay. Super Bowl, Radio Row. I was on Radio Row this year in New Orleans.
Uh-huh.
Monday, first day we're out there. It's like our show starts at 2, which is 1 local. It's probably 8:30 in the morning local. Every day I got there super early so I could tape interviews. The first person I see making the rounds is Clark Hunt, her father, who owns the Chiefs. And he just so happened to sit down at the table like 3 away from us where the Chiefs were doing their morning show. So he's talking to Bob Fesco, good dude who does the morning show out there. And the only reason I did this, and I'm being very, very honest, you're not going to believe me, so it doesn't matter, but I'm just going to tell you.
Okay.
I have this ongoing bit with a guy that I host a show with nationally on the BetMGM network, Alex Gold, who's a midday radio host in Kansas City. And he's a single guy who's about 33 years old. Gracie Hunt is, I don't know how old she is, upper 20s, 30s, whatever. And my bit to him is always, just to be fun, hey, man, you should ask her out. Like, I just tell him this all the time.
That's a quality.
And he's like, what do you want me to do? And I'm like, ask her out. So every time I talk to him, which is every weekend, I ask, like, hey, man, any update with Gracie?
Any progress there?
And he's annoyed by it, right? And he doesn't like it. But my joke to him is he's like, of course not. We don't date. And I always say it's because you haven't asked her out. It's kind of hard to date someone.
Can she go on a date with you if you don't ask her out?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And so this has been going on. Like, if you look at our feed, the most recent thing I was texting him was, hey, man, just wanted to know if there's any update. So this
I like the sincere thing.
Right.
Like, hey, man.
So this is constant.
Yeah.
So I see her dad, and she's like trailing behind him.
Oh, no.
On Radio Row.
Yep.
So I just go up to her, and I'm like, Gracie, how are you? Grant Paulson, how's it going? She's like, hey, how are you? And I did the bit that you hate, where I'm like, I act like we are long-lost friends. Haven't seen you. Like, how's everything going? Everything good? You know?
I haven't seen you in person ever.
But overly comfortable, as if we've known each other for a long time. And I do the like, man, Chiefs Invitational, huh? You guys just get here every year. So she's like, haha, that's funny. So I asked
that's
her.
funny. Do you have any single friends named Alex?
So I asked her, I say, hey, can I interview you for my radio show? And she's like, me? And I'm like, yeah, I'd love to talk to you. And she's like, for DC? And I'm like, yeah, just talk to you about. She's like, what would you ask me about? And she's like, hold on. And she goes and gets like the PR guy walking around with her dad. She brings him over. Now it's weird. And she's like, he wants to talk to me. Can we do that or something? And he's like, yeah, sure. Let me talk to Gracie. So then they walk away and they have a little powwow. So then like 5 minutes of them talking goes by and they come back over. She's very nervous. And he goes, what are you going to ask her? And I said, it's going to be the easiest interview she's ever done. He's like, well, give me the questions. This is not how you do it, by the way. But I never plan on airing this. You'll notice that none of our listeners ever heard this.
Have we heard a Gracie Hunt interview?
No, there was never a moment where I was going to air this interview. But I was like, I'm going to ask her about Patrick Mahomes being awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
I'm going to ask her about the Chiefs winning every year.
We pretty much do, yeah.
And I'll ask her about all the great work the Hunts are doing in the community. Again, this is not for – I can't tell them that I'm doing a bit.
We never intend to air this.
I couldn't say I'm recording a quick interview so I can send it to my buddy who I always say should date her so that he could laugh.
My plan, Mr. Hunt, if I may, is to troll my friend Alex
right.
about dating your daughter.
Because the shtick is that –
you'll have had more interaction with her than he did.
You get it.
100% I get
I'm
that.
ahead of you in talking to Gracie Hunt. That was
Scoreboard, you have more time with Gracie Hunt than he does.
You live in Kansas City.
Yep.
You guys are single, good-looking people.
Yep.
What are you doing?
What are
I'm
you
married
doing?
with children.
Yeah.
And I've already done one interview with her. Like, what's going on?
What are you doing?
So anyway.
Who was the I'm blanking on her name. At the Super Bowl, who used to sit with Colin Cowherd that we interviewed? Christine Leahy, right?
Christine Leahy.
It was the same deal where they're like, what are you going to ask? And we're like, come on, man. Like,
so, bro,
we're not here to sabotage.
So they
anybody.
said we don't want any questions about Taylor Swift. I said, okay, no problem. They said we don't want any questions about her relationship with Travis Kelce. I was like, no problem. And there were one or two other things I couldn't ask about. One of them was like the stadium, as if I'm on that beat, you know.
Tell us about the stadium.
Again, I just so badly wanted to be like, I need just 27 seconds on Mahomes so I can just send an audio file to my buddy.
You should have done a quick video where it's like, you just got in on the bit and pretended, but like, sure, I'd love to date Alex, and then like make that like a real thing.
So I did the interview with her. It was like 3 minutes long. Maybe that's probably way too long. Probably like 2 minutes and 7 seconds long. Like 9
So that's
questions.
why you follow her.
And so my point is, I follow her, and it's more credible to follow than any of the people that you follow.
Oh, I see.
See what I'm saying?
No, I mean,
I don't think you've interviewed any of them formally.
No, I never, and that wouldn't come up. But like when I need food ideas, I need exercise ideas, I need fitness tips, whether it's breath work and yoga.
You could follow fitness men too.
I do.
Not that many of them.
You want to see my saves?
I think
I'll show you my saves. Look at these.
I think you follow some non-men.
A lot of dudes with low body fat percentages.
There's a couple. You think there's as many of those kind of
Where's
workarounders?
Where's your saves? You go in here?
I'm not sure.
Saved. Look at
Look
this.
for Kyle Finnegan. He's got 40 of them.
Look at these. Look at all these all posts.
No,
just dudes.
I get that you're saving those.
They're just
Do you
dudes.
follow those guys or do you save them?
I follow some of them.
But why do you follow?
Well, some of them are aggregators, right? Where it's like and like I don't want to be on weird lists, but like they come up my feed all the time. Like this is a chest blaster. Look at this. Look at this guy.
A what?
A chest blaster. Look how in shape this guy is. Right. This right here is a full body workout. This guy's got like 2% body fat. Right. You want to double tap on that?
I sure. Go ahead and double tap. You won't delete
double
that
tap.
one,
Look at
will
this.
you?
Double tap right there. I hearted it.
Again, why don't you follow him?
Well, I follow Gym Gurus.
It seems like there's a threshold of there's certain influencers who are in the gym that you seem to follow.
Yeah.
There's others that you just favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Okay. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We didn't get into the quarterback thing.
Quarterback.
I want to talk about the quarterback carousel still spinning. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson looking for homes. We'll do that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. College hoops, Maryland moving on to the Sweet 16, where they'll beat number 1 seed Florida on Thursday, 7:30 tip-off near that game over on the Team 980. Also, you want some Terp Sweet 16 swag, check out thefandcshop.com for your Sweet 16 shirts from the Terps from Breaking Tea. And NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Raptors at Capital Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off near that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nats and O's game today was canceled. Getting set for Thursday, opening day, Nats and Phillies, 4:05 p.m. first pitch. Mackenzie Gore making his first ever opening day start. Also today, Bob Carpenter announced that this will be his final season calling Nationals baseball. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. Welcome back to the Fan and to G&D Out and About. Whitlow's on the Wharf. Terrific little sports bar overlooking a red carpet event the Nats are throwing this evening ahead of their annual gala. All the players get dolled up, bring their plus ones, and head on in with their loved ones to celebrate an evening of Nationals baseball in the community and to raise a lot of money for charity.
It's awesome.
We're honored to be here, and we're always thrilled to be a small part of the event. Danny, if you're watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, has a lovely sports jacket. Oh, I got to say, you can't really tell from
It's hard
the
to tell.
video how good the jacket
It's
is.
brighter than you'd think right here. It doesn't feel like I'm in the sun, but it's playing very bright on your stream.
This color,
Yeah.
which is beautiful,
Mhm.
looks exactly like the new City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, what'd you think of those? City
I
Connects?
love them. I am not ready to go public with my actual take.
Are you about to offer a Scalder trophy?
Well, it's definitely a Scalder. I'm not going public with this take yet.
Andrew Golden did.
When I go public with this take, my take's going to be that I like them better than the grays with the cherry blossoms.
Wrong.
I will not be saying that publicly yet, but I love them. This color is gorgeous. Whatever that blue is.
Yeah, whatever. It is nice.
Powder, Carolina blue.
I'm using words like cobalt without really knowing if that's right or not.
The gradient with the streets that get you lost, that you
Sure.
people, Danny, you people that live in DC and can only go in certain directions.
What do you mean, you people?
Certain hours of the day that you love. I think that's really cool. I think they are awesome. I really, really like them.
So I usually expect to hate these things because uniforms are fine. We should stop throwing money grabs and alternate things out there in
At
general.
Uniform Danny, at Uni Watch Rouye.
Yeah, so in general, I despise it. I can't stand that sort of stuff. Every once in a while, something sneaks past me. Those cherry blossom grays that spawned T-shirts, those uniforms were just outstanding. I mean, as good as you're going to find. They were clean and awesome, and it was just exactly right. That's the best alternate thing that I've ever seen. Right, I lived through the future jerseys when the Rockies would wear their future jerseys and they were cut the New Kids on the Block used to cut their jeans, weird old timey jersey days. I've done all the crap. All right, those things were incredible. This has some elements of good. The color is awesome. I'm with you. There's a lot that looks good. It's one of those where you get up close and you go, "Oh, it's a map of the city. Oh, that's nubs. The city map is nubs."
It's so faint. It doesn't need to be anything.
That's the thing. From far away, you can barely even see it. It looks
Right.
like accent. When
You'll
you get up
never
close,
notice it.
you go, "Oh, there's
But even
the
standing there
Farragut
interviewing
Metro
a guy,
Station.
So what? You'll
there's-
never notice it.
There's L'Enfant Plaza.
Now, I'm not going to say publicly that the WSH on the gray jersey was always a little bit weird to me.
Oh, come on.
I'm not going to say that publicly. I actually did love those.
Yeah.
But acknowledge that the WSH is kind of weird.
No, this is it.
That's
Those things were perfect.
They're great. They're beautiful. Is the word I would use,
Yep.
which is always what you want with a uniform,
Yeah.
something to be beautiful and lovely. But the gray is no more Nationals baseball than the powder blue of these new ones. People are like, this isn't even a color the Nationals are. And the pavement gray
And then that guy got invited to so many parties.
Yeah,
That fun guy. Sounds like an awesome dude.
But yes, the cherry blossom kit was amazing.
if you're asking me to run it down, you've come to the wrong place. But this new one, this is the most beautiful color that they have had.
The color is great.
I think they're going to look great on the field. I cannot wait to see them. I will not go public with my take because it would be irresponsible to do that, Andrew Golden, until I see them worn in a game. I have to see. Sometimes, I mean this, like jerseys can look a lot better when
on the rack. Sure, yeah.
I still hate the Commanders' white jerseys with the non-burgundy gradient numbers.
Yeah.
But they do look better on the field than they look on the mannequin on the stage behind Dan Snyder. Now, most things look better when Dan Snyder's not there.
When you're not standing next to Dan Snyder, it looks nice.
But they went from, I'm not giving them full credit here, they went from like a 2 on the mannequin to maybe a 4.5 or a 5 on the field. I need to see the blue on the field. I thought the Grays played perfectly. I love them. But in the end, the take I'm not ready to quite release yet is that the Grays are going to be like an 8.5, and that the Blues could be a 9.
That's unreal. Who do you think of when you think of the gray jersey? Like first player pops in your head.
Juan Soto. I bought a Juan Soto. The only Nats jersey I own.
The only non-hipster jersey.
Actually, I own a Bo Porter, actually. Third base coach Bo Porter.
Oh, no, we know Bo Porter, yeah.
Game used Bo Porter. I spent like $3 on that. That was a bad purchase.
Respectfully, it was. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't a smart one.
I went to the game used section in the concourse an hour before a game one time and said, what is your most obscure jersey? And the guy's like, I got a Matt Grace and I got a Bo Porter.
Matt Grace pitched a lot of games for the Nationals.
Rubber arm, man.
I got a Tim Redding used jersey.
So I have a Bo Porter jersey at home, and then I have my Soto gray jersey.
Which one of these is not like the other?
That's the last Nats jersey, and I don't really wear baseball jerseys at all anyway. Just kind of have it there to hang in my closet.
Sure.
The only sweaters I wear are hockey. I don't wear jerseys for any other sport. I don't know why. That's a weird thing about
Well,
me.
because most of the time you're covering, honestly. Like, if you're going to the press box, you're not wearing a jersey. You press box it for the football guys.
I go to more baseball games as a fan than any other sport just because of the number of games. I would never wear a jersey in a million years. Like,
okay.
I can tell you right now.
Could you do a jersey?
No.
A T-shirt? Could do that, yeah.
Eh.
You could do that. You could do that.
If I had one, you're right.
You could do that.
You're right. I would do that. But yeah, I will probably not wear a baseball jersey again in my life. Hockey, I'll wear a sweater this week.
There's a great chance you're wearing one this week.
98% chance.
Like, who's that fogging up the glass? Oh, it's Grant Paulson in a Caps jersey.
So when I'm ready to release my take, I'll let you know. But I just want everyone to know that the new jerseys are fire.
I like some elements of the New Jersey. Better than A, the state of New Jersey. B, the color is great. I think they're going to look trim. I think it's going to look like a nice thing. You know, sometimes like a color can look baggy. I know it doesn't make any sense, but I think you know it when you see it, right? Where it doesn't look like it's flattering or form fitting or whatever for these incredibly in shape dudes. I think you're going to see it play very well. The only issue I have is the map. I think that map bit stinks. I'd rather have a majestic
You
map.
got to get over the map.
No, I can't.
The map thing is irrelevant.
No, it's so relevant.
People don't even remember the gradient on the gray was like flowers and
of course they do. It's the cherry blossom.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying it was such an irrelevant thing in the grand scheme. Unless you're right up on it, you don't even know what it looks like.
Oh, no. Because all the T-shirts that it spawned were like, here comes the bloom. And they're not talking about Chaim Bloom, the GM, right? They're talking about the bloom of the blossom. The whole point is they were known as the blossom jerseys.
Who's Chaim Bloom the GM of?
Is he still with the Red Sox? Or has he moved on?
Well, that was a trivia question and a trick question. He's no longer with Boston.
Oh, there you go.
I do think in the end, not that you want to talk about Chaim Bloom right now, he's like a president after he's out where people go, he actually wasn't that bad.
He's seen to know what he was doing.
Look at that system, man. They got 3 of the top 10 prospects in baseball ready to graduate.
Where is he now? Where's Chaim Bloom right now?
I don't think he's in baseball.
Okay.
That was a tough run, man.
Yeah.
If you're a former stud with the Tampa Bay Rays, you probably flamed out.
So do you remember when the Nats traded Juan Soto and there was a little chyron on the bottom?
I beg your pardon. I apologize. John Mozeliak has been named. He is the successor to John Mozeliak.
In St. Louis?
Cardinals.
Oh, there you go.
So good for Chaim Bloom.
They need a little redirection there. But anyway, remember when the Nats traded Juan Soto, and we did a lot of content about it, as you'd imagine, there was a chyron where Mike Rizzo had to answer questions from the media, which is what you're supposed to do. And at the bottom, it said traded Juan Soto. Like, that's literally like what it was like. Mike Rizzo traded, and I'm like, he did other things, but that's what you're going to be known for a little while. Like for Chaim Bloom, it's traded Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
That's like he did so much other stuff, but
he got way less back.
You traded Mookie
Mike
Betts,
Rizzo
though,
did.
didn't you?
Way less back.
Preparing.
But anyway, letter grade for the New Jersey, for the City Connect?
Oh, good question by you. If the Grays are an A+, which they are, those are Bs. That's a B. Some very good elements.
So I actually thought there was a very positive response largely.
I thought so too.
To the Nat City Connects. The people that are killing them, I think they're killing them because the previous iteration was so popular.
Yeah.
It's like following a legend. You got to coach Alabama, Mr. DeBoer, right after Nick Saban. And Nick Saban is a better man than you are.
R.I.P. Phyllis.
But I think if the Grays never existed, people would love these Blues.
I agree with you on that. The Blues are. I thought I saw a good pop.
To fill.
Yeah, I saw a good reaction to the Blues.
Here's my gripe on the rolling out of what they did. Mm-hmm. I need more James Wood from the Nationals.
I see.
Please understand who the best player is in your clubhouse, who the biggest star of the future is for this organization. Now, I'm not going to ever be upset about putting C.J. Abrams out there. I couldn't find James Wood as the image circulating anywhere.
Yeah.
I saw one James Wood picture in the new City Connect jersey nationally yesterday. The same number of Josh Bell pictures that I saw in the
And
new
with
City
all
Connect.
due respect to Josh Bell, who I admire a great deal, I'm with you. More James, please.
Everything was Abrams. Everything. Now, CJ's a good player. Do people know what James Wood could be? I mean, do we understand that we're talking about a guy that could win an MVP award or two before he leaves for free agency with Scott Boras in a handful of years? I kid, but this guy is one of the most talented young superstars in the game, and the Nats need to start marketing him as such. They absolutely have to get ahead of this. And I've been talking to people about this, and they're like, well, maybe he's not as known or as recognizable. And that's precisely my point.
That's the issue.
Inexcusable. I'm walking by Nats Park today. Where is my billboard the size of a parking garage with James Wood's face? Remember the old Max poster where he had the two different color eyes?
Yes.
I want just a sweaty, just worked out, beating up with perspiration, like James Wood staring right into the camera with a dark background that is the size of one of those giant parking garages that the learners own over by the ballpark. Where is that?
Where's my James Wood at Contact live action poster that takes up the entire city block?
Do a James
You know what
Wood
I mean?
bobblehead every Friday night until the season ends.
Yeah.
Like, I need to market the heck out of him. So I love the City Connect jerseys. They're amazing. And I do think eventually will go down as being better than the very popular Grays. I do believe that. I'm not ready to quite give you that take, but I'm starting to kind of walk out
You're
on
formulating
the diving board.
I can see what's going on.
I just need more James Wood in those jerseys circulating at once, immediately.
We agree on the Wood thing. You know what was interesting, just as a quick side, as we're kind of going down this rabbit hole with the Nats? We heard this, and then we kind of saw it in person, too. Dylan Cruz is so wildly popular in that regard. Like, the clamoring for autographs down there at spring training for Dylan Cruz was greater than any other national.
Not even close.
And I don't hate that, by the way. Dylan Cruz is, I think, going to be a stud, and he's got a ton of charisma, and he's going to be fun. But I just thought it was fascinating, don't you? Of for whatever reason, that was the guy more than anybody else, whether it was Wood or Gore or Abrams or Irvin or name anybody else. He was the dude that everybody was kind of, oh my God, it's a Beatle, it's a rock star. It was Dylan Cruz, which I just think is interesting. Again,
So
I like him too.
I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I think number one, he is a nationally renowned star from his time at LSU.
Yeah.
Just from a sheer baseball standpoint, he was on television every single night on ESPN
Well,
during the College World Series. And SEC baseball has actually gotten huge in terms of television. And so I think the number of hours he was on TV while James Wood was playing at, say, IMG Academy or in the minor leagues in Fredericksburg, it's just different when you and Paul Skeens are the face of college baseball for a couple of years. So that's number one. And then number two, James Wood is a very reserved. He is a very shy, I would even say. I don't know if that's the right word, but like quiet.
Not here to bring attention to himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Dylan Cruz is not a guy that's like a me guy in any way.
Right.
But there is like a little bit of an aura and an energy to him, mainly by how he plays.
Yeah.
Where he's hair on fire, everything's a million miles an hour. And James Wood at 6'7" looks like he's walking and then crashes into the wall.
Uh-huh.
There's not a whole lot of effort. It's like a boat that just glides across the water. Dylan Cruz about 6 foot, right? He's moving his legs a lot more to go the same distance. And I just think there's a style of play with him that feels like this added energy. But he was the number 2 pick. James Wood was just outside of the top 50. I just think Cruz is a more known player in terms of like fame, even though in my opinion, Cruz is going to be really, really good and be an all-star.
Yep.
James Wood to me has a chance to win MVP awards with his power. That's where I'm at on James Wood.
That's the ceiling.
And I would have Cruz, for that matter, on all of the posters too.
Yep.
Dylan Cruz should be on a billboard as well. But I need to turn that up to 11 as quick as possible. I don't see enough jerseys of the kids at
I'm with
Park.
you, actually.
I don't see enough jersey shirts on the 8-year-olds that are walking around. It's still Zim and Doolittle.
Yeah, the World Series heroes.
We need to work overtime to make sure that happens.
Because the point of this year, to me, is the kids. And there's there are a couple guys that are maybe outside that super duper core group, whether it's Garcia and Ruiz and people that are part of the plan. But I'm thinking about like it's Wood, it's Cruz, it's Abrams, and it's Mackenzie Gore. Like that's kind of the point. The reason to go to the yard every day. You're going to see something from some of the other guys too. I mean, I mentioned Garcia, and I think there'll be some pleasant surprises. Guys like Paul DeYoung and the variables like Nathaniel Lowe and company, and just Jake Irvin sustained. There's plenty of good storylines. But to me, the whole point of this is if the ceiling of those 4 guys, that group of 4 that I mentioned, if they reach it, you're talking about a team that nobody wants to play in really, really short order. And that to me is the point of this year. And I need a little bit more on that. I'm with you.
We really should talk about quarterbacks at some point.
Quarterbacks.
Or not. We're just having fun.
We're just kicking it.
Washington Nationals Gala tonight. Everybody's getting all dressed up, ready to walk the red carpet. We will be here for you. In fact, we're going to try to put Toby to the test here with his laptop to see if we can somehow stream down the red carpet so that you guys can watch on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. It won't be great video because we're not like Channel 7 with a camera.
With Scott Abraham.
But we'll have a laptop camera zooming down the red carpet so that you guys can see everyone all gussied up. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan. In about 20 minutes, Jerry Brewer, the Washington Post, who's covering the Terps out west, is going to stop by. You're listening to The Fan. Is your bracket busted? New customers at FanDuel, you don't have to worry about that. You're going to get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join, there is no better time. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, and so much more. Visit FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Nats Gala tonight at the Wharf. We're live on site, getting ready for red carpet festivities. Players will be strolling down the red carpet in just a few. Have you ever done an actual red carpet?
Yes.
Where you walked and stopped and talked to people? And what was the reason if you did?
A couple different times I've done it, and it was strange that obviously nobody wanted to talk to me. But it was a cool thing I did years ago. I was part of a TV pilot with the New York Television Festival, and they gave everybody kind of this really cool experience where they did this sort of red carpet event associated with it. Even though nobody was famous, it was like, hey, this is the taste of what it could be like, right? I had a supporting role in a show. When I had a TV show on Animal Planet for a while, for the premiere, they did kind of a modified version of that where they had a bunch of, some were stuff, some were fake, some were real. Like the animal trainer that would go on Carson late night brought the iguana or brought the Gila monster or whatever.
Yeah.
So I had a red carpet for that, but not like this or like an actual celebrity.
I've been here and I've seen events like this, right, where there's a red carpet in name and we walk down it, but never an actual Hollywood type deal.
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl week in Nolens, several weeks back, Jaden Daniels was being honored at some random venue, probably 20 minutes outside the city.
Yep.
And so we went out to it, and I had no idea really what we were getting into. But it turned out that it was kind of a big deal. It was a lot of actors, actresses, singers, gospel and otherwise, and Daniels was getting an award athletically. But it was the first time I've ever been in that setting where I would say I went full BDK, where they had all the media set up, and basically there's a little, and I mean little, like think about, I don't know, barely enough room for you to stand. Where it was like mapped off where it says, say, 106.7 The Fan. And you stand in your little square, 3x3. You can't move out of that. You just have to stand right there, like 3x3 area. And the players in this case, or the singers, come walking by, and a handler, will be in front of them. And so you think about like a movie premiere, and it's Miles Teller. They'll just have a printed sheet, 8x11, off of a computer, turned sideways, and it just says Miles Teller, and they'll walk down, and then they stop and like, Miles, take a picture, Miles, look over here. But everyone around me, it was whoever and they're very famous people, I just don't know them. Gospel singer or somebody who's a
famous in worlds that we're not in,
actress in a TV show or whatever, and they're all stopping. And all I cared, I was there for one guy. So when Jaden came by, he walked past everybody pretty much.
Oh, this was the interview, the most in-depth interview in show history.
Yeah, this was the one. Do we still have that somewhere, Darius? I'd love to let people hear that.
We could get out early and just play it.
Just for the rest of the
we could leave
program
right now and play it because
this was the big exclusive one-on-one that we got with Jaden Daniels. Can't call it exclusive, I suppose, as he did do 132 interviews.
Yeah. Jaden, how's it going? Great. Thanks for stopping by.
Right.
I mean, it was almost that long.
I mean, well, we'll get to that in a second. But it was just, it's a wild scene.
Yes, it is.
Think about it from a movie setting. You're just walking, stopping, picking randomly a few people to talk to for 10 seconds at a time. And they'll say something like, hey, what was your favorite scene? Or what's it like to work with Danny Rouillet? And they'll answer the question for a moment, which is nice. Then they keep it moving. That's not what I needed to do.
That's not what you're doing.
And there was a little bit of a loss in the translation, I think, of what kind of interview we were looking for. But I say all this to say that was my first true red carpet experience. But I've never walked one and been the guy being yelled at for pictures. I don't think I ever will. The way that my life's trending doesn't seem like we're headed in that direction.
Well, again, you never know.
I guess here's our best chance. Actually, you answer this, and I'll see if we agree. What is the best chance that we end up doing a red carpet event where we're getting that treatment?
It would be that's a great question. It would have to be something similar to the Junkies, right? So like the Junks, when they did, their 25th year or like their whatever they're on now, year 41 or however many years, and there's like an event, and then like there's some local media, and they kind of do a red carpet sort of deal for them, kind of put on like that, right? It would be something like that, but it wouldn't be like a real red carpet.
So here's mine.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real red carpet. You and I have a buddy that becomes, longtime listener, let's say, maybe more than a buddy.
Okay.
Becomes like a movie producer or something. Ends up putting us in the movie, not as actors, but like you hear our voices like the Junkies were in that Jack Black movie. I think it bombed. It was like D-Train or something.
No, it was a smash hit.
Right.
Yeah.
But not because of the Junkies. The Junkies killed it. I'm just saying I can't remember the name of the movie.
You saw the Rotten Tomatoes thing. I don't like the Junks, and that's what happened.
But I think somehow someone hits us up on Instagram and is like, hey, I've been listening to the show for a while. I have this movie coming out.
Producing a movie.
We need, radio background.
Yeah, there you go.
And then normally you wouldn't get invited, but like in this hypothetical, now we as extras in the movie also get to walk the red carpet. That's kind of my thought.
I smell what you're
big
cooking
leap.
there. Yeah.
This was the Jaden Daniels interview that we did in New Orleans.
We got to clear. Do we have enough time? Do we clear it?
People are still talking about this months later.
But Jaden, you're one of the biggest stars in New Orleans over these last couple of days. Everybody wants to talk to you. What's the experience been like so far?
It's been wild just to come out here and come back to Louisiana. Obviously, with some of my guys and my brothers, but it's a bittersweet moment being here. Obviously, one game away from the Super Bowl, but it's fun. It's fun and exciting.
Have you had a chance to take inventory yet on just how amazing the season was and all that you accomplished?
A little bit, but not really. I think once football season's done, I'll be able to really reflect.
When you look back at your year, what are you proudest of?
Just the excitement as a whole team that we brought back to the DMV area.
There you go.
Where's the rest of it? What happened?
46 seconds with Jaden.
Did something happen?
What's amazing about that is you had to try not to get an interview with him. and we tried so hard to get one. But he did 800 interviews over a week, but not locally with the DMV, I will say. They were very national, those interviews. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jerry Brewer covered the Terps out west in Seattle as they punched their ticket to the Sweet 16. We'll talk to the terrific columnist from the Washington Post next. Plus, the red carpet's about to get underway. You can check out the scene on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page right now. Got a camera looking at the red carpet setup. We will have players stopping by to chat with us in the next hour right here on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals and Orioles game from today was canceled. If you had tickets to today's game, you can exchange them for another day, excluding opening day, which comes up on Thursday, 4:05 p.m. first pitch. Nats and Phillies, first of a 3-game series to open up the season for the Nationals. Mackenzie Gore getting the ball on opening day for the Nationals, making his first ever opening day start. Also today, Bob Carpenter announced that this will be his final season calling Nationals baseball. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Raptors at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in college hoops, Maryland moving on to the Sweet 16 after a thriller against Colorado State last night. They win 72-71 on a Derek Queen buzzer beater off the glass to send the Terps on to the next round. They'll take on the top seed in their region, the Florida Gators. That'll be a game on Thursday out in San Francisco. Tip-off at 7:30. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. If you'd like some Sweet 16 shirts for the Terps from Breaking Tea, you can check out 1067thefanshop.com. Also in college hoops, a couple of head coaches on the move. Xavier's head coach Sean Miller is going to be leaving to be the next head coach for the Texas Longhorns, and Drake's head coach Ben McCollum is going to be leaving to be the next head coach for the Iowa Hawkeyes. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Said from day one is one of the best players in the country. What did you call? You know what? I asked everybody. I said, who wants the ball? And he said, give me the MF ball. And I said, all right, you're getting it. And I said, don't mess around. Go after it and do it. And I give him a lot of credit, man. The big dog came up and threw.
How about the 18-year-old freshman for Maryland, not only coming up big, but telling his coach he would, and then following through. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. 90 minutes of show remaining, and it's going to get red for the Nationals here in just a few minutes because the red carpet is being rolled out. Nats are about to be showing up for the gala tonight. We'll pull several of them off to the side here before they walk in to their formal event to join us on Grant and Danny. But speaking of red, let's talk Maryland basketball after their 72-71 thriller with the game winner from Derek Queen off the glass called Bank last night. Our buddy Jerry Brewer was on the scene out in Seattle. He's been covering this run for the Terrapins for the Washington Post. Jerry, thanks for the time. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Hey, forget the Nats. Let's talk about this for the next 90 minutes.
Hey, I think there's a lot of people in Maryland who would be giddy to do so. This has been a long time coming. Go back to 01-02, of course, the national championship. And then just getting out of round two has been really, really complicated for Maryland. You got to go back to 14-15, the only other time that this has happened over the last couple of decades. So let's just start with the scene after the game. They get the win in dramatic fashion. The game winner at the Horn finally goes their way. What was it like in the locker room and at the podium?
You know, they were giddy, obviously. But, I mean, I felt like it was more just kind of reinforcement, like that, of what they felt that they had, but through all of their close losses this year that they hadn't quite seen. It was kind of confirmation that they've got the grit and what it takes to be a very good basketball team. So it was interesting. Like, they weren't over the top. And so I feel like, well, they feel that they have more good basketball left in them. We know who's next, Florida, the hottest team in the country. But I left last night with a legitimate sense that they're going to play Florida as well as they can. I'm not certain that that's good enough to win the game, but I think they're going to be prepared to play.
So, Jerry, middle of the second half last night, I mean, listen, that shot could have gone in, it could have missed. Talking about Derek Queen there at the end, you could lose that game, and it kind of wouldn't change what I'm about to say. I was so impressed with that group because they were in the middle of, I think it was like a 1-for-9, 1-for-10 stretch. Colorado State had built a lead, and there was no panic. You could just see it. They knew the shots were going to start falling. You could just tell that there was a confidence, trust in their stuff. I'm sure that's one part coaching, but one part this group. I mean, that to me is what stood out the most. Was you knew they were coming back. They knew they were coming back. And then sure enough, it happened there down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. Down the stretch, a lot of great basketball and great execution on both teams. It wasn't like Colorado State lost the game because of some terrible mistake. They were ready to win that, and Maryland had to take it from them. And that's what you want to see this time of year.
Jerry Brewer of the Washington Post covering the Terps with us on Grant and Danny. For the casuals hopping in now who haven't maybe watched Maryland all year, if you don't mind telling the story of Derek Queen, this freshman teenager who wears braces, who wanted the ball and came up in the biggest moment.
Yeah, Derek Queen we're talking about. One of the most significant recruits that Maryland has signed over the last 25 years. He's going to be a lottery pick. If he comes out this year in the NBA draft, I think that he might wind up going top 8 in the draft. Best feet of any guy who's 6'10", almost 250 pounds and 18, 19 years old that I've ever seen. He really, really moves well. And he just like basketball comes so easy to him. And you can tell how, since he's been with Willard and in the college game, how they've toughened him up. I think there's another level he's going to reach in terms of toughness. You do look out there and you see just this big 6'10" kid who's immensely skilled and who's just unflappable. And it was great. He is, among all these teams left into the Sweet 16, if you had to rank your top 10 according to basketball potential, what their future is going to be, I think he ranks somewhere in the top 5 of the players who are remaining. That's how good the kid is. He's big. And so it always takes bigs a little bit longer than others to truly grow into their body. But his basketball skill is phenomenal. I think back to the last time, Maryland made a Sweet 16 run and they had a dynamic freshman big man who just wasn't that great. Derek Queen has absolutely made the best of his year in College Park.
Jerry Brewer with us here on G&D. All right, so the elephant in the room here, Jerry, would you make a Kevin Willard's comments and then kind of subsequently, in my opinion, I don't want to leave the witness here, kind of doubling down on those comments right before the tournament and then after their first game?
Yeah, Danny, I think he just knows that he's got a good hand. And so he's playing with magic cards. And so I think he's got a strong sense of how much Villanova is interested in him. I think he wants to stay at Maryland, but I also think he's kind of reached that point. I'm 49 years old. I'm almost 50. I've been at this a long time at Iona, at Seton Hall. This is my 3rd year at Maryland. I know exactly what I need in terms of resources for this program to reach the heights that people want it to reach. And I'm going to shoot my shot. And I think that's what you're seeing him do right now. I would probably advise him to not shoot his shot in terms of negotiating publicly again the rest of this tournament and just kind of enjoy the ride. But I've really appreciated the honesty. As a media member, that's what we want out of everyone. And no lies told. I think everything he said is spot on. And I think Maryland needs to get serious about giving him exactly what he needs. He might not get 100% of what he wants, but if you could get him somewhere 80-85% of what he's asking in terms of resources, I think then you've got a chance to build a sustainable winner again.
Jerry Brewer on Grant and Danny covering the Terps and the Tourney out west for the Post. Maryland got started with a massive beatdown of Grand Canyon, 81-49, and then survived a scare last night over Colorado State, 72-71. Next up, the Florida Gators, which we'll talk about in a second. Jerry, what I've been most impressed by, and I only watched them a handful of times early in the season, but as we got closer to the conference tournament and really start locking in on college hoops about a month ago, they are just so versatile in how they can play and compete and win. With the bigs they can just bully you like they did with Colorado State with a size advantage. They've got guard play and can shoot the lights out. There's elite defensively when it comes to shutting down the three-point line. They can get up and down the floor. To me, this is a really, really dangerous team moving forward. I could see them giving Florida fits and maybe even knocking off the Gators. Everyone scores in double figures this season in their lineup. You saw that again yesterday with Reese, Queen, Miguel, Gillespie, Rice, all getting in that game 11 or more. How would you describe their multipleness and what they've become as this year's gone on?
Yeah, Grant, I think they're only about like one significant bench player, maybe one and a half, a guy who played a bit role from being a number one, number two caliber seed team. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that they got outlasted and lost 4 games, in one possession, 2 buzzer beaters, was just because of depth. But what they have is tremendous. It is, Duke might want to argue with me. Auburn might want to argue with me, but I'm just going to say it. I think it's the best starting 5 in college basketball because of what you just said. I mean, you've got and Gillespie and Rice, and we can put Miguel in there as well, as a swing man. That's just a heck of like a perimeter trio. Julian Reese and Derek Queen, just a great 1-2 punch inside. They're big. They can out rebound you. They can get in your face defensively. Their guards have good physicality. They can shoot it. They're the only thing that I think stops them in games is that they're going to have stretches where they can't sustain that play because, especially against good teams, every starter needs to play 32 plus minutes. And so that becomes difficult in high caliber games here. But can they play with Florida? Absolutely, they can play with Florida. The problem with Florida is Florida goes about 9 deep, if not 10 or 11. 9 really, really quality players. So they basically have 2 of everything. And I think that's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, how you cover Walter Clayton Jr., who is the best guard in America, the 3rd best player behind Janai Broome and Cooper Flagg this year. They're a tough matchup. I think it seems like everybody, 50% of people pick Florida to win it all in their bracket. And I'm kind of like, man, are we too on Florida too much? I watched them. It was just a great round of 32 game that they survived, obviously against the 2-time defending champions, Connecticut, a diminished version of Connecticut. But I tried to look at them through the lens of Maryland and what kind of things does Maryland have that might give them trouble that Connecticut was good at. I think offensively, Maryland is going to be a way bigger challenge for Florida than Connecticut was. And so I think we're going to have a game that's going to be a little more up-tempo. I think inside, if Reese and Queen can stay out of foul trouble, there's some skill and grit that matches up really well with Florida. And it actually, Maryland would have a slight advantage. And I think it's going to be a good game. I just worry about a 7 or 8 minute stretch in that game because of Maryland's depth. That could be the difference. But I think it's going to be a really good game. And to me, it wouldn't be shocking if Maryland upset Florida and went to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I think that's right on. Jerry Brewer with us here on G&D. So you mentioned 2 guys I want to hone in on here, and you led me right to it, Jerry. Walter Clayton Jr. is fantastic. If you haven't seen him in our listening audience, that guy can play. He's really, really, really good. And then kind of his counterpart, I don't want to say similar games, but this guy reminds me of Byron Mouton a little bit. Not necessarily in terms of their game, Jerry, but the glue guy, unheralded, a little bit of dirty work, and occasional shot making, but mostly just there to be a pain in the butt, and that's Miguel. I thought he was outstanding. I know, Clifford ended up going for, having a decent night, but nothing was easy, it felt like, because Miguel was harassing without fouling. I imagine he'll match up on Clayton, which to me kind of makes the whole thing go. If he can stay out of foul trouble, I feel like, it just kind of to your point, Maryland's got a shot.
Yes, absolutely. And I love Miguel's just his confidence, and just his relentlessness. That's a role player who will step up and shoot a 25-footer and make it if you need him to. And so, yeah, that's going to be a huge key. I mean, Florida is going to really, I think, try to attack certain matchups, try to get Maryland in some kind of foul trouble. And so how Maryland plays defense and is able to contest without drawing a bunch of fouls is going to be a huge key to how that first half goes.
Jerry Brewer on Grant and Danny covering the Maryland Terrapins for the Washington Post. More broadly, with what you got to see out west, take Maryland out of the equation. What's impressed you most, and what are some of the storylines you're tracking? Florida, Maryland, Texas Tech, Arkansas out of the bottom left of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked to see Arkansas there. A great win over St. John's. Calipari was on top of his game, probably because he was matching wits with Rick Pitino again. One of the most talented teams in the country, and certainly one of the most expensive in terms of NIL money. So that they could beat Texas Tech, but I really do like that Texas Tech team, just how connected they are, how athletic they are. I think their ability to rise to the occasion defensively might be the difference in that game. I'm fascinated just looking at the entire Sweet 16, and it's the chalkiest thing we've ever seen, and it's all these power schools. Only 4 conferences represented. I'm thinking a lot about like what that means for college basketball, and has like the transfer portal eliminated the mid-major's greatest strength, which is their ability to evaluate hidden talent. Now all these kids, the transfer portal officially opened today, and you got 500 names in the portal. A lot of them conference players of the year, or just significant first-team players for smaller schools. And so we don't want for there to be a cap, I think, on like what the Drakes and what the South Dakota States and all of these other programs are able to do in this tournament. But I think we might be about to enter an era where we see nothing but big boys, because the big boys come and take, all your players who can make a difference. I miss those days, guys, when you would see like Kentucky match up with like a George Mason, and Kentucky's got all freshmen and sophomore. George Mason's got juniors, seniors, and fifth-year seniors who just know college basketball, and it becomes a battle of like talent versus know-how, and often know-how wins. But now Duke has the know-how and the freshmen, and who can compete with that?
Jerry, really appreciate the time, man. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Oh, anytime, guys. Take care.
Thank you, buddy.
Great insight from Jerry Brewer of the Post, who's been covering the Terps. By the way, Maryland on to the next round, the Sweet 16 in the Tourney. 1067 The Fans merch shop has the newest Terps gear for you right now if you're celebrating their run. Order now, 1067thefanshop.com. Looks like we are moments away from some of the players pulling up from Nats Park and starting to walk the red carpet. The presidents first down the red carpet here at the gala this evening. I see Abe signing some autographs, and Teddy, who's always a very popular commodity.
Very popular, yes.
Taking some photos. So it won't be long before we're joined by some of the Nationals coming up live from the Anthem and the Wharf. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Nationals were supposed to have played the Orioles in their final exhibition game of the spring today. That game did not happen. It was canceled. Inclement weather. The rain is now gone. The sun is out as we are live at Whitlow's on the Wharf, on the Anthem right next, on the Wharf right next to the Anthem, where the red carpet event is moments away from kicking off. The Nats players are going to start walking down the red carpet area, we're being told, right around 5:30. So if you want to watch the red carpet festivities, we've got our cameras up and going right now on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. And we've got a nice little front row spot for our camera. You'll be able to see the players and their loved ones walking down the red carpet to go into the big event tonight. Ian Desmond being honored for his work in the community over the years.
What a great dude. And a guy, this is one of those, like, you feel old milestones where I remember his entire career. I remember when he first came up. I remember he used to get off rough starts, both offensively and defensively.
He
right?
had brutal Aprils.
And
good player.
And
like
been
the
a really good
couple
player.
of weeks was always a grind.
Right. It was like, do you know which end the glove goes on, buddy? But after a little while, he would settle in and turn into, as you said, a really good player. A little bit of power, some speed, could do a little bit of everything at shortstop. But he really grew up. And I know this is what, like, how old people talk, but like you could watch it kind of right before your eyes. He went from kind of wide-eyed kid, I'm happy to be in the major leagues and, just sort of trying to make my mark, to, hey, let me get after it here a little bit. Let me sort of use this 360 panoramic. Became a really thoughtful guy. Remember, one of the things that I think you and I talked to him about this was his contract. Whether you agree with this or not, I think is a fun discussion to have. But he felt like he needed to do something to sort of help out future shortstops that, the way he put it, was that looked like me. Right, where you want to make sure that you're earning that top dollar, not just somebody can kind of get you or convert you to something else or whatever. And he felt kind of a sense of ownership of that. And you had what he did in the community as well. Rightfully deserved, man. He turned out to be a really good national, really, really good guy.
Looking forward to catching up with him this evening, perhaps as well. I actually saw him over at Nats Park. He was at the Youth Academy today. So think about this: flies in to get his award tonight. Busy day. There's an exhibition game. Didn't happen. He didn't know that, though, and he's over at the ballpark. And then he's got the gala this evening. Well, what did he do this morning? He went over to the Nationals Youth Baseball Academy.
Of course he did.
Spent some time with those kids over there, which is one of his most instrumental roles in the community when he played here. Was over at the Nats Youth Academy that does so much good, helping so many of the young people in the city, and in one of the tougher wards to grow up in the city as well. Giving them not only activities and nourishment in school, mentally, physically, and otherwise. But
it's a place to go, honestly. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
not to be flippant about it. Like, a place to go where, A, you're not in trouble, B, you're doing something incredibly productive, bettering yourself. What that Nats Youth Academy has done over the years, it's kind of an undersold thing, I think, for a lot of folks. They kind of start to realize it after you hear about all the good stuff. But basically a group that never even had a little league team. They've won district tournaments. They've gone to regionals. That's not just about wins and losses when it comes to that, but that's a nice ancillary bonus or a byproduct of doing a bunch of good things for an extended period of time.
Grant and Danny live on the Wharf outside of the Anthem, getting ready for tonight's red carpet festivities. The Nats 2 days away from opening their season. They have a home opener this year on Thursday at Nationals Park. They will be hosting the Philadelphia Phillies. Just tough, I will say, because that means Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner and some of your favorite Nats.
All your favorite former Nats back in town.
Are back in the ballpark to take on a much younger team with a lot lesser, frankly, expectations. and that can be difficult and complicated for sure. But the Nationals are further along in their build than they've been in recent years, and so the energy and the electricity in the ballpark should be elevated, hopefully, for Game 1 of this Major League season. But Thursday, 4:05 first pitch is the start of the campaign. We're going to be actually celebrating opening day throughout the week on the Fan, including on Wednesday. Cannot wait for our live broadcast out at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are going to be with us from 5 to 6:30. This is in 2 days on Wednesday. You can enjoy ballpark menu specials out at the Lost Rhino Brew Pub in Ashburn. You can win Nats tickets. You can meet, not only hang out with us, but Charlie and Dave, more importantly. They're going to be on the show for the final 90 minutes as we kick off the season with a Nationals preview.
So I was thinking about this, and I probably shouldn't workshop this on air, but here we go anyway. I don't know if Charlie and Dave are listening. Do you want to do a bit with me where we only address questions to Charlie and see how long it takes before Dave is like, what about me? You want to do something like that?
A good bit
would that be a good troll bit of Dave? Would that be fun?
I think that could be a good time.
Where it's like, Charlie, this one's for you. And then like just each time we introduce it, where it's like, Charlie, I was thinking about this. Or like just how as you keep going, and then like Dave doesn't get to talk.
Like the cops in is it Superbad? No, that's not the name of the movie. Super Troopers. In Super Troopers, where they do the meow game.
Who could say meow?
They just walk up to the car and they always have a different game that they're doing. Our game could be, and Charlie, I want you to talk about this, or Dave, whichever one we choose.
Yeah.
But 8-9 straight questions of one, and just keep it going to see how frustrated.
To see how long.
Now they are driving about 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
probably roughly to get out there.
So maybe not on the bit.
So I don't know how much fun they'll have with that bit. But if you're asking me, do I want to do a bit? The answer is normally yes.
Yeah, I feel like I can count on you. If I come up with one, I feel like you're going to be in.
Yeah, I don't say no to bits very often. Mackenzie Gore will get the opening day start for the Nationals. They only have a couple of roster decisions they are still trying to make. They are determining who their backup catcher is going to be. Riley Adams has been their mainstay behind the dish as a backup to Keibert Ruiz for the last few years. Andrew Kisner's in the organization now, though, and has been competing for that number 2 job as a non-roster invitee still on the roster. So those two competing for that second catching job. Another competition in terms of position players would be the final bench spot. You go with Jose Tena, who's a little bit more athletic and a little bit more versatile defensively, or a corner infielder who's primarily just going to be playing some first. If they wanted to go that route, how much defensive ability do you need? What are you looking for basically from your final roster spot, essentially? I think that's a question. And then in the bullpen, they've got 3 guys competing for 2 spots, where I think Orlando Revolta is going to be in, but it's him, Jackson Rutledge, and Brad Lord. 2 of them will stay, and one of them is getting sent to AAA.
Yeah, I think I'll all have options if I've got that right. But yeah, I mean, these are.
What about Tena versus Yepez?
So I'm Team Tena, just thinking that's what's going to happen.
Same.
Now I can't. Obviously I haven't gotten insight from David Martinez on this, but to me, Tena's position versatility. Shout out Ron Rivera. He can spell somebody different every day. If you want Jose Tena in the lineup 4 straight days, he could play 4 different positions for you. Right, so CJ feed up, Luis Garcia feed up. You could have Paul DeYoung feed up. You could, DH him. You could probably play him in a corner outfield spot if you felt like he's that athletic. So to me, that would be my more likely. Good contact bat as well. But a lot of times the bench bat is can this guy come in and give me a home run to try to change things up here with a good matchup? But to me, Tana would be the guy more likely.
So it's funny, just thinking of a wholesome moment today. Bullpen, 3 guys for 2 spots. I think Revolta should be in, which means really it's Lord and Rutledge for 1 spot. Rutledge has 1 option left. Lord has never been to the big leagues yet, and so you could send him down and not have to worry about it, even though I like Lord from an upside standpoint more. But today in the dugout, we were just talking. A few of the guys were standing there getting ready to run out in the rain, and I was talking to Jackson Rutledge about how cold it is beginning of the year every year in Rochester at AAA. He's like, dude, we open in Buffalo. Like, is there a worse place in America to play baseball?
We open in Buffalo
at the start of April than Buffalo.
What incentive do you need to make the show besides the normal things?
It's going to be 37 degrees and snowing
at best
in Buffalo. And you're going in there to pitch, or worst case, have to hit and get jammed. And I mean, how painful is that? But anyway, they're talking about how awful it was last year at the beginning of the year in the minors at Rochester. And they played basically Northeast constantly. They didn't leave to go to Florida for like 5 weeks. He said, we played one game on our first homestand of 6 games because of snow and rain. But then he looks at Brad Lord. Again, these are 2 guys who have been in the minor leagues for years, who are now on the precipice of making the big leagues. And he goes, let's just stay here. And they high-five. And it was the most wholesome, adorable, hilarious thing I've ever seen in my life. And I thought, I don't know if both of you are staying here. One of you's probably going down.
Yeah, there's a numbers game that affects you, but I do love that.
But what a moment! I mean, just to be a fly on the wall for that was really cool.
That's really neat. Yeah, I love those kind of things. That's the access that it's you can't. I don't know. You can't replace that. I guess is kind of the point there. But that's really cool. I love hearing that because those are real world things. You know what I mean? Where it's like if you play in a upper northern city, you're going to be miserable till May and maybe sometimes even thereafter. That's a real thing.
I think, a competition that probably they didn't see coming either, because Brad Lord, who had a really good year in the minors last year, didn't go into camp expected to be a major league reliever. He's a starter who's only ever started in the minor leagues. And he's just pitched well enough, and I think they like his stuff enough. And they said, well, an inning at a time, 2 innings at a time, as one of our last relievers in, he could help us at the major league level right away. And they're making more decisions based on that than they did in years past.
Mm-hmm.
Rutledge is a converted starter, former first-round pick. Big kid, by the way, 6'8", who they've already made the decision is not going to be a starter ultimately, is going to be moved to the bullpen, and that's how he's going to make his money at the major league level. So if Lord pitches out of the pen, it's basically just because there's not a spot in the rotation.
That's right.
And that's how he can make the team, which is one of the reasons why I think it might make more sense to have Rutledge get his first chance as a reliever. Keep Lord stretched out as a starter at AAA, and then as a reinforcement able to be called up as you need him in the near future.
That makes sense to me. And again, we all know this. We do this every year when it comes to roster decisions, but this is super fluid. Who starts on opening day? That's usually different within 2 weeks, as maybe you're floating, not having a fifth starter go for a while because of the off days, or as you said, a matchup thing, or who's got options. And some of those things, again, are so fluid that you may not see, nothing is final or written in stone.
Speaking of fluid, we are waiting players walking the red carpet outside of the anthem on the Wharf on Grant and Danny. Moments from now, the fellas and their loved ones will be making their way into a really great event the Nats do every year on their annual gala night out here at the Wharf. Go vote right now on our poll of the day. Grant and Danny's poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can visit dcmetropolitanmoving.com. It is available on our 1067 The Fan Twitter account. What is your confidence level that Alex Ovechkin breaks Wayne Gretzky's goal-scoring record before the end of the regular season? We had a great conversation about this for the better part of an hour earlier in the show. You can podcast that when we're done tonight at thefandc.com. 36% of respondents are not very confident. 50% say they are somewhat confident, and 12% very confident that Ovechkin breaks the record before the end of the season. The count is now 12 games left and 7 goals away for Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals. You can go vote. Grant and Danny's poll today presented by dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Ian Desmond, who's the honoree of the night for his services in the community over the years for the Nationals, and many of the current players will be making up the opening day roster, going to be joining us in the moments ahead on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's giving all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th through the 30th, Thursday through Saturday. It's all part of $500,000 daily home run jackpot FanDuel's doing. This is a really, really cool idea. All you have to do is use your Jackpot Profit Boost token on a player to hit a home run, and if they go yard, not only will you get a bigger winning on your home run bet, but you're also going to get a share of that day's $500,000 with everybody else that hit on their bets in the jackpot winnings. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck. Just head to FanDuel.com/GP and look at the daily home run jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21 and present in Virginia, opt-in required. Must apply. Profit Boost token on a select market. Prize pool will be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Outside of Whitlow's on the Wharf near the Anthem. Grant and Danny and a red carpet. There is no place where we are more at home, more comfortable than next to a red carpet.
Yeah, you and I natural. Like we embrace the role of celebrity really, really well. Right?
Yes.
It's who we are at our core.
What we do. wear our finest and stroll red carpets. We are joined now by our buddy Kevin Franzen, who is, of course, the color commentator on MASN Game In and Game Out for your Washington Nationals. It was a part of some big breaking news in town today.
What happened?
We started our show talking about Bob Carpenter making the announcement just before what should have been first pitch, that this will be his 20th and final season on the call of Nats games. This is year 4 for you. So you and Bob have been together since just after the pandemic year. But he'll get a season to soak up much-deserved reverence after what has been a 2-decade run.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
And more importantly, I think, he's the voice TV, for the Nats. And it's hard to explain the impact that you could have on somebody in 4 years, right? But I mean, just the fact that you see someone that takes so much pride. This is his team, right? And he grew with it. And it's teaching that part for myself, right? Like, you come from the Bay Area, you come from other areas, and you learn to be a part of something. This is it. And it's sad, but it's also good because he's happy, man. Like,
yeah,
his grandbabies, man. That guy lights up when he talks about the boys, and that's where it's at.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, right?
It's such a good point because this is not something I could have even related to before I had kids,
right?
And now, I mean, you've got kids about my age,
and now you got more coming. You and Kyle Gibson,
bro. I know, right?
He's full send, dude.
It's funny you mentioned Gibby. Yeah, I'm catching old Kyle Gibson from the Orioles. But so, now my daughter turned 6 in a couple days.
Yeah.
It's so you only get one shot at it. And as a grandparent, I can only imagine it's even more so, right? Because now you don't have to worry about the parenting part.
No, just give them up afterwards.
Right. So I can't imagine.
Smells, you take them.
Yeah. He's like, you know what? I don't need to be at the ballpark every day, all day. And I like that he's getting to go out on his own terms and get a year to really soak it up and celebrate it.
I mean, it's every athlete's dream, right? So it's got to be every broadcaster's dream to be able to do it with what you and when you want to do it. I mean, that's the ultimate. That if you want to talk about full send, that's a full send right there. Because now you just know every day what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and when you go to parks, it's not about like, well, could this be the last one? It's like, no, I'm going to soak it in and do that. Yeah. So again, when you think about the Nationals, he's a part of it. Right, it's like I would say I'm a nail clipping of it,
but growing.
He is it, right? And nail clipping, yeah, sure. That it still grows too.
I'm saying you're growing. I mean,
you look dapper, by the way, dude.
Feeling dapper, Billy.
How about this jacket? Well, he does this thing every year.
The jacket's hot.
That's my point. It matches the City Connects. I told him when I got here, I was a little annoyed. I'm like, I just have to remember. You've worked with people before. Generally, if you're going to dress up a lot, you coordinate. He just shows up dressed really nice, and I'm just supposed to know that, right?
Yeah.
So no,
pretty much multiple years.
Pretty much. I mean, same
so I'll
thing.
just remember next year that he's going to wear.
No, but I mean, just want. Okay, here's the deal. You have a reminder on your phone. Yeah. Put a reminder on your phone day before. Be like, dress nice. I mean, you look nice too.
I'm fine, but he's dressed like we're going to the gala. So normally, if I'm dressing up, I'm like, hey, Danny, just so you know. FYI.
But you never know. Like, it might be that chance that you do get in.
That's true. That's very good.
You got to know somebody. That's the voice of Kevin Franzen. Yeah, color commentator Nats, but one of my favorite pickleball partners on the whole planet.
By the way, can we talk about something real quick?
Sure.
Is it pickleball?
No.
Damn it.
Well, at some point we got to get back on there.
Seriously. You're back in town now.
You guys got Debo.
Yeah, your boy.
My favorite player. It's a sad day for me with the Niners, but man,
you
guys are gonna love him.
It'll be fun here in town though for you.
You guys are gonna you guys are gonna love him.
I think the Niners, by the way, are still one of the highest odds teams to win the NFC, and I don't get that.
They lost everybody.
They lost a lot of people.
Everybody.
Right? But they're still considered top 3 as an NFC contender.
I mean, again,
it's quite a choice, by the way, to blow up your whole roster to pay Brock Purdy. Quite a choice.
We won't go there. Anyway, I wanted to make it positive. It's about Debo.
So you stick aside, my friend. Like there's a real thing that we're talking about because we've been so blessed to have such great broadcasters in this area, right? Joe Beninati, Craig Locker for hockey, and Steve Buckhanson, Phil Shear for basketball, and Bob, and I think now you're growing into that as well. Where it's like, seriously, you're here for 4 years. Well, you're going to look up, and it's going to be 10. It's going to be 15, hopefully. Knock on wood, right? Like, there's a gravity to that. There's an import to that where when my kid watches the game, you're the guy delivering the thing, right? So as you're offering the colors, you're teaching. Something I think you do tremendously well. You notice things that people don't see. Like, does that responsibility hit you every now and again instead of just going, yeah, I'm in the booth, chopping it up, talking about a game? Like, do you feel that import, the gravity of it?
When you're a nobody, you always feel it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's the way I always look at it. So that's first and foremost. But more importantly, you got to get the great one on.
The great one, Ian Desmond,
Yeah.
former teammate of yours and one of the real good eggs in baseball in Washington, D.C., who is going to be one of the stars of the night at the Nats Gala here at the Anthem on the Wharf. Ian, it is great to have you back on the show. It's been a long time.
What's up, Desi?
Grant and Danny here on the Fan Man. How are you?
How are you?
Doing very well. First of all, congrats on the honor as you are going to be receiving the Power of Baseball Award from Nats Philanthropies for all the work you've done over the years. This evening, what's it mean to you?
It's special, you know. It's I just like seeing all the kids. You know, it's funny. I've run into people now. Like if you were going to be a fan of me, you had to have been, a fan for the last 10, 12 years. You know, so those little kids I was signing for are now, teenagers, upper teenagers. And some are starting families of their own. And I got kids named after me, so that's pretty cool.
So it's funny. So I introduced Ian earlier. We bumped into him at the ballpark. The Toby works at the station. And Toby's obviously only been with us for a couple years at the Fan.
He's like 11.
Toby is 25, 24. 26, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're walking down the street afterwards, and he's like, dude, you sleep. Ian Desmond was my favorite player growing up. I'm like, really? So that was like a big moment, and I didn't even connect the dots. But you're right. There's now just grown dudes who are buying like Dylan Cruz jerseys, who you were their guy, and they were acting like you in Little League. And
that's true, man.
I don't feel like you're an old guy, but I guess it happens.
It's crazy,
quick.
man. 2015 was my last year here. That was a long time ago.
Wow.
But to be invited back, to kind of still be a part of the family is special. And you don't really get that type of honor or that type of I guess welcomeness if you left things on bad terms. So I'm really fortunate that we've always had a great relationship and things always just worked out the way that they did.
Yeah, I mean, time's undefeated, dude. I mean, I remember when you first came up, like back in 2009, and now
That's
it's
right.
like you're getting an award for service, and it's like your career's been over for almost a decade.
I
Like,
know.
that's insane, man.
It's crazy.
Go back to that time when you first came up. Like, what could you have foreseen? Not only just in terms of baseball, you had the talent, obviously, you worked so hard at it, but in terms of this and like that community impact. Did you foresee any of this, or were you just going, I'm in the major leagues? Isn't that great?
I mean, you dream about being a big leaguer.
Yeah.
That was always my dream, and that the things that come with that, being able to retire my mom and raise up my
Yeah.
boys and raise up my family. It started with 3 boys when I was playing, but now I've got a total of 5 kids.
Wow,
and,
dude.
2 little girls that I'm raising up as well. And you look as a baseball player, the dream is to make it. But you look around the Navy Yard, you look at the stadium. When I first made it to the major leagues, it was as an exhibition game at RFK. My first team flight was on a team flight with the team to go to play against, I think, the Mets in an exhibition game in RFK. And then you look now and it's like my kids have flown on private jets. So it's you can't dream this up. I mean, it's pretty cool.
One of the few guys that played with this organization that was drafted by the Expos. You mentioned being a part of the first ever game at RFK, that exhibition game we were talking about today, when you were a minor leaguer who was one of the call-ups that day before you went back to the minors. Ian Desmond, who hit 110 home runs in his Nationals career as a shortstop with the ball club for 7 years. The reason you're getting the award, though, tonight is not the exploits necessarily on the field. So much great work in the community, including over at the Nats Youth Academy. I thought it was fitting today that you're back for a few hours and you were over there.
Of course, that's where you went.
This morning. But why did that facility resonate so much with you?
I think first and foremost, I watched Ryan Zimmerman, and I say this every time, but I watched Ryan Zimmerman with his Zims Foundation and just realized, like, man, I'm not doing enough. I could do more. And then on top of that, just the outlet of baseball is so good for kids, especially kids in underserved communities. There's so many life lessons that can be learned through baseball, and for the Nationals to go above and beyond with a facility like that, how could you not support it?
Yeah, this is really cool. We'll keep any more of your time here, but congratulations on the award. It's good to see you, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, buddy.
Ian Desmond, an award winner tonight for his work over the years off the field with the Nationals. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:30. The ball club's going to be streaming the red carpet, and we're going to be grabbing some players to stop through next. Make sure you check us out if you are at home. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We'll have a camera set up showing the red carpet as guys make their trek into the gala this evening at the Anthem. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for opening day as they'll take on the Phillies on Thursday afternoon. 4:05 first pitch. Mackenzie Gore getting the ball for his first opening day start for the Nationals. You can hear the game right here all season long as well, right here on the Fan. Also today, Bob Carpenter announced that he's going to retire at the end of the season. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Raptors tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In college hoops, Maryland moving on to the Sweet 16. They're going to take on top-seeded Florida on Thursday at 7:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. You can also get some Terp Sweet 16 shirts from Breaking Tea on the Fan Shop, 1067thefanshop.com. Also, some coaching news in college hoops. Xavier's head coach Sean Miller's on the move. He's going to be the new head coach of the Texas Longhorns. And Drake's head coach Ben McCullum is leaving. He'll be the next head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Back live, red carpet event ahead of the Nats Gala tonight. We are at the Wharf near the Anthem on Grant and Danny, and the Nationals are making their way down the red carpet as we speak, and we found Jake Irvin, who was supposed to have gotten the ball today. That did not happen. The game got canceled. I keep saying postponed. That game will never be played.
They're not making that.
No, we're not making it up.
You guys are not going to Baltimore tomorrow, but I mean, on a normal day, I would imagine that's a pretty significant inconvenience.
Yep.
On a day like today, do you have to go do a bullpen session, or how big of a deal is that?
Yeah, like you said, normal day. We hop back in tomorrow, and it's the same thing. But yeah, today just threw in the bullpen, and obviously a lot less adrenaline, a lot less fun. Would be great to throw in front of the fans, face some hitters, but do what you got to do.
So I have to do some quick math then. Jake Irvin, Nats rotation with us on G&D. That lines you up to throw Wentz this Saturday?
Saturday.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're in line. That'll be the day, and you don't really have to worry about anything else.
Yes, sir.
Be a little more rested than normal, I guess.
I like that.
Yeah.
This, by the way, this is so DC. Gross for hours and hours and hours. Now it's like the most beautiful day of all time.
It's incredible.
Like I like both hate and love this.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Right?
This is like a normal DC September, right?
Yeah.
Like September rains a lot, and then it's beautiful. Yeah.
It was the perfect welcome back from West Palm, though.
It was.
And you guys are in midseason form because you had to sit through a rain delay at Nats Park.
That's right.
You guys love doing that.
We're battle tested.
Yeah, it's one of your favorite things for sure. What was the vibe? I mean, you guys had to be like, come on, really?
Yep.
Exhibition game, gala tonight. They waited like an hour and a half to bang it. I couldn't believe that. What were you thinking?
We knew we had a busy day ahead. You know, you sit and you hang with them, but more than anything, man, we're just happy to be back in DC. That's what it's all about, and you can feel the excitement in the clubhouse around the city, and it's really cool, man.
Jake Irvin with us here on G&D. What do you want to build on? What's new this year for Jake Irvin?
For me, man, it's about being more consistent, just being somebody that the team can rely on, start in, start out, and just really excited to get going with this group, man. We're special and very excited to see what these guys are going to do.
What did you think of the new powder blue, we'll call it? I don't know. The City Connects.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Are they the cherry blossoms? I'm going to leave that up to other people. But they're beautiful.
But what's your take?
I love them. I really do love them.
But that versus cherry blossom. I have not unleashed my hot take yet.
I'm not going to be the versus kind of guy, you know, but for me, I do like the idea that we're going with it, that this team belongs to the city more than it does the country, and this is all about DC. So really cool idea what they're doing with that.
I dig that. In terms of, you mentioned consistency. You're pretty damn consistent last year, my friend. I would say that was one of the strong suits of Jake Irvin for the Nationals. What does that look like to you? You know what I mean? Like, is it? Hey, I got this number of strike ones today, or this is how my breaking ball felt. Like, what is it? Less results? Like, what does that consistency look like for you?
Consistency in everything. I think that as a competitor and somebody in this profession, like, you're always trying to keep growing, and being more consistent is the name of the game in baseball. So if I can continue to do that, whether it be with fastball location, breaking ball shape, or just strict outing to outing stats and ability. Like it's all about consistency. So just being more consistent in general.
All right, 1 to 10, me, your level of anger of what I'm about to say. So if I ran a ball club, I don't know if I'd be a manager or a president of baseball ops or what I'd have to be to make this rule. But Dan and I talked about this a while ago. We're dressing up in suits on every road trip.
Yep.
We are here to dress for success. Now, the beard thing, we could do a manicured beard. I'm not going to go full Yankees, right? I'm not Ron Washington. I'm not a maniac. You can be on your cell phone. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard because you're a grown-up. But I need everyone dressed up on road trips.
Yep.
Level of annoyance by that?
No, I'm with you. Level of anger is a 1.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
You said no one would want to play for me.
Wow.
Jack Urban wants to play for me.
You know me, I'm a hockey guy. Those guys got 82 games a year, and they are in suits every game. So I'm for it.
And tailored silly with
we do play in the middle of the summer. We do play in the middle of the summer.
Yeah, that's true. Dog days, right?
That's a good point.
There's some days where you do need to dress very nice and not to the nines. But I'm with you.
Like, you look awesome tonight.
Hey, everybody here looks awesome tonight. When the boys are strolling up, you'll see it, man. We got some good-looking dudes tonight.
I saw Mitch showed me something.
Mitch showing you something.
Mitch Parker. I was like, I didn't know
Mitch Parker owned a suit, if I was going to be honest.
Look,
The fact that he owns a suit is showing me something.
Like,
There
that
you
was
go.
pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Like, he
looks
feels
good.
like first team all borrow from your dad and just see what happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? Size be damned.
No, he looks good.
Is there a dude version of Rent the Runway where you
Yeah.
get the suit for the week? Like, and then you have to mail it back? His fiance or wife or whatever is like, all right, Mitch, you're wearing this, and like hands it to him. That's
Yeah.
definitely what happened.
I'll tell you what. That was all Mitch. Picked it out himself, the whole
Wow.
pattern and everything, and he looks stellar, man. Looks awesome.
Attaboy. Last thing from me, different feel at all as a ball club going into this year from last year. It seems like with a couple of the decisions they're making, there is a little bit more of an expectation that it is time to win some baseball games now.
We're ready to compete. The guys here are really talented, and more than that, the competitive drive is insane. So the boys are ready to compete. I'm very excited, and I'll tell you what, the chemistry and the love in the clubhouse is big, and that's what it takes. So we're really excited.
It's perfect. Seriously, you guys, A, your suit's perfect, but B, that vibe when we're down there in spring training, just everybody's like playing cards or shooting mini hoops. Feels like it can't be fake, man. You guys seem like you really genuinely like each other, which is really rare.
Got to build a family.
Yeah.
Jake, thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you
stopping
guys.
through.
Yes,
Have
sir.
Jake
fun night,
Urban,
man.
who is pitching on Saturday for the Nationals, was supposed to have gotten the nod on tonight's exhibition start against the Orioles that got rained out. We're joined now by the president of baseball operations, Mike Rizzo, who just strolled the red carpet and is getting ready for the gala himself. This is one of those really fun nights organizationally where I'd imagine just the camaraderie element of this, the fellowship of getting everyone together out of baseball. These are nights that matter in the grand scheme of things.
You know, when we've been cooped up together for about 2 months in Florida, it's time to let our hair down. No pun intended. Let our hair down, have a little fun, and after months of preparation and coming north, have a night of a little bit of a little levity, and then get back to business tomorrow. We got to work out next 2 days, and then we take on the Phillies Thursday. So we're looking forward to it.
In terms of this night, and it's a testament, I think, to how much part of the community the Nationals are. Whereas I'm old, remember when they didn't exist, right? This is now it's a thing we take. I don't say take for granted, but we expect. And everything from National Philanthropies to the Nats Youth Academy to Ian Desmond being honored tonight for all of his involvement. It's something that kind of makes you pull up and go, this is actually pretty cool that this is now like, kids that went are now grown-ups with their own kids. It's kind of a neat part of the cycle.
Yeah, this we're coming in on my 18th year in the organization, and we've seen it grow from its infancy, and we're part of the fabric of the community now. We do our thing and here in DC, and we're proud to wear Washington on the front of our uniforms, and we take that pride with responsibility to be good to our fan base and to have them be proud of us.
Mike Rizzo, president of baseball ops of the Nats here on Grant and Danny. I was just asking Jake Urban about this. I want to double down with you. Based on a few of the decisions you guys have made here, it feels like the faders are getting turned up a little bit on it's time to win. This is now about going out there and pushing this thing forward. Is that based on kind of the mindset and the paradigm, Is that fair to say that you guys are kind of turning up the heat on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that we always want to win, and I think that we those 8 or 9 years of excellence that we had, we expected to win. I think that we have to get back to the mindset that we expect to win every time we take the field, and we think that we're going to come a step closer this year with that mindset and that attitude taking the field. That we're going to win this game and then move on to the next.
For you, if blank happens, this team will be better than people think.
I think that if we play the game the right way, we got an abundance of skill and talent and tools, if you will, on the team, both in core position players and rotation and bullpen arms. And if we play the game the right way, give them 27 outs, don't run into outs, play offensively efficient and play and throw strikes, attach the strike zone, and go deeper into games. I think that the sky's the limit for us.
Does not getting to play at all today, with a couple of days off still ahead, hinder you guys in any way in the grand scheme?
Well, it kind of threw a wrench into what we're trying to do, moving forward, because we had Jake was scheduled to start that game today and go several innings, and then our bullpen guys were going to go 1 inning each. So we had to make do with Jake throwing a simulated game in the bullpen today, because today's his day to do it, to set him up for the future this weekend. But it's you have to adapt and overcome. And Hickey put his thinking cap on, and we did the workouts that we had to do, and guys took an abundance amount of BP, and we'll get back at it. Tomorrow and Wednesday, and be ready for Thursday.
And you guys were able to get right into mid-season form of dealing with DC weather. I mean, you're back from West Palm.
Rain delay.
And it's like, of course, we're sitting there. Toby and I are in the dugout like, today should be awesome. And it's raining, and we're not sure if they're going to play. Like, this just feels right, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's it's kind of like what we go through, throughout the season. It's like it's like there's always a chance of rain, and then the rain circles back on us. And
it's got to be ballpark location.
I know way more about the meteorology than I ever thought I would. Yeah.
It's got to be the river or something. Like, I don't know anything, but the weather at that ballpark is the least predictable. It's insane.
Yeah,
I mean, and I feel like every single time a big event happens over the years, it's never like 79 and sunny. There's always rain in the forecast.
Yeah, it's challenging to say the least, and I know it frustrates our fan base sometimes, but it's a difficult decision to navigate. When to start games at times and when to cancel games, and we try to err on always the side of the convenience of the fan. That's our most important aspect of the decision making, but. We certainly didn't want to play a game on a wet field with the Orioles and the Nats, and somebody slips and gets hurt, and that's not what we wanted to do either. So,
Mike, this is a treat. Enjoy tonight, man. Thanks for
It's always a pleasure, you guys. Thank you,
buddy.
Mike Rizzo, President Baseball Ops, getting ready to go enjoy his evening at the Nats Gala. They are at the Anthem tonight on the Wharf. A couple of minutes with the gentleman who's going to be putting the roster together with Davey Martinez. We mentioned there's just a few decisions left at this point. The second catcher, the last 2 bullpen spots, and there's 3 guys competing, and then your last bench spot probably in the infield between Tena and Juan Yepez. But generally at this point, I think they've got a pretty good feel for the way that they're leaning. That's indicative maybe of a little bit more competition. They did not have the offseason I wanted, or a lot of people wanted, in terms of high-impact stardom.
Right.
But they're certainly at a pace maybe that doesn't match up with what fans have always wanted. They are getting closer and closer in this rebuild.
Yeah, given limitations that I think came from a different office, they made some pretty shrewd moves, as they always do. Right? I can't get over that nobody else wanted Paul DeJong for like $11. I think that guy's gonna hit 20+ home runs for them and be an impact bat. The fact that he was available is remarkable. That's a really shrewd signing that this organization has done a lot of.
Who's this handsome gentleman?
Look at this suit.
Sitting down right now.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Ladies and gentlemen, Davey Martinez, manager of your Nationals. So I've never even thought about this until this moment. Baseball is the only sport, I think, where the coach wears the uniform. And there used to be in a lot of other sports that they would go full suit. It's obviously way too hot to do that in baseball.
Way too hot and way too expensive.
That's true?
That's true, too.
There you go.
But where are you on, like, wearing the full uniform in baseball as opposed to other sports where You could wear like some kind of tracksuit or something like that.
You know what? I actually love it. I really do. Being that I played for such a long time, I know nothing else, right?
Yeah.
So putting the uniform on, it really makes me feel good. It really does.
So it's from the days where like, it was like the 30-year-old was the ancient veteran who's the player manager.
Sure.
Hitting himself fifth every day, whatever. So, but yeah.
Now, hey, granted, back in those days, we wore the uniforms a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
A lot different, I would say. Hey, great video the team put out of you walking in the robe.
Oh, so
I'm
good.
guessing in the West Palm clubhouse. I didn't
so
pay much attention.
They conned me into that because it was supposed to be in-house, right? Nothing.
Oh, nobody was supposed to see
No, and they released that. So needless to say,
somebody got an angry email then.
Well, I had a whole lot of my friends back in Nashville and all over, and they're dubbing stuff, and it's hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's hilarious now. I guarantee if you didn't know that was happening, Kyle Brostowitz got a text or two, or somebody was. But that can't happen. We'll start with that.
We'll start there.
But second, since it did leak, I will ask you again.
Good content.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. You in the robe is kind of a nice peek behind the curtain. But the City Connects have gone over pretty well. People really like the
I like
kit.
them. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, look, I love our first ones. I mean, they were really cool. These are
the Great Cherry Blossom.
Right,
ones.
awesome. Yeah, but these are actually came out pretty good. They really did. So it's something different. The boys seem to like them a lot too. So that's awesome.
Is there any other stuff that happens in your office that we could record and put out that you won't know about?
Hey, you know what? You got to be in a circle for that kind of stuff.
We're working on it. But in terms of jerseys, like a lot of like old curmudgeons will kind of like roll their eyes, like whatever, who cares? But there's something to that where it's like it's exciting for the guys, right? It's like you play 162. It is the grindiest of grinds in the history of grinds to go through that slog of the season. And it's like some little extra bit of seasoning, right? A little bit of spice to it. It's kind of exciting.
Hey, so I always say, when you put that uniform on, it's special, right? It really is. And when you get to connect with the city, especially DC, it makes it that more special. So we represent the city of DC and all of Virginia area and Maryland as well. So these guys they're great about it. They love it. I love it. It's awesome to be able to go out there and represent our city.
Davey, the final couple of roster spots are still up for grabs. You didn't get a chance for a last audition, I guess, today, but by now you guys have a pretty good idea of where you want to go. How will you make up your mind? Because they're different players. When you look at like Tena versus Yepes, or if it's three relievers for two spots with a Rutledge, Lord, and Rebalta, like it's odd that all of them could be, getting the gigs because they do different things. So how does that work exactly?
Yeah. So I'll sit with Riz tomorrow, and the next day we'll talk about some stuff. I'm hoping that by Wednesday everything's set in stone. I want these guys to know what they're doing, and I always say, hey, look, it's going to take a whole lot of other guys to win the championship.
Yeah.
So I know the thing about opening day, it's awesome, but it's one day. In a week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, things could change. So these guys, if they're here, if they're not, they got to be readily available to help us win games.
Do you meet with every player throughout the process when they get released, or there's so many of them? Do you have to send them?
Absolutely.
You do.
Yeah. It's the worst part of my job. It really is, but it's part of it.
What goes into a decision that we may not be aware of? Like a bunch of idiots like us can go, for example, they got two lefties in the bullpen, so they probably don't need a third. And that's just that elementary level type stuff. What goes into these kinds of decisions that we may not think of as fans?
Yeah, it really is just just trying to construct your roster according to what you think your needs are.
Yeah.
For me, it's about for position players, it's about the in-game stuff. What happens in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning if we need to make a move? Do we have the right guys? Right. So we think about that. Our pitching. We think about a lot now. As starting pitchers. A lot of, if they go 5 innings, 6 innings, that's great. For us, we try to push them a little longer. But if they do, we'd like to carry a guy that can go multiple innings. 1+ or 2 to cover us. So all that stuff goes into decision making when we make a roster.
Davey, last one for me. Give us something early in the season that you think is worth really tracking and is something you'll be using to say, hey, are we playing the kind of ball we need to? Is this a carryover from spring training that fans should be monitoring?
Yeah, so, as we play really aggressive. This year, we got to be smart about running into house. I think we got some guys in the middle of our lineup that could drive and run. So we don't want to run into outs. We're going to be aggressive, but we want to be smart when it comes to running, stealing bases, going first or third. So that's something that we really, you guys can look at. But I don't want to give out. Hey, look, I think our lineup is set pretty good. So we got to hit. We got to hit. I would think our pitching holds up, we're going to do fine. So we're going to score some runs.
Davey, give me a guy, putting you on the spot here a little bit. Give me a guy for fans. Wait till you get a load of blank. What do they see this year's version of?
I actually, I really believe James Wood's going to have a big year. I really do. But the guy that really, to me, has really matured a lot is our catcher, Gabriel Ruiz.
In great shape.
He's a different guy this year. He really is. So I'm looking forward to getting him going, and I'm watching him compete this year.
You said our catcher. I thought for a second you said our captain. You guys don't do that, though.
No, those things to me resolve themselves. I never named the captain. There's always a few that come out, stand out, and when they speak, guys tend to listen. So all that clubhouse stuff, they handle themselves.
Davey, thank you. We appreciate it. Go enjoy your evening.
No, it's good to see
Enough
you guys.
from us.
All right. Okay.
See you Thursday.
Davey Martinez, manager of the Nationals, will be back at it on Thursday with his ball club 2 days from now. This thing gets going for real.
The best. It always feels like such a celebration, right? It's just such a fun thing. I know it's one of 162, but it's not. We're going to talk about this all day Thursday, buddy. You and I, it's like our little holiday. There are days on the calendar. It's just a Thursday, but it's not. You and I both know the difference. It feels special because it is, and the energy, the pageantry, the excitement, the kind of that beginning anew of a group of guys that you kind of get to know over those 6-7 months. They're going to be part of the furniture for you every night when you come home or you're at the ballpark or whatever. They're there for you, just playing good, hard baseball. It's going to be fun.
Well, there's also just the fact that forever we didn't have it in this city.
I still don't take it for granted.
And I grew up a diehard Orioles fan because the Nats didn't exist. But the idea that it used to be something completely different for me, either driving to a city that didn't mean a whole lot to me to watch my baseball team, and now in Washington, D.C., we get our spring holiday. We get our start. I think it's one of the few days on the sports calendar. I'd say the Thursday of the NCAA tournament has a similar feel for me, but that youthful exuberance comes back where I feel like I am leaving school early to rush home at noon, to sit down on my couch as a 16, 17-year-old, or meeting up with buddies in Fredericksburg at Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever, not going to the class we're supposed to be going to. I feel like that every time on the Thursday of the opening day of the tournament when we're sitting at a sports bar somewhere. And I get that same feeling on opening day where my dad and I are riding up to Baltimore, and I'm about to watch Sidney Ponson pitch against CC Sabathia of the Cleveland Indians on a snowy day with Jay Gibbons losing a fly ball in the outfield sky. Although this is not a very specific memory that I'm giving you.
Is there any reference
from opening day 2004 or anything?
Sidney Ponson from the Isle of St. Croix. Is that correct?
No, you're looking for Aruba.
Aruba.
Is that the same thing?
I don't know.
Okay. Aruba. He is an Aruban knight.
Aruba.
He's been knighted in Aruba.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's Sir Sidney, they called him.
I didn't know
Sir
that.
Sidney Ponson.
I guess I did. I now remember that nickname. Sure, that makes sense.
I remember.
He's an Aruban knight.
You know what? I don't know why. This is the most random memory.
Yeah.
Mark Gray actually called into our show a couple weeks ago. He did some shows on 106.7 The Fan. But I worked with him at Sirius XM for many, many years on MLB Network Radio. And I just remember every time I think of Sidney Ponson, it's not all the memories of watching him pitch. It's Mark Gray doing this segment where he's talking about Sidney Ponson having a bad start. And he was like an overweight starting pitcher.
Yes, he was.
And Mark Gray went, Sidney Ponson, more like Sidney Pontoon. It was just like, I don't know, every time, this has been 20 years.
Yeah.
I hear Sidney Ponzon's name,
pontoon.
and I think about that.
I think didn't he do another one where he called it pounds on or something like that, where he's like, Sidney's been, packing the pounds on.
I don't know that. I don't know that he did that.
I could have
I think you're adding that now?
No, I'm not doing a bit. I legit think I
You
heard
also heard him on MLB Network Radio in 2004
No, I heard him
doing this
on
bit?
106.7 The Fan, like referencing stuff. Because he was talking about how this, again, you just remember these random things. Remember driving around, he was trying to explain that, I'm blanking on the name now, the Cincinnati Reds second baseman was better than Robinson Cano based on like clutch stats. And it was like, well, hitting 300 with 40 bombs. He's pretty clutch too. He's good. And then he was sort of going down a rabbit hole of referencing various players. And I think you referenced Sidney Ponson Ponzone, something like that.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I don't know that I'm right. I don't know that I'm right.
It's a vivid memory that you have. You must be right. Absolutely. I believe Mackenzie Gore is going to be stopping by, the opening day starting pitcher for your Washington Nationals, who just got done walking the red carpet, joining us here live on 106.7 The Fan ahead of tonight's gala as we are out and about on the Wharf. Mackenzie looking fresh.
Appreciate it.
Hey, buddy.
How'd the red carpet treat you?
It was good.
Yeah.
Good.
A couple of autographs, some pictures.
Yeah, just a few.
All right. Well done. Opening day is coming quickly.
Yep.
2 days out. We talked to you before you were named the opening day starter. Will you have any more of the butterflies and excitement because it's opening day and your first nod is a normal start, or no?
I mean, probably would be lying to you if I told you I wasn't going to, but I'll be ready to go and super prepared, and I'm looking forward to it.
Why is it special? It's always so hard for us to quantify. I mean, you guys are starting your grind of 162 games, months and months and months. You've already been working for a couple of months, but there's something about opening day that's just more special. Why do you think that is? What's special about it to you?
It's just always been, a special day for baseball, and obviously, you're going against Zach Wheeler, but just the names that have started on opening day is just a pretty cool thing. So.
When does your prep for a start in terms of video and analysis normally begin? Like, obviously tonight you've got an event, but have you already been watching video of Bryce and Schwarber?
Yeah, of course. And, we also play against them a lot. So
right. But I mean, like on a normal outing, is that 3 days before?
Probably 4-ish days before start.
It's like the day after your last start.
Yeah.
You'll start to look ahead to the lineup.
Yep.
And then what does that prep look like in terms of you're looking for subtleties, and are you writing something in a notebook or doing it all on your phone?
You write it down and just kind of try to figure out a few things for each guy, and just so you're super confident going in.
Mackenzie Gore with us here on Grant and Danny Live at the Nats Gala. Moments away from going inside, looking sharp, I might add. Sharp as a razor blade, Mackenzie. But just to piggyback on that, in terms of the opening day start, in terms of you going through this year, you've achieved so much already. Opening day nod because you're the kind of lead goose here on the staff. What are your expectations for yourself this year, and sort of how you feeling going into the season about being able to meet those?
I feel great, taking another big step forward, and good things will happen.
Mackenzie Gore, opening day starter for your Washington Nationals. Appreciate you spending a couple minutes
with us, buddy. Thank you.
Enjoy the night. Thank you. Gala getting started in just a few minutes. Nats making their way down the red carpet as we speak. Mackenzie, first opening day nod, has every single year in the major league statistically improved, gotten a little better year over year, and he finds himself now at the very top of the Washington rotation.
I mean, he is a nasty son of a gun. Ornery, mean.
He's got to put it all together.
Yeah, and he's capable of it. I mean, we talked about this a bunch. I think one of the days when you were out, Jeeps, but if you eliminate the degree of the valleys, every pitcher goes through the valleys. The greatest of all time. You can find a month or a few weeks where the numbers weren't where you want them, right? Whether it's a bunch of blue hits that fell in, whether you lost some command, whether a bit of mechanics went awry, whatever that happens, that's normal. That's part of it. But if you have an ERA of 5 in a month instead of 7, like he had last year, now all of a sudden, the end of the season numbers, you look up and go, damn, Mackenzie Gore. And he's capable of that. He's so competitive and so talented. I think this is the year it happens.
It's been a fun broadcast today out here for the duration, 4.5 hours of content for you on Grant and Danny as the Nats were rained out. We thought it'd be a shorty, but great to be able to talk not only about what Maryland basketball did yesterday and punching their ticket to the Sweet 16 and Alex Ovechkin's chase, but also get you ready for the start of a brand new Nats season as well. As a reminder, if you want to celebrate the Terps being on to the Sweet 16, the men's tournament run that they're encountering, go shop our store. We've got all kinds of Terps merchandise right now at 1067thefanshop.com. Also, we are live out and about on Wednesday. As a reminder, the show will be coming your way from the Lost Rhino Brew Pub. It's going to be a good broadcast and a chance for people to meet Charlie and Dave.
Got to come see us for that Nat season preview and beer release party at Lost Rhino Brew Pub, as Grant mentioned, in Ashburn on Wednesday, March 26th. Be the first to sample Lost Rhino's new Hittin' Dingers Hazy IPA while we broadcast live 2 to 6:30. Enjoy ballpark menu specials, win Nats tickets, and meet our special guests, Nationals play-by-play voices, Charlie Sloves and Dave Jagger, when they join the show at 5 p.m. G&D Live from Lost Rhino Brewery in Ashburn, March 26th, starting at 2 p.m.
Thanks to Darius and Ryan back in studio, and to Toby for helping us out on site at the Wharf. For Danny, I'm Grant, saying so long for now. We will be back at it tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Thank you for coming.